morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us from. Welcome back to the Let's Play Scrabble coverage of the July 4th Albany, New York tournament. Matt Canik here with Jesse Day, back bringing you rounds 9, 10, and 11, and 9, 10, 11, and 12 this morning. Jesse, how are you doing this morning?
Great. I got some face painting on. My wife is doing some face painting for our local 4th of July parade, so feeling patriotic, feeling jazzed up, excited to be back for day two.
Excited to be here for sure, and a happy 4th to all who celebrate. I am wearing my Canada socks in solidarity with our northern neighbors. Round one will feature first place Matthew O'Connor versus Sohaib Sanula, and we'll cut over to the standings right now at the CSW Bob Linn Superstars Division to every game he played yesterday. He sits atop this stacked Bob Linn Superstars field at 8-0. Several very strong players 2 games back on the pace, including Wellington, Enoch Mwali, Sohaib, Nsika Katim, and Sammy Okasaga. Harshan Lamabadusaria at 5-3, as well as Austin Shin and some other strong players. But this first game, Matthew O'Connor in first, Sohaib Sanula at fourth is what we're going to show you. And round 10, I'm going to tease it now because I'm so stoked for it. It's going to be Wellington versus Harshan in a truly world-class matchup. This is going to be stoked. But round 9's got to happen before we can get to round 10. Round 9 is going to happen right now. Let's cut over to the board. Matthew O'Connor, Sohaib Sanula. We are ready to play. And Jesse, what do you know about Sohaib?
Yeah, I've matched up with Sohaib once at a world championship when he was a teenager. He's from the prodigious Pakistani Academy of excellent youth players who have competed at a very high level since a young age at the World Youth Scrabble Championship, multiple champions. And it's great to see him in the United States. I don't know if he's played in the US before, uh, but yeah, I'm very curious to see how his game has updated since his teenage years. He was a strong contender. He's played world championships. He's used to playing the top caliber of players, so he's certainly not going to be intimidated or anything. Although Matthew is a formidable opponent, we got to cover his crazy game in round 3 yesterday with Adam Logan. Highly recommend going back and watching that one if you haven't seen it. And undefeated.
Yeah, that game was absolutely sick. Matthew and Adam Logan. There's a lot to be gleaned from that. Go back and check out the old VODs if you haven't yet, but not until play ends. Let's cut over to the game. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Round 9 of this 32 game event about to begin. Both of these players were strong youth players. Matthew played his first tournament, I believe, at 8 years old, and Sohaib, a world youth contender, strong player in his teenage years. But both of them seem to have turned an extra corner in recent years. AEINNYY is the opening rack here for Matthew. That's an awkward first pull. What do you think we're going to see here, Jesse?
Yeah, this is a tricky one to start with, although Matthew's not wasting any time. Double Y, one of the worst consonant combinations you can come up with. And it's partially because there's not a lot of 3-letter words with both Ys. Makes sense to dump them both and move on. Even though that double N combo is less than ideal, but the Y is just okay. If you heard my rant about V's yesterday, the Y is better than a V, but pretty bad. 2 of them together, really quite bad. But things are gonna pick up very quickly here, I suspect.
Yeah, a great first pull for Sohaib. He immediately sets up Hearted on his rack. Hearted and Earthed, 2 7-letter words in this rack. Each of them plays. He's got to figure out what to do here, though, which one he wants to play. Highest scoring option is Hearted, making AH and YE underneath Yay. That is 74, but exposes a red square. Jesse, are you looking to make a 2 or 3 point sacrifice to play a bingo elsewhere? Or are you just going to go ahead and take 74 and move on?
The early board is pretty weak for scoring options. So every time you open a big scoring option, you're actually giving your opponent a major leg up. So I care about defense on these early bingos. and I'll tend to choose a more defensive placement given the option that doesn't give that much back. For instance, I like Earth here because it puts an R next to that double letter score that goes to the triple word score. And that's going to make it a little bit harder for Matthew O'Connor to have a devastating reply. If you remember that first game yesterday, Joel Wapnick put a Y under a double letter score, and immediately his opponent had a 60-point reply that almost negated his opening bingo. So that's why that early defense matters. There's not a lot of good scoring spots on the board yet, and I think this was a good pick.
Sideways blank alert. I don't know if our graphic is ready yet, but that blank is
Uh-oh.
sitting there sideways, sideways blank alert. Sorry, this is what gets me excited in the commentary booth. We know the play is going to be stellar, so I got to get excited about something. This is Matthew's highest scoring option. He's had a nice pull after YAY. Interns atop, making 3 overlaps is 76. Nothing else scores more than 71. So while YAY does take the back S, it not the play Matt's going to make. He's going to score more points here. And that sideways blank is going to yield a counter bingo from Sohaib. So a little dunk, or a little dink on the first turn, yay, and then bingo, bango, bongo from these players is how this one's going to start. 94 to 72, but Sohaib threatening big points. Lots of playable bingos here, including a number of 9s on the board. However, there are no 9-letter double doubles. And I'm just going to leave it right there. If you're at home, you want to play along, look for some 9s. If you want to find the 80 pointers that are his highest scoring bingos, this is a fun puzzle for you.
Well, he already spotted one of them, which is the one I spotted as well, making the blank an O. So he has colorier through the I and the R on the board lined up. It would double the C for a pretty decent score. He might be slightly concerned about whether it compares, although in the CSW lexicon, if you're newer to that versus the North American one, words are more likely to compare. So the ER, EST versions of adjectives are generally more present in columns. But he might be thinking about both trying to double through the N and the T. You mentioned that there's nothing there. It doesn't look super promising, but Sohaib does not have the benefit of a analytic machine. And so he might spend a minute or two trying to find that high scoring double, we call it, where you hit 2 double word scores at once, get that 4-point multiplier. You do that, and you're talking about a 94-point play that doesn't open a triple word score. It is the ideal, and it is worth spending at least a minute. Is Hearth good? Oh,
Um,
he chickened out of colorier. Interesting. He also has Lusher, I believe. More Lush, speaking of comparatives, and Hearth. That was another option that
Hearth is
I wonder
not
if he.
valid. There are no front hooks to Earth, so he does not have
Okay.
that. Now, this is a huge swing. If he had pulled the trigger on Colorier, that would have given back Talkiest as a triple for 122, I think, to Matthew. So dodging a major bullet is so high on this turn. Talkiest would have been, I think, 140 actually. So
Wow.
huge swing in this game.
That's massive. And yeah, maybe the discretion was advised, although Matthew had just bingoed, so he has a random rack. So if you're going to open a triple, then after your opponent bingos is just about the best time, since they haven't been grooming their tiles to maximize their bingo chances. They haven't had the chance to do that yet. So if he had played colorier and the triple had gone down, he probably would have considered himself a bit unfortunate there. But yeah, he's avoided that scenario entirely, and he's gone with a safe option.
Yeah, this option much safer. He did have 80 pointers in the same spot. Opercule, Opercule, would have set the C on the triple letter square and scored 80. This bingo with the blank N is only 72. So perhaps some points left on the table for Sohaib, but crucially, he dodged the bullet on the triple Talkiest. Matt has a great post bingo draw, as Sohaib just did. Matt has one playable bingo on this
Ooh.
turn, 66 points for him.
Yes, I think the chat has already identified it. This one's going to be through the O. And Yeah, this one as well. These players, every time they get a good rack, are going to have to spend at least a few brain cycles looking for double doubles through the IR, through the NT, uh, because there's it's just so many points if you can get it down. So it'll be interesting to see um, whether that digs into their clock and increases the time pressure. We saw a lot of time pressure in the early games yesterday, maybe as these players were warming up, and including from Matthew O'Connor, which is pretty uncharacteristic. So it'll be quite interesting to see how long Matthew wants to spend on this. I assume that he has seen Totalize, which is I do believe, unless I'm hallucinating, I believe that is the playable bingo. Of
That's
course, the
it.
longer these players spend looking at the more it fills me with mild concern that my brain is playing tricks on me in my old age. But I haven't seen Matthew scramble his letters to show it yet, but he also doesn't seem to be his style. Some players are really good about showing you exactly what they're thinking, including Nigel Richards, most famously. He always lines up the different candidate options he's considering, in my experience. But Matthew doesn't seem to be helping the viewers out, and that's fine. That's not really his job. His job is to win Scrabble games, and our job is to pontificate. So
Pontificate we shall. Matt, I think is wisely taking some time here. As you said, Jesse, the double double would be the slam dunk play, which you want to make. That IR just so juicy in space. Chat clamoring right now. Maybe Matt's going to miss a bingo on stream. No, I don't think that's what this is. He's definitely seen Totalize. He just wants to make sure there isn't a better option. With the anagrammars open, it's easy for us to say these things, notice these things. But over the board, you've got to spend some time iterating, searching, shuffling, thinking through the turn.
you could even bingo through the RAD and make a 10-letter bingo for maximal style points. RAD isn't the worst thing to try to make a 10-letter word. If he could play Trade Tales, for instance, although I don't think that's the one that's going to go down. Although stranger things have happened, including yesterday, game three.
I'm hoping for gradualism or something through there as well. We all want to see the 10.
Oh,
Oh man.
wow. The way he picked up that tee, I thought he was going to fish it for a second, maybe trad to set up a Strad hook, which is short for a Stradivarius violin. Always a funny word. So
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. So Hive now has the 9 letter double double. This is ridiculous, and only Nigel plays this. But oh my god, it's there. Anyway,
okay,
go
don't
on.
spoil it. Don't spoil it. I gotta find this.
I don't think you know this word. I don't think anybody knows this word, and if they do say they know this word, they're probably lying to you. This is ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. It's 98, but no, that's not a. Nobody knows this word.
98.
Double double.
Is it one of those Maori words?
No, it is a type of American plant for the 4th of July. Oh, whoa, we're gonna see O.
Wow, that
Oh,
also is out of my bingo card. The H I don't typically think of as a much of a bingo letter. It's kind of the thing that you want to process for a score on your way to the bingo. I can kind of see how he ended up there because there's not a lot of obvious ways of playing off all the vowels that you want to play off. Maybe something like Okrie to reset. Although tie is pretty suspicious. I don't know if you want to be opening bingo lanes.
but I
Very
at least
interesting.
want to obstruct that C. I don't know. A play like Echu last turn made sense for Sohaib. The C
I,
is such
I,
a good tile to bingo from. All right, we're getting lulls. A lulls sighting. LOLZ just 20 or 13 points, but ERST is an awesome leave. What do you think, Jesse? Lulls, or should he have cashed in ZEL and tail for 28?
well, he's pretty committed to trying to bingo. This is kind of a classic play off the letters that aren't bingo tiles until you draw a bingo kind of maneuver. And as we kind of talked about yesterday, it's important not to telescope too much just into bingoing. And with that said, though, uh, you mentioned Zell, which I believe would have uh, set up a gigantic scoring response, gets rid of your only vowel, and you can't really do that. Especially the inflexibility of having no vowels is so desperate that I think sacrificing 15 points in a vacuum, that sounds like a hard thing to do, but here it's an obvious choice. You can't get back the Z play. You can't give up your only vowel.
100% agree. There's no way you can play Zell. And I think there are some players out there who would, but you just can't put that Z next to the double word. You're asking your opponent on a tight board to score 40 without thinking. So lul's definitely a thumbs up from me and my book. And a nice pull from Matt. He threatens Sorbent next turn. So Hybe still in vowel trouble after the previous play, Aeehir. I think he's going to be forced to play HAE in the top left corner of this board, 21 points, EEIR as a leave. We might see him play beneath Trad. Play of ERE, making ire and trade is 25. But he seems to be tunneled in right now on Airy, AERIE, just playing long. What do you think, Jesse? Do you want to play very long here, or do you want to keep some of these vowels and keep things tight?
Well, after Matthew's sequence, he must be close to a bingo. That's the only reason you would play consecutive moves for 20 and then 13. So you kind of know that Matthew has about as strong of a lead as could be. Probably doesn't have a blank because you typically try to score more points when you're holding the blank, unless you really have no other options. So I think the most important thing when you think your opponent is close to a bingo is you need to get yourself as close to a bingo as well, so that you're ready to reciprocate, because otherwise you're just going to be down at bingo. And here the problem is that he's pretty unbalanced. He has three vowels and one consonant. The consonant he has is not a bingoing consonant. It's more of a scoring consonant. And I worry that he's going to be at a deficit. He's even actually given Matthew a better scoring spot for his bingo and a safer place to play his bingo that doesn't open a lot of other real estate for bingos on the board. With that said, I guess Sohaib took a bit of a lead with ERE, and he's only 26 back, so maybe this is more defendable. He also has a major scoring play. He always spotted it immediately. A
Yeah,
delicious word. I don't think he's going to take too long to get this play on the board.
yeah, Baji.
Although he already lined up another option, so okay. It's,
Yeah, BOKEH 45, BHAJI 63. And while you might want to hold back the J to threaten plays like Jizz down to the Z, this is just too much to pass up. 63 as your response to the bingo. You got to pull the trigger on this.
absolutely, it's the dream reply.
All
And it
right,
was a
so
product of keeping that H as a scoring tile, so his decision kind of paid off there. Interesting.
yeah, I think ERE was a fine play for Sohaib on that last turn, but obviously keeping the H and then crushing it for 63 makes you feel better about it in hindsight. I think it was fine, though, solid. All right, he's found QU on his next turn, so Sohaib threatening potential points again. Matt has found his top option, FIND, is 35. JIFF for 34 deserves some merit, but I think if you can play closed, you'd prefer to play closed here if you're Matthew. I like this from him. Makes it a 2 point game, 244 to 246. And we've got a Quonk sighting on Sohaib's rack. Quake and Quonk each play for 48, making QIS. Jesse, these open the board quite a bit, but you've got to make one of those two plays, right?
That's right. He'll look for alternatives because when the board is tight like this without a lot of great scoring spots, there's a definite penalty to being the one to open the board and letting your opponent play on the open board first. I think he's going to be quite reluctant to open things up, and we might see him ponder this. But ultimately, I don't know that he's going to have a reasonable alternative. It's interesting that Matthew kept a second F, he might be looking to, it didn't really work out, but I wonder if he was thinking also about trying to re-overlap EFF and making a word across, although ALF got removed, but kind of a subtle setup for Matthew to try to guarantee scoring moves on future turns. Uh, yeah, so Hybe is rightly sinking some time into this one. I like trying to see if there's something less obvious because the Q could actually score well on future turns. If he draws an I, he can get quiz and open nothing. Although then there's the squiz front hook, which is always a fun one. So I don't know if he has anything creative that maybe playing the K that keeps the Q back, but I think it's just going to be too many points.
Now, if he's not going to play the Q, then he's basically forced to play ON and JO and IN in the bottom corner. That's 24 and holds Quake, which means he's just going to play Quake and QIS next turn. So I feel like if you're going to end up having to play there at some point, might as well just do it right now, take 48 so you can try to keep scoring 40 points a turn in the future. I think the real question here is, do I play Quonk or do I play Quake? Quonk has just one back hook, the S. Quake has three, the D, the R, and the S. But Quonk holds AE as a leave, which you're not super thrilled to do. You'd rather hold a consonant if you can. Jesse, Quake versus Quonk, you got to choose one. What's it going to be?
Well, you could also play Qua here and try to open less. I don't know that that's advisable, but that's another way he could get around opening a major spot. But Quake is maniacally risky with those extra hooks, the D, the R, the S. It becomes almost a guarantee that your opponent has one of them, and so I'd be really reluctant to put Quake down, even if it is keeping with that one vowel, one consonant ratio. Remember, at the start of the game, there are four consonants for every three vowels, and that's kind of the platonic ideal of what you're trying to go back to when you make these plays. So that's why we prefer the one vowel, one consonant ratio. But AE is not the worst combination. Actually, there's only four E's remaining, which is quite low, and the E is the best vowel. I do think Qua actually gives back a lot of score as well. Quonk Matthew has to have the S to be able to damage him. Oh, Quake, interesting. Well, one reason to play Quake is you do have the O, so you can play OK and you can overlap and score potentially. But this feels like a pretty big gamble to me by Sohaib. So interesting decision.
I will say that Quake and Quonk ended up simming almost identically to one another, despite the extra risk that Quake brings on, the stable leave, and as Jesse pointed out, keeping the O to play OK next turn, keeping the O to play JO next turn, both helpful things for him to do. So Quake, Quonk simming right next to each other. Matt will have a huge response, though. Golf's and Quake's is 58. Though if you're so high and you see the S come down, you think to yourself, well, I was going to get hit hard either way. So whatever. I made the leave that kept tiles I like better. Golf's 58 comes down very quickly from Matt. He takes a narrow lead in this one, 302 to 294. But Sohaib on turn has found the pivotal X tile. Quake set it up, and now he's drawn it out of the bag. He can smash Gox for 61. This turn won't take long, will it, Jesse?
He's going to play it right away. He might hold the G back for better balance. I would play the G because I don't want Matthew to be able to put a front hook on the OX and get a lot of free points. And I think that could happen right now. For instance, Matthew could just play Pav or Powell or however you pronounce it and Vox for 31 and get rid of his two worst tiles. And that'll help him get through what would have otherwise been a really nasty rack, I have to say. So
Yeah. I agree with all of that. I definitely would have put the G down 5 extra points, and you take away some easy plays from Matt that would score 40. I'm going to call that a misplay, probably. You can call it style if you want, but I don't think that was accurate. Back to Matt. Yeah, as Jesse said, PAV is an option, 29 points, AMMOP, the leave. Palm also plays underneath Ox, making Cop and Exo. POM for 32, holding Vamp is another option here. Jesse, would you play Pav, or do you think you'd go for Palm and open up some space on this board?
That's an interesting one. So he's at a deficit, and when you're at a deficit, you generally want to create optionality or entropy on the board, depending on your term of choice. There's no standard way of referring to it. That would lead me towards Palm because it allows for the possibility, or even Pop, actually. And you probably want to play Palm and save Pav for next turn, now that I think about it. But generally, MM is actually not the worst combination either. But yeah, the reason to play Palm or Pop is just that it gives a potential for the bottom right of the board to be opened. You could play down from the P or the M, open a bingo line that you could use on a future turn, and Pav just kind of gums up the works and still leaves you at a deficit. And you're probably angling for an improbable bingo to the G at that point for the rest of the day, and that just doesn't give you a lot of options. Or you have to draw the S and play from hens. And so, oh, that's interesting. We'll see if this works out for him. I'm just worried that the board is going to constrict, like a boa constrictor or something. So I suspect has good experience with closing things off, understanding strategically when it's time to do that, and now is kind of the time. And he does that immediately.
All right, so Pav to play for Matt. Sohaib on turn now up 19, and he's going to play WON in the bottom corner. This scores 37, holds EGSU. Was to the Z and Lulls was 30 points, but keeps a more stable EGNOS. Jesse, is this a misplay or is this just trying to knock some space out?
Sorry, what was his alternative this time?
Was WUZ down to the Z, holding GENOS.
Oh, interesting. Well, he might just not be thinking about bingoing here again. He doesn't really need to bingo again to win. And I suspect that he's covering a potentially dangerous scoring spot with the J, stopping bingos that start with the I. And yes, while EGNOS is a better rack, a lot of times you actually never get to bingo with it because of the tightness of the board and the lack of bingo lanes. So I think he's arguably right not to speculate too much and try to bingo again, and instead to just make that blocking play. And Matthew's gone and played WAP, which is surprisingly not offensive according to some definitions in Scrabble Dictionary. You can look this up for yourself. A lot of expurgated words were removed in recent updates. This one's still around. It's some kind of onomatopoeia. And he does get to open the bottom right of the board with that P being there, which I think is going to be very important for him.
So WAP, the play from Matthew, yeah, verb meaning to strike, beat, or thrash. Matt has an incredible pull holding MMAT. He finds IR blank and has a massive score on the top of this board. I cannot see Sohai blocking that, but we might see it. I'm not sure. Huge swing in this game in either case. Sohaib has found another U after keeping one last turn. AEEGSUU makes this a sad turn for him. He can score. G's to the same Z and Lulls is 28, but holds ASUU. He can also obstruct the P, but he can't do that in any way that plays off some of the junk on his rack. He can play Pug for 18 and keep a boatload of vowels. He can play Peage, Peage, and hold SUU. So, Jesse, what are you looking to do here? Score as many points as you can and cling to the leave, or obstruct that P? And if so, how?
Yeah, this is the critical juncture of this game where if he can navigate this properly, he will probably win. But it's going to be tough to figure out what to do on this turn. And I suspect he's thinking about blocking options because, yeah, if you don't have anything particularly good to do, then oh, is he going to exchange? Interesting. The last blank is still unseen, so the exchange makes sense, although we know that it's parked on Matthew's rack. I mean, he's only up 20 points, actually, which is quite tight. So I think he can't afford to make a low point blocking play. And I quite like the decision to exchange with the blank unseen there. And you have to be, there's no evidence that Matthew has the blank. Well, he's going to bingo with the evidence is going to be when he bingos with it for many, many points.
95.
But yeah, I thought this was a good decision by Sohaib to throw in the towel there.
All right, the exchange, what we see from Sohaib in the 95, hit back immediately with tramming. Big sequence. Now, Sohaib has found betides in the bag, Betides. Does not play on this board, and he'll have no playable bingos on this turn. Looks like tramming is also on hold. In a game shaping up to be potentially spicy, you don't want to give your opponent 5 extra points, but for 95, this is a huge play. We'll see if Sohaib throws 5 extra points to make it 100. I would.
I would as well. When in doubt, challenge, in my opinion. I mean, Sohaib is going to be very competitive down the stretch here because he has a simple play of Bez 28, leaving DEIST. And that's the advantage of, even though he got hit with just about the worst case scenario, he has a very real path back into the game. And it's because he didn't try to slog through that last rack. So fair play to him for making that decision. And I think we're going to see Bez, and it's going to be anyone's game after that. It looks like he did challenge.
Yeah, challenge incoming, and then Bez feels almost like an insta play. It does everything you need. You'll have 3 different bingo lines available on the board when we get back to it. You keep a bingo prone leave and just hope that you don't find some of the junk you just threw back in the bag. All right, so we're up on challenge cam. We're going to type in tramming. We're going to see the green check marks. You know, he's already walking away before it even adjudicates. That's a baller
Right.
move, and then he looks back. All right, so 100 for tramming after the 5 points on the challenge puts Matt ahead of 467 to 387. So he's not dead yet, but he's going to need some help from the tile bag at this point. He'll probably play Bez. He'll need to draw bingo on one of the next 2 turns, and he will be helped if Matt reaches in and draws the UUVG unseen. Let's see. Big draw for Matt. He's dodged the U's so far. Dodged the U's, dodged every single U in the back. All right, great pull for him. One of the best he could have had.
A very nice. A very nice scoring pull. He might actually bingo again. From Sohaib's perspective, the chat actually wants us to consider BE, making AB and ME right under tramming. And the advantage of doing that, it's 4 points less, but it does create another pretty decent bingo line for any bingo that ends with an S. The question is whether he can afford to do that time-wise. He's down now by 80 points, and sacrificing even 4 points. I know that he just challenged, but sacrificing the 4 points here might mean that even when he does bingo, he ends up being too far down. And he has 2 very high point bingo lines. He has the P to play for him, and then he has the IN as well. And I don't think the bingo line he would create on row 3 is valuable enough to justify sacrificing points. So for me here, this is he plays Bez. He could even maybe draw a bingo that underlaps tramming for a decent number of points, although that's quite unlikely. And yeah, so I would just play Bez personally.
You don't want to block the line, but you do need to score the points. I agree. If you play BE beneath tramming, your bingos are just going to score so little that you're going to end up getting outrun anyway. I think it's got to be Bez. But of course, I'm a little bit blinded by looking at Matt's rack. Matt has drawn a playable bingo on this board in caving through the in and in colure. Bez would block it. and nothing else does. So if Sohaib does not play Bez or maybe Biz, he's basically done in this one. Matt still got good plays available next turn, but just the one bingo. If you're on Team Pakistan, if you're on Team Sohaib, Bez has to be the play here, or this one's done.
Yeah, it would be a crazy swing if he has the chance to block the end caving with Bez. Although, of course, he doesn't know that that's what he's about to do. But uh, selfishly, as a commentator, wanting this match to stay exciting, I'm hoping that he plays Bez here.
It's a DIEB setup on his rack.
Yeah, that's just playing off too many tiles. The end of the game is too close, and uh, EST just has a lot more uncertainty. You could draw into one of the U's, you could draw a V, you could draw two G's from, and just you want to when you're trailing like this, you generally want to slow the game down and give yourself more time to. I used to play Dia, but interesting.
Maybe he's just worried about getting outrun or outscored, but this score is the same as Bez and just keeps way worse. I don't understand this. I think he might just not be seeing the plays down to the Z. He didn't consider or play was. Now he's missed Bez on this turn or foregone it for one reason or another. Some interesting choices here, but maybe a blindness to the spot. Crucially, though, he does block and caving through the in and in color. No playable bingos now for Matt. He has 45 at the bottom of this board playing in caving and extending the I in. He has 42 on the right side of the board playing paving, but paving takes an S back hook. So that's not a play he wants to make. Matt needs to see in caving, I think easily his strongest option for win percentage here.
And the only reason for him not to play this is just if he has any lingering doubts or uncertainty, then there is some risk with it because it gives your opponent if you play a phony and your opponent challenges, the play comes off, and so he basically knows all the tiles left in the tile bag, and he can plan a perfect pre-end game. So there is a significant risk penalty to playing a fake word. With that said, I suspect he's probably 95% sure on in caving, and I think he'll wind up playing it. He's just trying to see is there any ultra safe way of also scoring and nearly guaranteeing victory without having to take the minute chance that in caving comes off the board or isn't a word.
Well, here's the other risk of incaving. What is the worst you see that Sohaib could threaten after incaving? If you look at that unseen pool, it's pudgiest. It's unlikely. He'd have to have all four of the remaining consonants, but he has exchanged recently. If I play incaving, empty the bag, draw all the vowels, and Sohaib bingos out with pudgiest, Sohaib will win by 3. So Matt's in a position where
Okay.
he feels like he's going to win almost all the time right now, commanding position, but encaving is not 100%. So he wants to take a little bit more time, see if there's a way to make this truly 100%. If he doesn't empty the bag here, he scores some big points and just scores again next turn. That might be a better path to victory than just hoping your opponent doesn't have a bingo. I'm not seeing a sequence that guarantees we're going to get there. I don't see enough points on the board, but that's why he's going to slow down and take his time here because encaving can lose immediately.
That makes perfect sense. The concern is that if you don't when you don't empty the bag, you do give your opponent an extra turn to groom their rack and try to draw the best possible case bingo. Uh, so the question is just, does he want to take a gamble that Sohaib doesn't have Pudgius, which he could very much have, or does he want to play a shorter play that leaves Sohaib in bingo range, and then Sohaib might just be able to draw a bingo that plays in 2 spots and guarantees the win. He almost has a bingo right now, actually, of Gateau's. If spav was a word, spiv is a word, but we have pav on the board, and So Gatto's is not quite gonna make it on there. I also wonder he could play something very defensive like NA, Exxon, and Pa, and at that point it becomes really quite difficult for Sohaib to he made, I guess, Inda Gates is in the pool, and
Yes.
that's a little bit scary in quite a few points. So that's probably why he's not going to play NA, because that IN is still a threat. So he might just take a generally good scoring play. I kind of want him to play to the Z. Even he could just play cash or something like that.
Yeah, he could play to the Z. He's also, I think, looking at Paven, Paven. That would leave one in the bag that scores 30 points. And even if he gets hit with the bingo like Augens, Augites, Gateaus, and Pavens, he's probably trying to figure out if he can win that end game. And I think he does squeak it out a lot of the time. There are a lot of different threats, actually, potentially on Sohaib's rack. As you said, Indigates, and another 9 at the bottom of the board is Induziate. There's a
Nice.
sick bingo from the N in Incolure that's nudities, slotting several tiles underneath DIEB. And Pudgiest, as we pointed out earlier. So bingo's all over this board for Sohaib, and Matthew may open an additional spot. We'll see. If Matthew plays Pavens and he gets hit by Gateaus or Augites, Matt would actually be ahead by 3 and on turn with a rack of 7 tiles. So I feel like Matt is going to win the game pretty much all the time after Pavens, assuming Gateaus or Augites comes down anyway. He might not live into gates that scores well, but he should outrun almost any other option.
Sorry, Pavens with an S or without the S?
Matt would play Paven, and that would get back hooked with Gateaus on the next turn by Sohaib.
I see. But Sohaib should never he should never bingo there, because he should always fish one tile and try to bingo out so that he gets as many points as possible. He should just fish the U and try to fish for indicates at that point. Would be my assumption.
I feel like Matt can just outrun with an extra turn. If Matt scores 30 now, puts 497 on the board, and then gets to make one more play from a rack of 7 tiles after Sohaib's fish, like even if Sohaib has unblockable out bingos, they're not going to score enough. Matt can just score or outrun, and he'll probably be able to block. I think Paven might win this game more frequently than in caving. Or, okay, PE holding in caving for the future. This is interesting.
Yeah, I would just fish the U if you're Sohaib. I
If you
think
see indicate,
relatively straightforward. Yeah, because he could even trying to think if you can draw a ends bingo. Of course, can he bingo down from the PE, or is there anything he can draw for? Uh, I don't necessarily see anything immediately. It's a pretty creative decision. I like it. It took him quite a bit of thinking to get to this point. But in caving, he could after in caving, Sohaib could have a gasted and ag, and I'm curious if that's enough. That's only 75, so maybe in caving outruns at that point. So that was a pretty clever way of. Although the P, I'm not sure that there were a lot of bingos down from the P, but still a pretty clever way by Matthew of negotiating a very tricky situation.
yeah, he sees in caving, he thinks, well, it's probably 99% to win this game. But I think this sequence is just impossible to lose in PE for 12. I think PE for 12 might actually lose if Sohaib immediately drops a 9 from the IN. If he drops Indugiate, if he drops Indigates right now, and he's one tile off from it. But maybe Matthew thinking that less likely than Pudgiest. The Pudgiest would require the perfect rack for Sohaib. I don't know. This play likely wins upwards of 95%. In Caving definitely wins upwards of 95%. But Matthew, I guess he feels this one wins 100%. And I don't know that it wins 100%, but it might. He'll write about it in his book, I'm sure. Here's the U-fish that we expected, and I think we're going to see in Caving now.
All right, very reasonable from Sohaib's perspective. He has no idea that Matthew is setting up in Caving as a threat. So did he draw the U back?
Yep.
Is that what just happened?
Yep.
Classic.
That's Scrabble, baby. All right, we're going to see a challenge on Encaving because Sohaib has to know this is game over. Matt was confident that this is good, so Encaving going to be 50 instead of 45. And this does not give anywhere to play Gâteaux, which Sohaib has for the second consecutive turn. Matthew's going to empty the bag. And Sohaib's just got to play an endgame now in this one. Matthew missing total eyes early on in this game, but then navigating some tricky positions well, then grabbing a key blank out of the bag, bingoing for 95, blocking the threats, extending into Encaving, and he'll coast to a victory despite an early blunder. Matthew O'Connor, 9-0 in the Bob Linn Superstars Division.
Well, he has a perfect track record of us commentating him missing a relatively high probability bingo and then making some exotic moves to secure victory. So I want to see more of it. When mad scientist that he is, I wouldn't be surprised that he had something up his sleeve when he played. When he decided to renege on total eyes, or maybe he just missed it. Who knows? But doing it in style, doing it idiosyncratically. Matthew O'Connor.
Yeah, I like that shows something about Scrabble, though. You don't just have to study every bingo and find every bingo to win. Like, there is so much math and analytical reasoning in this game beyond just, have I studied 60,000 alphagrams and can I solve them reliably over the board? There's a lot more. You can whiff on some of your baby bingos time to time again, as long as you pick up those percentage points elsewhere. And that's what Matthew's showing here. I do want to thank all of our viewers. I know it is early out on the West Coast here in the US. I know it is late in some parts of the world, but we still have over 200 people watching us on this American holiday. Happy 4th to our American viewers. Happy Friday to those watching from elsewhere. Thanks to all of you. I do want to ask you to do your homework. If you haven't yet, please grab your remote, grab your mouse, touch your trackpad, click over on the thumbs up button. Let's build some steam. I think we're going to have some awesome viewership numbers this weekend. As hey, it's a holiday. You want to spend time with your family, or you want to watch Scrabble on the internet? I thought so. I'm hoping we can get to 400 people, but we can't do it without your help. Get us some thumbs ups. Share the link around if you have other people who like watching Scrabble or might like watching Scrabble. More exposure is always good. Matt playing out with Indy and drawing an extra 5 points on the challenge. Indy's going to score 15 for him. Will bring him up to a final score of 552. Impressive stuff. We'll cut to overhead mic and see what the players have to say.
$549 to 438.
Yeah. Check the score.
All right, so not much of a post-mortem here, Sohaib, but checking what seems to be a voice message. I don't know if that's a friend offering him words of encouragement or perhaps just some real-life business he's got to get to. But there's round 9. Matthew O'Connor moving to 9-0, still 2 games up on the entirety of the field in the Bob Linn Superstars Division. Round 10, if you missed me announce it earlier, you're going to hear it right now, and you're going to get excited. Wellington Jagere, Harshan Lamabadusuriya. This is going to be excellent. The hype is infinite. Jesse, give a couple words of hype before we cut away for a little break and get the players seated.
Yeah, world-class competition. First African world champion, Wellington Jagere. Harshan right at the doorstep of multiple world championships, top competitor, seems to hover near the top of every leaderboard. This could be an excellent matchup. I cannot wait.
I can't wait either. I'm going to grab a little coffee. We're going to get the players situated. Y'all are going to do your homework. Click the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. And don't close the stream because the next game is going to be a banger. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. I am at the edge of my seat for our round 10 matchup. Wellington Jagere, Harshan Lamabadu-Surya, two of the strongest international players, going to face off on U.S. soil. The players are in the restroom, so we've got a couple minutes before the game starts, but I would be remiss if we didn't talk just a little bit about some of the sponsors behind this tournament. I want to give a huge thank you to the Word Game Players Organization, or WGPO. They're sponsoring some of the longest tournaments around North America, including this one. I also want to make sure we give a thank you to Bob Linn, who donated $63,000 in prizes just to the CSW field. This is the richest CSW prize pool in North American history. None of this would be possible without Bob Linn and his donation. So a big thank you to Bob. And of course, a thank you to the tournament directors and organizers, Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor, the two-headed monster behind the Let's Play Scrabble team. Mad Palazzo has been taking a ton of director calls. Every time I walk in there, Mad is running across the room, and there are a lot of tables in this room, answering questions and making sure rules are followed correctly. So hats off to everybody putting this on. WGPO, Bob Linn, Josh, Kieran, and Mad. You all rock. Jesse, you spoke a little bit yesterday about the words underneath you, but for those who weren't here yesterday or those who need a little reminder, talk to us about woogles.io.
Yeah, Woogles.io is a crowdsourced, entirely player-funded project that we started during the pandemic to create a state-of-the-art online experience for high-level competitive board gaming and a hub for people to start from scratch and learn and have learning tools, puzzles, and be able to find a great game any time of day or night against players from all over the world. So if you haven't been to Woggles.io, now is a great time to check it out. It is a 501c3 nonprofit, entirely donation funded. You can join our Patreon, get some sweet merchandise in the project and in the process, and support the growth of Youth Scrabble worldwide. We've hosted World Youth Scrabble Championships, World Championships during the pandemic. We have tournaments. We host your tournament for you. It is permanently accessible after the fact. There's a lot going on there, so come check it out. Join our Discord. I highly recommend it. You can see Cesar's blog post. We talked about Val, good or bad, or somewhere in between. It looks like Woggles the dog does not like Vals very much. I think they're okay, but you can chime in on Woggles.io.
I heard Cameron Siegel and Noah Goldstein last night at dinner say Val's got nerfed. I'm like, well, I don't think the value of Val's changed, but I think our understanding of how Val's are changed just a little bit. But yeah, TLDR, Val's got nerfed. Read it all on Woogles.io. All right. I was trying to kill some time until we got the players back. Breaking news. The players are back. They're putting tiles in the board. So let's cut over to our preview. Though these are players who need no introduction, we're going to do our best anyway. Wellington Jagere, a former world champion. Harshan Lamabadusuriya, a two-time world Scrabble champion runner-up. Two of the top players in the world, easily two in the top five. I don't think I've ever commentated such a superstar matchup at a non-major tournament. This is going to be awesome.
Clearly, that loss on stream by Harshan yesterday did not slow him down, since he's averaged a cool 500 points per game in 4 consecutive victories leading into this, on a bit of a hot streak. You see the firm handshake. They are no strangers to each other as competitors over the Scrabble board. This is going to be about as good as it gets. You can see Harshan taking that deep breath right there, trying to focus. He knows the mountain he's going to have to climb, beating a former world champion who's still at the top of his game.
Two players who respect each other and their games immensely, and hopefully a good game of Scrabble is what we get here. AEEMNSW, the opening rack for Wellington. This is a straightforward move, I think. NMEW, the 5-letter ENMEW is 28. I think you got to play long here, right, Jesse? You can't defend a play like WEM or WAME when you've got points on the board.
I would definitely think about the short play. Usually, in my experience of using analytic machines, the difference is about 10 points, as in I'll sacrifice 10 points to keep the stronger leave. I do think that playing off that's just a kind of a crude rule of thumb, but I do think playing for the extra 12 points makes sense to me here.
Sideways blank alert, sideways blank alert. We've got another sideways blank on the stream, this time by a two-time world champion runner-up. We need to fix this. We need to put a little symbol in the bottom of the blanks because, oh my God, how many players are putting their blanks sideways on their rack? I wonder if anybody actually notices these things or picks up on these things, but how many times have we seen it, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm actually stunned that it happened again. I really didn't know this was a thing. I mean, this is what memes are born out of. But here it's not really going to hurt Harshan very much because that thing is going to be on his rack for approximately the next 60 seconds, I would suspect.
Yeah, Harshan's got 82 pointers available as both 7s and 8s. The 7-letter Downey plays with NMEWs for 82. He's got plays down from the W, winnowed or windowed, also 82 points. Jesse, are you playing the 7 or the 8?
Generally, you don't want to give up the triple word score or the triple possibility, no matter how faint it might be. If you have two plays of equivalent scoring value, you should take the one that doesn't open the triple triple. So that would point to Downies.
I think I'd play Downies as well. Yeah, just avoid opening the triple. I think you give it one fewer floater after that as well. So it just seems to do slightly better things for the board. But I'm finding it interesting that Harshan is spending so much time on this. I think I would have just kind of picked one and gone for it, but he's going to be cold and calculating here.
Well, kind of like we talked about last game, he might also be looking for a double double through that E. So that would give him a 4x bonus of the tile value on his rack for 90 plus, and that is a significant improvement over 82 points. So he's probably just dotting his I's and crossing his T's and just making sure that he's not overlooking. For instance, he has ironweed. Ironweed? I pronounced that word poorly, but that one is not a double-double. And I think he's going to identify, as he just has, that he doesn't really have anything better than just Downies. So it's a good pick in my book.
Yeah, Downey is the choice from Harshan. Yeah, I think you're right. Looking for double doubles, there's nothing there. Downey's is the top option, and he's come to that. Wellington threatening bingos. He's got Feaster and Afrits on this rack. Those play beneath in Muse, but not for a great score. Highest scoring bingos here for Wellington are 72, but he's certain to bingo on this move.
He will find the 72 pointer. I would bet the house that I don't own on it. Afrits doesn't quite. It looks like there should be some kind of an overlap of Downies or Downiest now. There's the T hook on the back, and that's going to be something that the players look to use either for a scoring play or a high point flashy overlapping bingo. But he's just going with the 72 pointer. He's picked it up on it pretty quickly. Refasten coming to a board near you.
Wellington just setting down the R and then staring. We've seen him do this a lot. Just put one tile down and kind of a little bit of an intimidation factor almost, and then just sit there. Make sure there's nothing else better. Let your opponent know I intend to bingo. I wouldn't put an R right here unless I'm bingoing, and then just wait. And here it comes. Fastener also plays for 72 through the end, but you're not going to expose the triple-triple. This is the top option for him.
My experience of playing Nigerian Scrabble players is they will play their bingo whenever they have it in the most painful way possible to you. As in, a lot of times they love to fake that they're making a shorter play and then put the long letters down at the end, or just whatever small competitive edge or tilt factor they can induce, but with that element of surprise, or the startlement, or it sounds, I think, pretty unorthodox to a North American audience or North American Scrabble players, but I kind of like it. I mean, why not maximize your competitive chances by just needling your opponent a little bit?
If you can get in your opponent's head, you really ought to. You know, part of the reason Shooter McGavin was so good at golf is because you loved to hate him so much, and you wanted to beat him, and you got in your own head. You know, I do stuff like this too. I think I've actually picked it up from watching on stream, but little things just to get in your opponent's head, try to get under their skin a little bit. You know, you don't want to be a bad sport, you don't want to be a rule breaker, but little things to grasp a psychological advantage can be the difference maker. You never know what mistake you might just induce from your opponent. AGIIJPV, the rack for Harshan. I think he has to play jigs to the S in refasten. He's looking at this play right now and several nasty consonants, J, G, P, V, and some double I's. Can't get rid of all of it now. And I think trying to play long with something like Vigia and AR is just a bit too much of an overreaction. I think you got to play jigs. What do you think, Jesse?
I think that's going down quickly, and it's going to make Wellington very sad because he had a massive 98-point bingo that just got blocked. See if you can spot it.
Excluder would have been the 98 pointer. Wow, that is a huge swing in this game. Excluder blocked. Can you see it on Wellington's face? No. He's got the poker face. He's calm and collected. He probably didn't want to play Excluder. That wouldn't have been a fun game of Scrabble anyway.
Well, with some of the point swings that we've seen already in our stream games, anything can happen. That would have just been a mild contretemps from Harshan's perspective. But yeah, Wellington, one thing I have to comment on, as having played him a bunch and watched many of his games, even in his earliest World Championship runs when he was basically unknown, and he made some very deep runs, I believe in Poland at the World Championship when no one really knew how good he was. The thing that really stands out to me about Wellington, I like superb word knowledge and strategic acumen, but to me, Wellington is the best competitor in our game, except for Nigel Richards. Wellington is just the first time I remember playing against him. He was so nice before the game, and the moment that we started playing, I felt like I was matched up against a crocodile. Just total focus, ultimate composure. Just does not tilt, uh, and just somehow just machine like somehow seems to produce endless games of high quality Scrabble without flinching. When he's what made it to the final of the World Championship finally, and he swept his opponent in 4 games to win his first World Championship. He did it so quickly that I went out for a run, and I came back, and the World Championship final was over. I left after game 2, and I thought I'd be able to catch the ending, and it was already over by the time I came back. So
That's insane. Just businesslike. I'm gonna thrash you. I'm gonna get it over quickly, and you're just gonna lose. All right. Any questions? No. I'm Wellington. Get ready. All right. Like Wellington, back and forwards between X and Lex on that last turn. Both of these plays are tough to swallow because of the huge number of unseen O's that would give big counterplays. But from an equity perspective, easily Wellington's top options. And sometimes you've just got to take that chance. He plays the L to defend against some of the more devastating stacks alongside the triple word. But good news for Wellington, Harshan's got nothing. He does not have the O he needs to threaten anything. Harshan has found the second blank in this game, but no bingos available out of AII PSV blank. VAE and Vox scores 35 but doesn't undouble those I's. Jesse, you taking those points anyway, or are you looking to do something different?
absolutely, generally, uh, the I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but when you have the blank, it negates to some extent your need to keep a good leave. You can't keep absolute trash, but it generally just kind of irons out bad rats because your chance of bingoing next turn just becomes so much higher with any draw. So to me, VAE is nice because you actually block some big scoring plays that Wellington might have or might even have set up with his previous play of Lex. And the double I is IIPS blank is very likely to bingo. Probably, I would guess 70% or something like that. So this is actually kind of a dream play for Harshan, short of bingoing this turn, of course. Scoring 40 and keeping a very likely high propensity bingo rack is just about as good as it gets.
This is a huge draw for Harshan. He's likely going to see a C exposed in a triple triple line. Will he draw the tiles he needs to crush the spot? Wellington threatens the bingo quarter, Courter. It scores 78 above refasten. And while there are more defensive placements, making ER beneath in Muse, that's just 63. Wellington can't leave 15 points on the table and play scared, especially not after Harshan's last 2 plays. Those don't really give you a lot of inference about the rack. Triple triple to be exposed, I think, after quarter for 78 comes down, but the Y is not what Harshan wanted into that into the double I leave he kept last turn.
That's right, but he does. Harshan does have yippies, which I believe is a variant of a yuppie. So Harshan is pretty much guaranteed to get a bingo down of his own. Actually, the question is just, is he going to get a big one down? Is he going to get a triple triple or a bingo through the C that we think is about to go on that triple triple line? So yes, quarter is coming down. What is it going to give to Harshan? And he has excellent depth of bingo knowledge, skill in blank bingo, anagramming. And how long is he going to look to see if he can find something through that C?
Survey says that there are no bingos available to Harshan through the C. Yippies for 73, just one of two playable bingos for Harshan. The other is Piratize through the R in quarter. That's just 63. So Harshan may not even bingo here. Pyic, P-Y-I-C, is 33, but keeps the awesome... Oh, wait, is this a challenge on quarter?
It looks unorthodox, but again, as I keep belaboring, if you have any doubt, just challenge it. If it comes up, hi Wellington. Ah, see, look at that smile. He's just he's a charismatic presence. I mean, he's really the voice and focal point of Scrabble in Nigeria. There's a huge scene there, but he is sort of the leading light, I would say, even now, of Nigerian Scrabble. You can see why with his affability right there. But then immediately switches back to that competitive mindset, just right back at it. It's kind of amazing to watch him just get back in the zone.
Yeah, he's such a nice guy, and then across the board, he's a stone cold killer, and then goes back to being
Absolutely.
a great guy. Right. Yippies, indeed a variant of a yuppie. It's a combination of a yuppie and a hippie, so you'll never forget it now. Is Harshan's bingo 73 points? I don't know that it's Harshan's play. Jesse, are you scoring 33 with Pyic, holding EIS blank and waiting for next turn? Or do you feel the urgency as you're starting to trail by more and more?
I think now is a wonderful time to bingo. Usually my threshold, in a vacuum, the threshold is about 30 points of holding a blank, 25 to 30 points. With a triple triple on the board, it can be nice to maybe spend a few turns trying to see if you can draw that triple triple and get a huge punch in. But Pyic actually blocks the best lane on the board. I mean, it does set up the P, but to me, I don't think I could sacrifice 40 points, even keeping EIS blank, which is quite powerful. One of the things about bingoing and passing up bingos is that if you play the bingo this turn, you can draw a bingo next turn and bingo 2 turns in a row. And it's so that's the thing about waiting to bingo is like you're actually slowing down. Your goal is to cram in as many bingos for the game as possible at some level, and slowing it down by a turn to only play 33 points. Yes, the leave is good, but I got to take Yippies here personally.
I was talking to my roommate this morning, Joey Kravchik, and he was complaining that every time I pass up a bingo and leave a blank on my rack for next turn, I end up drawing something stupid like ERS and then bingoing. And I'm like, oh, you poor baby. You got a bingo when you wanted to get a bingo. But the point, I think the subtext there was, yeah, a lot of the time, if I just play the bingo now, I will bingo again on the next move. And,
Right.
When you're not scoring 73 now, you're just scoring 33 now. You are missing out on the opportunity to score 72 turns in a row. It just can't happen. That being said, a simulation favors Pyic by about 3 points over the bingos.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess the P is pretty good to bingo from, and EIS blank is really quite strong. So, yeah, my instinct was wrong there. This is why I'm in the commentary booth. I gotta use this as a incentive to tune up my analytic instincts. But they're both defensible at least.
It's like signing a contract with the Yankees when you're 38. You know you're a long-term has-been when they ask you to move to the commentary booth instead of play. Kind of the same deal, right? Sorry, I got to take
I'm
a
actually
pause.
37. I'll have you know, but yes.
Age 37. All right, we'll get you signed with the Yankees in the next 12 months. I don't know, 40 mil, 4 years, and they'll cut you by halfway through the second year. It's very appropriate, I think. By the way, the Yankees are not in first place anymore. Go Blue Jays. Okay, that's enough baseball. We're here for Scrabble, not for sports. We'll see. This is a really hard turn for Harshan. I see the sim result in front of me, and I'm still having a hard time convincing myself that leaving 40 on the table to play Payak is right.
Well, I'm worried that he hasn't seen Yippies or Payak because I have not seen either of those displayed on his rack yet. And his quality of available play drops significantly if he doesn't.
Okay, so
Okay,
you can play
yes,
Yippies
Yippies
in
comes down.
73. Okay. Okay.
Oh, what was the other placement, actually?
It was just this, but flipping the blanks around. He could have played it with N
Ah,
Muse as well, but I don't think you want to do that.
okay. Yeah, it's curious to me that this is so much worse than Payak. I would not have anticipated that, and I don't have the machine in front of me. I'm flying blind, so I'm kind of curious if maybe it's just cheap plays from the Y or this. Yeah, pretty interesting decision.
Harshan was put on hold there for a brief second. He takes a sip of his water coolly after the long pause. Still seems to be on hold. I see no drawing going on from Harshan. We might see each of these gentlemen lob a nickel at each other. Hashtag score inflation. Yep, here it is. Another challenge in the matchup between Wellington and Harshan.
Well, this one is very understandable, but because Yippee, Yippee. Hi, Wellington. See, I saw that smile again. Yippee is a standalone six that does not take the S, and Wellington probably knows this. He probably also knows Yippie's IES, but he's just being very sure, covering his bases because, again, he gains so much if that word comes off and he knows Harshan's exact rack. He could potentially block all of the bingos on the board and prevent Harshan from bingoing next turn, which would be absolutely devastating. So, yes, worth gambling on that. I think he knew that that word was staying on, but he's just making sure that it's not like yippee, Yippee.
I could easily see some confusion happening between those words. Just when one spelling doesn't take an S and a different similar spelling does. That's why definitions can help out sometimes. But yeah, even the top players challenge stuff, and I think everybody should learn a lesson from that. Just throw the nickel. Just throw the nickel. You pick up so much, you lose so little. I wish I could play 5 point challenge because it makes all of the challenge decisions so easy. Just do it, like every time.
That's right. There's some very interesting game theory that happens at the very end of games where you can play some very audacious phonies that leave you down less than 5 points, and then your opponent cannot challenge because then they would actually lose the game on the spot if they're unsuccessful. But that's an obscure edge case. Mostly challenge if you have a shadow of a doubt. Just challenge. This Fowles play has worked out for Wellington. It wasn't obvious to me. Can't say I saw a lot of particularly exciting alternatives, but Fave was it's pretty surprising to me. I did leaving four consonants, and he's drawn three vowels to the four consonants. He's beating the odds. It's a
Yeah,
huge swing.
a dream pull for Wellington there. He needed that. FAV did win a sim by about 5 points. There was just nothing else good for him to do at all out of a nasty rack, and a great pull means Wellington is back in business. Harshan has found the QU combination, but I'm not sure if he's going to play it. His best Q option is Queech, Queach, 38 points, making EH beneath NMuse, but he can hold the QU combination back. YECH plays for 36 as well. Jesse, keep the Q, play the Q.
Yeah, he is so close to Queechy on the left side of the trip to the triple word score for a bajillion points. I'm sure he's thinking about that. And yeah, generally with these power tiles, their value is much less of an absolute, like with bingo tiles. It's very situational you have to look at the board and just figure out, well, I'm keeping this QU. Where am I playing next turn? And I kind of don't see a lot of great places for the Q. I mean, he can play through the Q on the board and play something like Quep, but that's not really the kind of play worth holding on to a Q for. So I would probably just cash in Queech or Quick. I don't know what etymology is. I'm not even going to pretend I know. I would probably just play it because even though both blanks are unseen, so turnover is a little bit discouraged, and you're gonna when both blanks leave early like this, your bingos are have to be natural bingos, and that means you're gonna have to, in my experience, work a little harder to groom your rack and keep the good letters. But I would just take the 38 here.
This is a tough one. I mean, this board is getting nasty, and either of Harshan's good plays, Queech or Yek, would make it even tougher to do anything meaningful. This board's going to get tight, and I don't think either player is in much of a rush to open things up here. But yeah, to your point, Jesse, I think after Yek, you don't even have the E you need to play Quep. You'd have to draw an E or an I to hit that spot, and otherwise the Q doesn't do a whole lot. I think I'd be slightly inclined to play it here, but Harshan surely knows better. Actually, after Yek, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much a phonetic version of my reaction to that play. I don't like that. I know like it's close to acquire, quite co-equal. So there are some flashy bingos with Harshan's keep, but the C and the Q and the U is just that's that could go south fast. And I don't see what Q play Harshan has left himself that is especially exciting. I guess he can just dump Quep. I mean, he almost drew acquired there, and then he would look like a genius again, much like the Zelkova situation yesterday.
Almost, but he's
Yeah.
not going to get the R he needs. Wellington now setting down EL for 2. I don't think this is his top option. He does have more points available than just 2 on this board. I'm just kidding. He's going to play Elations for 77.
Oh well, I see three at least. So, but yeah. That being said, Harshan is calculating the chances right now that Wellington gives him an R for acquired. Just really hoping. Oh,
Oh,
he's going across. Cool.
this is way more defensive than Elations. Elations string 6 tiles out, and after Harshan's previous play, just AH for 27. Perhaps Wellington has him pegged on bingo-prone tiles and wants to avoid the
Right.
floaters, but this is a major sacrifice. 77 for Elations, 61 for Latinos.
That's massive. I mean, you see Nigel Richards making a lot of decisions like this, but 16 is pretty extreme because it's not impossible to bingo. I mean, you could bingo through the A, the T, the I, you could play an 8 letter, you could play a 7 letter underneath ES, making EST or ESS. You can still bingo through the E. So, wow. I mean, this is very much on brand for Wellington. This is the kind of decision that he makes. He doesn't. Everything is very deliberate. Um, do I agree with it? Pretty tough. But yeah, that YAH really does. That's another downside of that move. Although Harshan's rack probably looks a lot different than Wellington thinks, but that YAH, especially with that amount of deliberation, really speaks to Harshan having a tough decision, maybe having some good letters to go with it. So yeah, I think a lot of this from Wellington's perspective was inferred.
Yeah. I mean, if Wellington had just avoid stringing out a bingo for Harshan, we'd be talking about how ingenious he was. And instead, I still like the idea here, but I'm not sure his
Right.
lead is quite large enough to take a sacrifice like that. Now, Wellington, far better at analyzing these positions than I am, and I think everybody should just take mental notes of what you just saw. We've seen everybody's favorite YouTuber, Will Anderson, leave points on the table often with bingo placement, particularly late in games and on tight boards. Wellington doing the same here. I think people too often just take the highest scoring bingo, but to see a world class player like Wellington leave 16 on the table in a situation where he was trailing by 10, that's fascinating.
That's right. Um, it might be too much. We're gonna find out. It's gonna come down to the wire. And Harshan got Maki down pretty fast there, which was important because he's only at 8 minutes left, and there's a lot of life left in this game. And we saw that be a pretty big factor for Harshan yesterday. And it's yes, I like this.
Yeah, defense.
Continuing to play very defensively. Wow.
Wellington is up by a little bit. He's making another small sacrifice. Whoopie, Woopie, was easily the equity move there, but two dangerous S hooks out in space after that play. Now there are no dangerous S hooks. Wellington trying to control his own fate here. He leads 321, 286, and Harshan can basically even things up now. He's found the dreaded CGU combination, but has a beautiful overlap above Epineoi for 34. That's rouged, Rouged. And that would make this a 1 point game.
Right. And I think all of this is heavily inference related, as in Wellington inferring what Harshan has. I think that YAH followed by Maki sequence to Wellington, I think that screams an S. That in fact Harshan does not have. He's going to find out that Harshan did not have the S this whole time because Harshan would have played groused on this move. But yeah, I think Wellington saw Maki as a potent S setup that he couldn't afford to leave open.
Yeah.
So interesting dynamics here.
Wellington with a huge drop, perhaps going for the turnover because he realized the value of the case Y in this game. But FERE takes a Collins only front hook of a Y fear. And he's drawn Brothy in that spot for 63 points, a bingo score for a non bingo. Massive from Wellington. He plays for the turnover, he blocks the other threats, and then he draws the Y he needs. This is probably GG.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. That's probably a major part of why he played Epinawi was to reach for that last Y. The Y is just about the best letter in the bag. Maybe aside for the S, it's probably stronger than the S. And yeah, we didn't identify that. That's a tough hook. I've missed that one before, and I strongly suspect Wellington was playing for that with Epinawi. So just a beautiful idea. And also, he played fast. This is going to put so much pressure on Harshan.
Yeah, Harshan, tick, tick, tick. He's at 6 minutes and change now with some substantial Scrabble still to be played. He faces a 64-point deficit after Brothy comes down. This one's going to be tough for him to win, but don't count him out. We'll see what kind of plan he's able to concoct here. He's going to have to make some kind of opening on the board, but he's got some very dynamic tiles. ACIKLMN. He can score 43 right now, too, if he prefers not to open with a Hail Mary and just stick in the trenches and maybe draw the Z and cash that and win the game that way. Kelim, Kelim, plays through the E and in Mu for 43, holds the balanced ACN. So, Jesse, just grab 43, hang on and see what happens, or are you looking to make a big opening in this situation?
I think Kellum is so many points. He can open on a future turn. He could play down from DA. He could play Ume or make a play down from the and threaten an S hook. Kellum turns over four tiles. So as it happens, Wellington has the S, but he can play Kellum, and then he could play a four-letter word, something like DA blank blank and then set up the final S since the blanks are gone. He can threaten the final S if he needs to with that kind of a play. So I think, yeah, we talk a lot about how much to take the points versus setting yourself up. This is actually one of those times where I like taking the points.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any brilliant openings for Harshan here that, just fork the board or blow things wide open. So I think with that Z lurking and some clunky tiles in there as well, see if I can draw it, see if I can get a big score with it, score some points. This is a good option for him. Probably the best line.
Oh, but now Wellington has a really fun and destructive option, which is he can set up the final S. He can play Dalt, D-A-L-T, or Dant, D-A-N-T, setting up a big Z play. And Harshan's options, Harshan's just going to be in a miserable spot if this happens because um, he he's going to be trailing, but he's also going to be tasked with blocking. He might not do it though because maybe putting that T out in space is too dangerous, and it could give Harshan a bingo. So he might not do it, but I mean, even if Harshan bingos, it's very reasonable for Wellington to respond with a 60 plus or 80 point Z play or something like that. So I hope he at least considers it.
Yeah,
I need to look a bit at what else he can do because I don't actually see other obvious ways for Wellington to actually advance through this rack. It's a little bit clunky. I mean, net. I guess net is going to set up the S and score decently, so and not open a bingo lane. So that makes sense.
yeah.
But there's not
This,
really any great Z plays, so I kind of it's going to be interesting.
yeah, you're not in a rush to play the Z here. You don't need a bingo at all, so go ahead and keep it and just crush it whenever this board gets opened by Harshan. I think net does everything you want it to do. NETT just you set up the S. You don't seed any bingo lines at all, and even if you just draw something like Lazes, Lazes, like that's a great score. You threaten something. And your opponent can't do it. So if you don't want to play Lazes, you've set up a spot that just won't get hit by anybody. Wellington now looking at Stent instead. This is going to play with Macquise, 27 points, and sets up the Z on top of it for big scores next turn. Doesn't cede any bingos back. I wonder if Wellington's now going to go with the setup play instead of just NETT. Do you like it, Jesse?
Yeah, I this is Wellington showing his world-class acumen here, where he didn't just settle for net, but he considered that same factor that I was just bringing up about what am I going to do with the Z. The thing about Stent that worries me is there is the potential for Harshan to fork the board by playing through the T, and he could very conceivably have. Well, there's not a lot of time left, is there? So
No.
there's only going to be two tiles in the bag, but still after Stent, Harshan could make a two tile play that potentially opens the top right and the bottom row. Um, just something like Ada that takes a T hook, or I mean, it's not going to be easy. Harshan's obviously in some trouble. It's interesting. Also, there's no points in the towel bag from Wellington's perspective that score more than 3 points. So there's actually no scoring place to worry about. It's all bingos. So maybe I kind of like this Stent idea because all he has to do is draw. He could draw any of the A, the E, the O, and he has a Z play for 46, and pretty much guarantees that he cannot be outscored. So I think um, I think I I would do either of these options. Net keeping the T. Now that I don't like as much because again, Harshan can kind of fork things. He could play like NETE and play across or something like that. Or I'm trying to think of what specifically. I wonder what Wellington's thinking about with this one. This could get clunky. I mean, if he draws, yeah, he's got to play that consonant off because otherwise he just risks drawing two more consonants and getting very inflexible and getting beat that way.
Yeah, I think you got to put the T down. Wellington just looked at it, thought about it, and then thought better of it. But you're right, the NETE board forking opportunities are rather scary. Though with the S in tow, there's not much Harshan can do that wouldn't be thwarted by him. I still think this is safer. I like the idea, and I especially respect that Wellington slowed down, looked at several different options there.
Yes.
Feels very natural. And I think a lot of players play it quickly, but he's got the time, and you want to make sure you get this up as close to 100% to win as you can. Don't be satisfied with 95. Don't let the worst case scenario happen. Net was a very nice play from Wellington. Harshan running out of time, 3 tiles remaining in the bag, though he's got to be a little bit happy to see that those tiles are pretty abysmal. BDDGILOSUZ are the unseen ones. So nothing super scary in there for him. And we'll see what kind of last chance he takes. He would love to fork the board, as Jesse said, something like ETA through the T and net allows him to play bingos on the second to bottom row, and you could back hook ETA. The problem is he doesn't have any hooks to ETA. A play like that would be fully reliant on him drawing that final S out of the bag. And Wellington will never play NETT without the S on his rack. So I think Harshan's got to feel pretty close to sunk with the added inference from that last play.
Yeah, that's right. A net NETT guarantees that Wellington has the S, which I suspect from Harshan's facial expression, he is uh, that's seeping, that awareness is seeping through him. I mean, you could still try it. You could do ATOC, ATOC, although that would empty the bag, which is certainly not ideal. I think a reasonable follow-up to this would be to try to set up a big Z play. Because if you know the S isn't there, then, well, how else are you gonna muster 46 points? Well, maybe you can draw a big Z play or something like that. So that's an idea I would at least explore here. I don't see any particularly lovely ways of doing that, but maybe something like if he plays a pawn for 6, UPON, maybe he can he draw a bronze or something like that, or like a big Z play through the tripling the Z. I mean, it's slim pickings. It also threatens some bingos through the N or something like that. Yeah, so he's gone with, yeah, he's opened a bingo lane, which is, it's the end is probably going to be pretty. I mean, the thing that I don't like about this is EAS is good, and so Wellington's probably always going to be able to block. He can just play SOZ here, SOZ, which would be appropriate given that SOZ is a slang form of sorry in some kind of British English. So it would be a SOZ not SOZ kind of moment.
Yeah, I don't think Wellington has anything to be soz about. He just wants to win the game, and of course he's going to block that line. But yeah, Harshan doing what he can. Maybe another option for him if he wanted to try to outrun, he could have played A back, ABAC in the top left of this board and hoped to draw the Z and hit Dazer down from the DA at the bottom. But I think even that's not going to outrun when Wellington has the S, and Wellington has the S all the time. Wellington not blocking the line with EAS because he's looking at this unseen pool, and there can't be any bingos there. He's confident in that. I don't have to block anything because you can't have anything. So I'm just going to score points here.
That's kind of a baller move right there. I mean, he's completely correct, and it is spread optimal to not waste points blocking. Although SOZ was more points making EAS. So what is the end? Why did he do that? That actually,
I don't get it.
I that is that's a puzzler right there. I mean, yeah, I guess he was just really, in an actual game, as a player, you often have to worry about your tracking being correct. And that's actually something that I've seen differentiate top players is that they are mechanically good at tracking. A lot of lower tier experts, I find, make a lot of tracking mistakes and don't always know what's in the bag, and it's a big leak in people's game. It's a really um, preventable and painful way that people lose games by essentially having inaccurate or imperfect information when it's theoretically possible to know exactly the tiles that your opponent has, given that we know the distribution of tiles at the beginning of the game. Yeah, so all that being said, saws and nuts is that's a stumper because at minimum, Harshan's going to score a bunch of points right there. Not enough to win the game, but I just wonder what he was thinking there.
Yeah, I can't tell you. Maybe if you know Wellington better, you can help us out in the chat. I don't get that one, but I'm going to quit trying to get that one. Harshan now just doing the end game, going through the motions. He can cut some spread, but can't win this game. This is easily his top end game play. Will make it 10 points closer than any other option. So well done by Harshan. 8 seconds left, calculating the end game out, doing it all right. I think our next game is going to feature Nwale Enoch versus Bradley Whitmarsh, which is going to be awesome. I have not seen Nwale Enoch play yet in a game that I have commentated, but I have seen him ball hard on some of the African streams. He's having a great tournament, and I'm stoked to get to watch some of him in the next game. Jesse will tell us a little bit more about him when we get there. I do want to say thank you to all of our 320 viewers tuning in from all over the world. Thank you so much for joining us on this American holiday, the 4th of July. We have so much Scrabble to be played today, more tomorrow, and even more into Sunday. This is one of the biggest U.S. tournaments of the year from Albany, New York. If you haven't yet, please help us out, support the stream, give us a thumbs up on this YouTube stream. 305 of you and only 49 likes. We can do better, and we will do better. Click that thumbs up button. It's free. If you're just now stumbling into the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Let's Play Scrabble just brings you high-level Scrabble play from all across North America. And if you want to, you really love watching Scrabble on the internet, the join button is a new feature on YouTube. You can click the join button and support the stream. I'll talk more about that in a minute, but let's cut to overhead mic and see what these players have to say.
9. I make it 445.
Okay.
Just give me a sec. I'm gone wrong somewhere. So just work on years per 6. That's 13, right?
13, yeah.
13. That's 451.
Yeah. 0424.
So you stay on 451.
Yeah.
So I had 373. And then I had 29, didn't I? For OUD.
Yeah. That's
That's
402
42.
plus 22.
And yeah, fine. I got you. Yeah, I know what I've done. And then 16,
Yeah.
which is 418, plus 6, which is 424,
424, yeah.
424, 451. Well done. Well played. Cheers.
I didn't play well towards the end. I could have taken more spread. I missed this.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I take a quick picture of the board?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, Harshan putting on display the sportsmanship we have come to expect from him. He is such a great sport in addition to being such a great Scrabble player. That game between two Titans, a little bit more pedestrian than maybe we had hoped. 3 bingos for Wellington, 2 to Harshan, just kind of happens sometimes. But some fun decisions. Harshan's decision to play YAH and hold ACEQU. Wellington's decision to eschew 77 for Elations to take just 61 with Latinos. Some fun stuff, some educational stuff, some entertaining stuff. We're going to cut away from the board now, bring it back to the booth for a minute as we get ready for our next game. Again, that's Nwali Enoch and Brad Whitmarsh, 2 very strong players. Brad from the U.S., Nwali from overseas. I love seeing the head-to-head between 2 completely different styles of Scrabble play. I think we're going to cut to a little break in a minute, but let me finish my tangent beforehand. The join button down beneath this video for $5 a month. You can support the Let's Play Scrabble team. They take those direct contributions. They don't buy coffee with it. They don't buy beers with it. They don't buy smokes with it. What they do is they take it and reinvest in Scrabble Stream. So tomorrow, we're actually piloting a brand new experiment. This is made possible entirely by the donations of Let's Play Scrabble Super Friends. We have a second rig, a second stream will be running. We're only going to show 1 game at a time, but if the one we're showing is boring, we're just going to pivot over to another game and try to show you something a little bit more exciting. So when you give Josh and Kieran a little bit of money to play with, they deliver cool stuff. This idea was actually given to us by a viewer in chat, and I bet 8-10 months later, it is now coming to fruition. But it can't be done without your ideas, your viewership, and if you're able to share a little bit of your money. Click that join button. We've already made 10 super friends this weekend. Love to make a couple more, and I promise you that money is going to a good cause. We're going to cut away while we get the board situated, get the tiles squared, get the players seated, but round 11 coming your way very soon. Don't go anywhere. All right, thanks for your patience during that break. Round 11 coming your way in just a minute. This is round 11 of 32 from the Bob Linn Superstars Division in Albany, New York. Matt Canik joined by Jesse Day in the commentary booth. We are excited for this next one. Let's cut over and introduce you to two players who have not been on the stream yet in this tournament, Wellington Jagari and Harshan Lamavadusuriya. Just kidding. That was last game. We've got Enoch Nwali and we've got Brad Whitmarsh. And Brad has been on North American streams a number of times before, but Enoch Nwali has not. Jesse, tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, Enoch is, we talked earlier about Wellington being the face of Nigerian Scrabble and African Scrabble. Enoch is the next incumbent. He has been African champion. He was the 2024 Nigerian champion. And he's basically the heir apparent to Nigerian Scrabble. And he's got to be one of the biggest world championship contenders for the next decade. His attitude is he's got more of a kind of a quiet, understated, laid-back demeanor, but he's just as fierce a competitor. Exquisite word knowledge. He's on Aerolith. A shout out to aerolith.org if you want to practice your anagramming daily. He's one of the top Aerolith players in the world. So just word capability, strategy. He's got it all.
The full package, and he is having a great start to this tournament at 7-3. He sits in third place in a stacked field. He gets to go first. Brad to return fire. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble.
And Enoch, in his spare time, Enoch is a talented drummer. His Twitter profile also says that he's a data scientist and informatician. So he's clearly a multi-talented and brilliant individual. I'm really excited to commentate him. First time for me.
Scrabble player, drummer, and data analyst reminds me of myself. Man, I got to get to know this guy a little bit better. Zex is how he's going to open this game. Zex is the preferred move of the sim. 38 points. You are cashing in 2 great tiles, but not a lot of other options on that turn. You got to do it. Zex for 38 is how we start this one. EFINNU blank is Brad's first draw. We've seen a ton of first turn blanks and a ton of first turn bingos, and we're going to see one here. The only real question is, will he play funnies or funnier? But with funnies taking a back T-hook, I think we're going to see funnier here, making EF and XU. Any reason not to pull the trigger on this bingo, Jesse?
Nope. Fire away. I will say something quick about that first move. I'm actually surprised Enoch played that as fast as he did, because when you have the X and Z on your first move, that's actually an ideal time to make a setup of some kind. And I do wonder if he could have done something like a cause or cuz, C-O-Z, with the C on the star. And the point of that is you're trying to set up 60 or 70 point Zax or Zex snapbacks, just as a way of maximizing how much you can get out of those 2 power tiles. You're kind of minimizing that when you play them both at the same time. So I wonder if there was a missed opportunity there to at least think about a setup. But we've seen a lot of quick opening plays by a lot of the Nigerian players, so they're clearly valuing time management and just getting the simple plays down fast. But yeah, Bradley takes the lead here.
Incredible that Brad hadn't even finished counting his play, and Enoch already had Tori Udick set up on his rack. This is the only 8 he could have formed, and that blank R gave him exactly what he needed. Tori Udick for 72, spotted almost instantly by Enoch. His top play, after he identifies there are no double doubles, he pulls back ahead in this one.
So the question for you is, Tori Udick, S or no S? This is kind of a famous one.
This one takes an S. I've seen it before. It's a noun. I don't remember what it means, but this one takes an S. We'll see which players know that.
I believe back in the early days of Scrabble, there was some kind of a debate over Toriutix because it was not listed in the dictionary with an S hook, but Toriutix was a separate entry or something like that back in the second edition of the American there's some nonsense like that. I don't know why I'm letting that occupy my brain, but yeah, Bradley's going to have, or sorry, I usually call him Brad. Brad is actually from the same club that I started off at, Club 95, in Lexington, Massachusetts, the home of many great Scrabble players over the years. Too many to shout out, but Brad and I actually came up in the same clubs. He started a little bit after me, so it's pretty cool to see him still up here at the top boards. He rose really quickly to the top to expertdom, and yeah, he's got a big play lined up here, and it's going to be worth almost as much as Enoch's bingo.
Yeah, Winey, making TE and OY, is 62 points. And I'm surprised it's not already on the board. With that J in tow, maybe you're looking to play something like JIN. Maybe you're wishing you could play JEW, but you've got to play Winey here. Hold back on that J until next turn. 62 is a big counterplay to Enoch's bingo. We are off to the races in this one. Wow, 138 to 110 after 2 plays from each player.
That's right. And Enoch, if he had an L available, would have over toil to continue the succession of high scoring plays and bingos. But lacking an L, we're going to see him spend a little bit of time figuring out what to do.
No, we're not. He's
But
going to play Zero
yeah,
immediately.
the chat has warned us that Enoch is fast. And yeah, it seems like we've actually had some more ponderous play on the live stream. Sometimes being on the stream can do that to players, where that extra pressure of knowing that everyone's spectating and analyzing your actions can make people a little more hesitant. But Enoch is experienced on the stage, and he's going to keep doing his thing, which is to play fast and so far very accurately.
Oh my goodness. So we're hearing Enoch and Matthew O'Connor played in the previous game, and they finished their game before Wellington and Harshawn even started. So Enoch has been just kind of hanging out for like 45 minutes. They must have played a super fast game where nobody got to think. I know Matthew won. He is still undefeated. He informed me in the hallway, by the way, that the only 2 bingos he's missed all tournament happened to be the 2 in the streamed games. So happy to report that we saw blips and anomalies and not the norm. But I digress. We have a tie game, 138 to 138. Brad still has the J on his rack, and he's got one great play to shed it. That is a little bit tough to spot, but he should see it. BAJU to the U in Toriutic is 45, keeps the balanced EORT leave, doesn't give any big spots back. That is clearly the top play here for Brad. The real question is, how much time is he going to take before he spots it?
He's grabbing that B suggestively. I wonder what he's doing here. He's almost going letter by letter, trying to slot them in, but I don't actually know where he's looking on the board. That's quite curious.
I'm guessing he's looking for double doubles through the NE, like 8s that play as non-bingos.
Very interesting. And meanwhile, Enoch has a blank in his hand, so that's going to get exciting. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Sorry.
Cathode too. He's got bingos. Well, depending on what happens. The play that you and or the club that you and Bradley came up from. Does it happen to be the Lexington, Massachusetts club?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh my goodness, that is my new club. I just moved there a month ago and just started playing there. So it's the Circle of Life Scrabble style. They may have lost you and Brad over the years, but they picked me up.
That's very cool. Yeah, send my regards to all the folks out there. Yeah, it's easy to forget how far the game has come. I mean, people have been playing competitive Scrabble in America since the 70s or 80s. There was even a brief boom in the 2000s. The book came out called Word Freak, which brought me and many others to discover competitive Scrabble into playing competitively. There was a surge in participation at the U.S. Nationals. We were on ESPN. I got to bowl a strike on ESPN once, which was one of those odd life trivia moments. But I mean, right now the game's about as healthy as it's ever been. I love seeing this participation and interest from all over the world. It's been a long journey, but it's it's all because of basically volunteers and people who love the game and show up every week, organize their club, whether you're doing that digitally, in person, just for the love of the game, trying to make it work as a career, as a Scrabble coach. It's all possible these days. It's a beautiful world out there. Oh, he's got hot cake. I love this. I thought it was hot take at first. This is cool.
Oh, now I'm hungry. I want some hot cakes. But while he's got bingos on the rack, nothing plays on the board. This turn's going to be tricky for Enoch. EIK and JOE feels a little bit awkward. You don't want to play the E off when you're in bingo range, but it scores so well. You can play TIK in the same spot, but then you're holding a whole bunch of vowels. I think EIK is sort of a forced move for Nwale, and just hope that you bingo next turn, even despite playing off your E. He agrees after spending more time than we've seen him take on any other turn, does not miss any bingos. And we're seeing in chat, Enoch played a 20-minute game against someone in a tournament and finished with 16:38 left on his clock. That means he played the whole game in 3 minutes and 22 seconds, and he won. Of course he did. That's incredible.
That's just awesome. But yeah, I see this Ike move exactly the same as the Harshan's move last game of VAE, where he kept the IIPS blank. That blank is really the great equalizer. Really, you can keep worse sleeves. You don't really care if you have the E. Aged OT blank is still got to be a 60-70%. Even on this type board, I mean, the nice thing is you have that Toriudix hook. You have that S hook. I mean, obviously you want an S yourself, but you have, at least with holding the blank on your rack, you at least have an angle at that super high scoring bingo spot if you draw right. So I think Enoch is going to be happy just to keep the Toriudix hook open and just keep scoring, and eventually he's going to draw it, and he just scores 30, and he just gets to reset, and he has a really great chance of hitting Toriudix and then going for 100. And Brad is just at a big disadvantage because he doesn't. I mean, he had to dump the Q there, but he doesn't have an S, and even if he draws a good letter here, there's just not a lot of places for bingos. It's such a tight board with Virto, that V blocking everything up. And yeah, Enoch has kind of done it here. He's finally drawn into that massive 100-pointer that's going to give him a commanding lead. And it's just hard to see what. I mean, Brad might want to play down from the V and he could play Vire.
Overt.
Vor has not made it into the Scrabble dictionary yet. People need to campaign for that one. But I think he's probably going to block that S hook. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, you got to confess something about yourself if you're advocating for Vor, but I digress. We'll be here.
I'm so old, I don't really know what that means, and maybe we just stop there and
let's stop
things
right here and just move on. Okay, I think Loathes and Toriudix will get blocked. Like every good play Brad has plays down from the V or through the V. Overt, Vire, Veer, no Vor, but we might even get Veto or Vote. Just every play that makes any sense comes down from the V. So Nwale's drawn it just in time for it to get blocked.
Yeah, but even if Vire, Vire, comes down, Enoch is immediately going to respond with Loathers through the R,
Ooh.
And it'll triple the H, and that's still like a cool 86. So you have to say that Enoch is in pretty good shape right here.
Yeah, he's going to take a commanding position in this game, but we'll see. It's definitely not over yet, and he'll be a bit sad to see his play blocked. I already am enamored with this player, Enoch Nwale. I just the confidence, the poise, the swagger, the precision, and the speed. He's bringing like a complete package. And some of his turns have been rather straightforward, but to be able to commit to him as fast as he has, to be able to find the words as fast as he has, I really like what I've seen. I see a lot of potential in this guy.
Yeah, he's just the real deal. He's already proven, been winning tournaments left and right. Yeah, he's going to bingo to the tee here. He has hemostat. He could play Loathest. Even if he had Loathers already lined up, he he can choose whether he wants to play to the. He is an embarrassment of riches here. He's going to score a lot.
There's also pot share, Potshare, which is a nice little New York word. We'll see if that comes down. That's 86, as is Loathers. The bingos to the tee are 83. So we'll see which he chooses to do here. Do you have any preference between 86 and exposing a triple or 83 and knocking it out?
Well, Loathers, I don't love because heat spot. Heat spot. Yeah, okay, that is okay. I got paranoid there for a minute. Yeah, the thing about the high scoring plays on the second to last row there is that they give back keep points on the bottom row. Pot share might have been the best of the bunch because it puts the T above the double letter. Yeah, so I think this is also pretty defensible, especially again that +5 is always a nice little bonus. The S is in space, which is that kind of makes me prefer Loathest actually, because then the S is hidden and you can't play an 8-letter bingo down to it. So I think I would have played Loathest here if but then again it would have set up the E which for some scoring plays. So there's kind of a lot of different and frankly marginal things to consider with this one. Probably pot share is the cream of the crop in my book.
If you're going to pick up 5 extra point for Heat Spot, then Heat Spot is probably the play, knowing that. But I agree, I would have played Loathest there just because I'm loath to put the S out in space. I don't want my opponent bingoing down to it. But, to each their own. Heat Spot +5 is going to win a sim over Heat Spot +0. Brad, though, can threaten his own bingo now. EILLORS gives him a playable 8 to either of the E's. The E in Heat Spot gives him 70 points. The E in Overt gives him 68 points. I think he's going to take the more defensive, lower scoring one if he sees these. And here it is.
Very nice. Definitely in the realm of words that Brad should absolutely know from his depth of studying and expertdom. But yeah, still just we've seen many a player miss high probability bingos so far this week. And it's just good to see Brad just cash that in pretty straightforwardly. Still plenty of time. There's selfishly as a commentator, I like seeing players bank enough time to make the pre-end game thoughtful and interesting. But then again, Enoch is also just about to slap down another bingo. So
showing off a great command of the lexicon as well. These are deep in the book. 3 valid 7s in his rack: Armadas, Ramadas, and this one, Madrasa, which is the only one that plays 76 points. And these are deep, below 25,000 by probability, and a set of 3 words. And he's going to pick up another 5 points on this. Wow, yeah, great command of the lexicon. Jesse, as you said, Enoch is an aerolith warrior, and he is putting it on full display here.
Yeah, this is why it matters to have that depth of study, because anyone can find armadas and maybe ramadas, but finding that third anagram in there was crucial because the other 2 did not play. and being able to not only find that, but just be totally confident. And it is such a competitive leg up. So you're really seeing the benefits of that deep word study.
I needed some extra fuel. When you get to some of the tougher racks that have 3, 4, 5 anagrams, especially when they're deeper in the book, you often think to yourself, maybe this is where I take a shortcut. Maybe I don't memorize this whole set because, like, how often am I going to draw this, and how often am I going to need exactly that one? And I had to pull myself out of that by picturing situations exactly like this. Oh my God, Armadas doesn't play. Oh my God, Ramadas doesn't play. I've got to find the other one. And it's good to know that these situations actually exist in real life. You do need to know the whole set, all of the words, and Enoch does. That's really impressive stuff. Brad now needs to respond to this bingo, needs to try to keep pace in a game that is slipping away from him. He can score 30 through that M. He can play Gonium, Gonium, or he can score
Nice.
less and keep very bingo-prone DEGIN leaves, just fishing off the OU in a number of spots. Jesse, is 30 points or fish?
Oh, tough one. These are both pretty appealing options. Gonium keeps very close to the best possible two-tile leave out of his letters, the DE. Very open board. You got the D, the R, the S to play through in 2 spots. The worry about playing MOU, to me, yes, that DEGIN combo is even more likely to bingo, but the board is so open and there's so many enormous scoring spots that if you just score the 15 here, Enoch, we actually know his rack, and we know we can see that he's about to bingo again. But a lot of the times, Enoch is just going to have a 40, 45 point scoring play, maybe overlapping Orsay or Madrasa or hooking the S on Toryutics. And so to me, just scoring 15 here doesn't feel like it's good enough.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to take the points here, but now I am blinded by Enoch's rack. Enoch threatens a triple with his post-bingo draw, oligomer, and he has set it up. He will bingo no matter what. Gruelier plays to the R in Orchill, I think is actually how you pronounce that. But oligomer is insane. Look at his face, man. Like, gotta hide that emotion. You can't let your opponent know what you've got locked and loaded, but oligomer is sick.
I would call Enoch's face here wistful. I wonder if Brad's going to pick. I don't think Brad's going to pick up on it. I think he's pretty focused on his own line of thinking here. But wow, very cool.
I can't be the only one who does this, but I'm kind of superstitious over the board. And when I draw like a triple like this, I won't even allow myself to count it. I feel like if I count it and put that number in my head, my opponent will block it. So I'm just going to look away. I got nothing at all. I don't know how many points it is. I might count Gruelier and then just wait, but I'm not going to even allow myself to count the triple. Don't get greedy. Don't count my chickens before they hatch. It's 158.
Enoch, I mean, this is cinema, just Enoch's body language. I mean, he's subdued because he's a top competitor and he's been in this kind of situation before, but he had that glance at the camera. I would say this is kind of like almost like a borderline Freyer kind of pose. He's biting the lip. He's got the head tilted. I mean, this is just the suspense is killing me. Yeah, I don't really know what Brad is thinking about, actually. Like, I sort of feel like he has not found any option that he's thrilled with. I don't know if he spotted Gonium because I think it would go down. I think he's going to end up with MOU here, just as I think that's a pretty solid option. I don't think, to me, it seems like he hasn't found anything he's thrilled with. I think he would take Gonium, knowing his play style. I think he would take Gonium if he saw it.
Now, hang on, Jesse.
I don't know if he's found it.
OU plays with MOU for 15, but you can get an additional point out of it. OU in the bottom left of this board, making OOH and RUE is 16, and here it comes. Oh my goodness, look at Enoch. This is going to come down so fast. Let's watch that clock. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, poor Brad. Congrats to Enoch. Oligomer 158. Clock's already hit, and Brad just nods. All right, that happened. Drew GOOI 158. Hats off to you.
Yeah, Brad is one of the great guys in North American Scrabble. Just a really, really good, sweet human, and he's not gonna be too perturbed. I mean, he's also been playing for many years at this point, so yeah, you're not gonna see any disappointment from Brad around that one. I mean, he knew that this was a possibility. I think he kept the M open, hoping for his own unlikely triple even. Although with his leave, it wasn't super likely. But I mean, he basically embraced the volatility to maximize his own chances of being able to come back, and this just sometimes is what happens.
Yeah, that's insane. One extra point in the corner, bam. It was the right thing. Brad can't block the M with the deficit he has, but wow, what a swing. And this would be a prime time to cut over to board 2, except we're only going to pilot that tomorrow. If that seems like a good idea to you, having a second stream so you don't have to watch the end of a game that is now a 200-point drubbing, you can make this happen. The more money and support Josh and Kieran and the Let's Play Scrabble team get, the more cameras they can buy, the more rigs they can set up, and the more abilities we'll have to make Scrabble streaming awesome. But can't do that today. I would love to stay and watch Enoch score like 700 in this game too, but because he drew such a bad post bingo draw, like that's not in the cards either. There's just not much left to show. Anyway, if you want to see a second game, if you think having 2 games streamed at the same time so we can show you cool action, if you think that's a good idea, that join button down below, just $5 a month or 5 Canadian dollars if you're joining us from north of the border, will help Josh and Kieran bring more awesome Scrabble to you. And that's that. I'm gonna get off the soapbox. Like and sub. Okay, now it's all done. Let's talk about Scrabble a little bit more. Actually, I don't really want to do that. This turn is just sad.
Yeah, but I mean, this is actually an important juncture for Brad with tournament aspirations and placement aspirations. This is just one game. I mean, if you get beaten down in one game, even by 200 points, actually the most important thing to do in his shoes is to and this is what you'll find with a lot of the top experts when they get their butt kicked in a game, they find ways to claw back spread because they know it's going to matter long term. If you it's very easy to go down the what's the right word, the desperate path, or to kind of become despondent and just kind of slap words down. And Brad's mental game is really good. I think he's gonna recognize that, hey, I gotta stop the bleeding to the best of my abilities. So there's still a lot to optimize in that spread. Spread is the tiebreaker in the tournament. Spread being the difference in scores between you and your opponent cumulatively over all 32 games. And so it still actually matters quite a bit what Brad does here. He's not going to win. At least it would be a sensational comeback, but it's still quite relevant whether he can get to his bingo efficiently and quickly. And how's he gonna choose to? And meanwhile, from Enoch's perspective, sometimes one really big win like this is enough to rack up a huge amount of spread and could be the difference in the tournament. So Enoch's gonna. There's still quite a bit. The win is determined, but there is quite a bit to play for. I see the high game in the tournament. There's been 2 600 games to this point. We had a Jason Keller 631 in round 1. We had a Kevin Fraley 604. I think Enoch is gonna clear that 631 mark. I just get the feeling that this is the high game of the tournament materializing right here.
and you get to see it on stream. All right, Brad, trying to make this game linger on a little bit longer, playing just 2 tiles here. That makes sense given everything that is happening to him currently. Enoch with a rough draw after 3 consecutive bingos, but he's got some good plays available. Curb is a nice stack on top of Orshil, making CRUE, USRE, and VI. That's 32. GLP is not the best leave you could ask for. And hey, if you're greedy, maybe you want to leave that S unobstructed. But that's a strong option for him here. He's got many a strong option on this turn, though.
Yeah, I wonder. I think he'll just try to score through it. I mean, he could be maximally spiteful because his opponent has just fished 2 tiles on consecutive turns and is probably about to bingo again. So you could see him doing something that would be really frustrating from Brad's perspective, which is just to kind of gum up the works. But gumming up the works is often the way to go when you have bad letters, because you don't know where your opponent's at. You're not going to do much, but you can just throw up as many roadblocks in your opponent as you can. But yeah, this makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, Burgle's 24 points, gets rid of a lot of these clunky consonants at once. Can't really sneeze at that. And man, just look at the difference in their clocks. Wally up by 200 points and still has 1659 on his clock. This is wild.
Well, Brad's going to get that bingo down at least, which is good.
Here it comes, Deaning, his only playable bingo. This is 80. He set up the ING and then drew into the ING. You love when your plans come to fruition. That'll bring Brad up to 408, though Enoch at 555. Yeah, he's not going to lose this game. He would love to see that I in a different spot. Pacified would be awesome. Icing on the cake, but no bingos for Enoch available here.
Yeah, in Brad's shoes, I'm usually trying to. I'll set a goal for myself depending on how badly the game is going. Saying, okay, I'm going to try to lose by less than 100, or just something that you just set up some kind of a local non-winning goal so that what you're doing still feels meaningful.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I would regularly make my goal just get to 300, and maybe you want to think more about spread and less about your own score, but maybe in Collins it's better to have a goal like 320 or 330, but like just give yourself something to play for so you're not just sitting there wallowing in self-pity. Brad crucially does find the only vowel left in the bag. From Enoch's perspective, that pool looks horrific, but Brad could have ended up with an uglier rack without drawing that A, so that's a little bit of solace for him as well.
Right. And in Enoch's shoes, I'm often just out of greedy maximization. I'm thinking here about how do I get my last bingo in, and yeah, just because you already had how many here? You had 4, including a triple. But I'm thinking, how do I get that last? What's my best chance of getting that last bingo in? Looks like he's just taking a scoring play, which is totally defensible. But my thought here first would be, is there any reasonable path to a bingo? And then failing that, then how can I get out first? What's the best path to getting out first? It's funny, he almost has pedicabs set up. Is he just gonna play calves? Oh no, that's interesting. I guess this is in the category of plays that have a fair chance of going out next turn, but he left a 6-tile rack to do it. So that's pretty odd to me, actually.
Yeah, that's a weird play, but you can do whatever you want when you have 555 points.
Yeah, but I want to see more points.
Yeah.
Do it for the viewing public, you know?
There's probably something specific he was looking for or thinking about there. Definitely just looking to play off one consonant or one vowel because he knew consonants were almost definitely coming. But that was a weird play. I think I might have played FAD in the top corner through the A in Madrasa. Just don't play any vowels at all. Brad now, we'll get to see if he knows the Toriutics hook. All of his highest scoring options play there, wash or wasp or hasp, about 50 points, if he knows it. But it looks like he's setting up Hoang right now, HWAN. This plays beneath Deaning for 39.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with the wash plays is I don't think they go out next turn because they keep the V, and there's no, it's going to be hard. You want to go out in 2, because, well, for the end game order of operations is always, can my opponent go out immediately? Can I block the out plays? And once you've concluded or you have a plan for your opponent not going out first, then you ask yourself, well, can I go out first? And the value of going out first is, remember, when you play your last letter and you empty your rack, you get double the value of whatever is on your opponent's rack. That's how we do the end of the game. So that going out first is what players are trying to achieve in the end game. And even before the end game, even while there's tiles in the back, they're still trying to maneuver so that they can be the person to get rid of their letters first. So yeah, all of that being said, that's why wash to me doesn't make the most sense. The question, one thing he could do here is he could play Pav. Nope, no, do not play Pav. Don't listen to me, Brad. That's a bad play. I was going to say he could do Pav and set up Sean for next turn, but of course Pav takes an E, so that would be a very poor decision indeed. Maybe there's not a good. I mean, sometimes it's just not a great way of going out first.
Optimal end game looks to be HEWN through the E in Deaning, setting up Pavs and Shun as an out that Enoch has to obstruct.
Yeah, exactly. That's beautiful. That's the kind of, and then he has Pavs and Toriutics as a backup. Yeah, that's the other slightly more advanced end game goal. A lot of times I mentioned going out first. Well, your opponent's going to get to block, right? So what do you try to do? The pro way of handling these end games is you try to set up 2 places to go out in 2 different parts of the board so that you are unblockable. And Brad has just achieved that because he, with this PHW, doesn't look good. Well, the end games are all about the specifics of what the board looks like. He can play WAP or WAP, WHAP, or WHOOP, WHUP. So he successfully guaranteed himself an outplay and the opportunity to go out first. So well done, Brad. Good find. It's not the absolute optimal, but it's a really nice endgame sequence, and he's illustrating some very nice endgame fundamentals, not just taking the highest point scoring play, but guaranteeing he can go out first. So nice job keeping that spread in check.
All right, so DEP from the Wally, WAP, the final play from Brad, 600 to 465, the final on this one. Fireworks on the 4th. Let's try overhead mic.
It takes this.
It does?
Mhm.
Oh, I did not know that.
Wash.
Well, this is immensely boring, so I don't think we're going to do this anymore. Enoch pointing out immediately, Toriutic takes the S, and then that's about it for this one. 600 on the Albany stream debut for Enoch. That was Awesome. And we do have another awesome matchup coming your way. I couldn't think of a more appropriate matchup for the 4th of July either. Austin Shin, the former Brit, versus Ben Schoenbrunn of the U.S. Will Austin play Benedict Arnold and thwart the U.S.'s ambitions or not? We will find out while I think of more U.S. Revolution jokes and puns to be made. Jesse, you and I are both going to be brainstorming. We're going to take a little break, let those gents get to the board. Round 12 coming your way in just a second. All right, we appreciate your patience during that delay. Austin Shin was in a tight, close game. Both players going way down on their clock. We couldn't start his game until we finished his previous one, so thank you for your patience. I appreciated that blank because I was able to go get my third cup of coffee of the day. We are going to do a little standings check before we get the players situated. So let's cut over and look at who we've got atop the CSW field. It's a familiar face, one that we have seen at the top of the standings basically since round 5. Matthew O'Connor now 11-0. Plus 669. Wellington Jagere and Wally Enoch at 3, as well as Ben Schoenbrunn and Sammy Okasop 5. Team Africa representing well. Team US on the 4th of July. Matthew, though, 11-0, an incredible start to a tournament against an awesome field. We'll see how long he gets away with it, folks. The next matchup we're going to show you is Ben Schoenbrunn, currently sitting in 4th, versus Shin, who is an extremely strong player of his own right. And the players are still bagging the tiles, nothing to show you there. But Jesse, do you think we're going to see one of the players from this top 5 end up winning the tournament, or do you think there's a dark horse lying somewhere?
Well, it's still early stages. That's a remarkable start from Matthew O'Connor. In the words of another Jesse, he can't keep getting away with this. But yeah, I think it's early enough that you could have. Typically, the winner will probably come from this contingent, but you can always have a dark horse challenger. There's a pack of really good 7-4 players. You could have a Will Anderson or even an Austin Shin, who we're about to watch, sneak up from behind. They're totally capable of it. With that said, really impressive start from Matt O'Connor. You got to call him the favorite so far.
You got to call him the favorite. 2 games up on everybody, 3 games up on everybody not named Wellington. It's a big lead, but it is a very, very long tournament. 32 games, 8 games per day. This is an absolute grind, longer than the U.S. or North American Championship, excuse me. We are going to go around the horn and look at some of the remaining standings from other divisions. This will be our last game before the lunch break as well. So these players are going to go off to lunch feeling excellent about their odds. CSW Division B is led by Gary Smart. I met Gary recently. He is so freaking good to see him atop these standings. He's an awesome dude. If you don't know him, get to know him. Eric Fox, up and comer, 22 years old from the West Coast, flew all the way out here to take names and gain some rating points. He's also at 9-2. Never sleep on Terry Kong, who sits at 8-3, as well as Rebecca Sobel and Danny Penganaban rounding out the top 5. We will look over at WoW Division A, where Carl Higby leads the field 9-2 plus 833. Joey Malik Goldstein and Joey Kraftchick rounding out the top 5. And I just saw the board between Eric and David Spargo. There's a hilarious phony that I'm not allowed to say on stream on the board, but you can want to know it is a racial slur. I digress. WoW Division B, Susan Blanchard, just 1 loss, leads this field. Bennett Jacobstein, Jessica Mercacante, Jim Fonte, and Sid Lashley rounding up your top 5 there. Players are sitting down. Players are bagging. So, Jesse, you had a whole long break to think about Benedict Arnold and other USA versus UK jokes to be made. You got one for our preview so far as Austin and Ben take the seats.
Not really, but I've got the T on Austin. There we go. That's the best I can do.
Spill it.
Because, yes. Well, yeah, Austin has been playing the games. We have a lot of former child prodigies turned adult prodigies in the room. Austin might be the ultimate of them because I think he's been playing Scrabble since he was 6 years old. I believe he was on the UK TV show Countdown at an extraordinarily young age as well. So he's been a prodigy at this game from very young, and he's morphed into this formidable world-class player And he's also one of the preeminent streamers. He's on Twitch all the time. He has a well-viewed match against the best computer player in the world, BestBot, where he's playing, I believe, a best of 150. I believe he's already played several of them. So that's all the tea I have to spill, I'm afraid.
All right, well, that is some fantastic tea. And I gotta say, if you are young and you are playing Scrabble, don't stop. It seems like so many of the top players start in their adolescence. Austin, I think, started at like 8. Matthew O'Connor at 8. Ben, when he was a teenager, he and I would spar on ISC all the time. If you can start young, you get a lot more experience and you will likely become world class if you stick with it long enough. EHILMRU means Austin's got some different long plays to choose from. Helium, Humori, Hilum, all good options. He'll spend some time deliberating on these. I do want to give a shout out to Scott Rux giving us a super chat. We so appreciate these donations, and unfortunately, I will have to honor your request. In a big yellow box, I got to do what you said. So I will not say that word at all after I said it a bunch of times. Really appreciate you, Scott. Thanks very much. Hilum, the play we see from Austin. Jesse, you like that, or would you have played a 6 here?
I would absolutely keep the E given the option, and he's played Hilum, which retains ER. Strongest 2-tile lead possible to retain from his opening rack. It positions you nicely on the track to a bingo. So I'm a big Hilum fan. Yes, he did not have humidor. Speaking of synonyms of the 5-letter M word that was just mentioned, he was one off of that.
All right, Ben's top option found quickly. Bovid played in under a minute, this crushing the simulation by over 4 points. We've come to expect solid, precise play from Ben. Ben held a strategy session during the lunch break yesterday. He played against BestBot a whole bunch of games, mostly just lost to BestBot a whole bunch of times, but archived his favorite positions. And oh my God, did he just draw 4 Ts? 5 Ts? Oh no, 4 Ts. That's still brutal. Anyway, he held a little lunch and learn session. I saw about 8 players learning from Ben's coolest positions. Another one of those will be offered today. I believe Matthew O'Connor is the guest. Another one tomorrow, I think, too. Josh Sokol perhaps also doing it. So lots of opportunities to learn here as well, especially if you're on site. These Let's Play Scrabble events are so freaking cool. Not very cool on Austin's turn. He's just going to play picks. Very standard, very correct, right, Jesse? Nothing to add on that move?
That's the one. Keep the E. You don't love the G with the ERS combo, but that's about the only negative that can be spoken for that. And the alternative that plays the G is something like Grex, and then you have to give up your E to achieve that. And you want to keep the E when possible. That's the foundation for bingoing.
Yeah, E is such a great tile. G, not a great tile, but you either have to sacrifice the E or keep the G. I think picks makes sense here. Ben with a tough turn. He's got a few different words to get rid of some of these T's. T-U-T-T-I is 7. Titbit, T-I-T-B-I-T, is 8. Or I'd be tempted to just grab 3 of those T's, put them down on the table, and try again. What do you think, Jesse? Exchange or play?
There's no reason not to play Titbit, I think. Tutti opens up the triple word score, so it's a little bit less ideal. It also kind of blocks up the board, which you don't want when you're making a fishy play. But Titbit, not... Say that one 5 times fast. That one's not super obvious. I'm not surprised that Ben's gone with Tutti. I bet if he had seen Titbit, he would play it. It's not the most obvious thing to find, but it would have left the board a little more open, and I would prefer that.
All right, well, Tutti, T-U-T-T-I, the play for Ben. That puts him at 29 points. Go ahead and say it right now. Tutti does take an S if you're thinking about that, so you can make informed decisions for the rest of this game. Austin, though, with that I in space, got exactly what he needed. A double-double opened, but a higher scoring option, a bingo, also playable now for Austin. I'm a little surprised he's a bingo machine. Usually these come down pretty instantly from him.
Yeah, this is going to, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a huge swing. And Austin's going to get a spot for Grecized, which means to make Greek. And it's the British spelling with the S. No. Is this even a word?
Yes,
Damn.
this is valid, but Greece-sized in the same spot, GRECISED 74. This just 44. That's a miss.
You're killing me. You're kidding me. I can't. Well, you're killing me too. You're killing me, Austin. I can't believe that happened. Actually, like I rarely see him miss just routine bingos. I mean, it's good that I guess part of why I missed is because he had such a high scoring alternative. Gressize would have been 74. This is going to end up being 44 plus 9. So there's only a 25-point mistake. And sometimes missing a bingo could be like a 50+ point mistake. But yeah, that's a huge miss, and Austin's going to really be kicking himself when he sees what he missed.
Yeah, that's very uncharacteristic from a player who is extremely strong, but hey, we won't dwell on it. It happened. You saw it here. We've seen crazier things on the stream, and we will continue to see crazy things on the stream all weekend. I do want to give a shout out to Onzi9 for freeing me from the clutches. I am allowed to say that word, and in fact, hey Siri, set a timer for 1 hour. Now I've got a notification. 1 hour starting now. I will be freed from my chains and I will be dropping the M-bomb early and often. Thank you to both of you for playing along. All that money, again, going to a great cause in Josh and Kieran and promoting Scrabble. We appreciate you immensely. I'll be on lunch, but as soon as that timer goes off, I'm just going to drop it to whoever happens to be around me at lunch. Scott Rux, stay far away from Albany. You might be in the danger zone. All right, let's get back to it. AEENORT yielded no bingos for Ben. He found his top option of veto. That's sick.
Very cute. That's a really nice play.
25 points for 2 vowels. We love that. And Austin now fairies on his rack.
Hold on. Austin, what are you doing? He had fairies lined up. Maybe he's not sure that Tutti takes the S. Fairies is 85, 90 points. What is he doing? Why is he looking at Airifies at all? Oh, no.
Because he's not sure 2T takes an S. Ben has already shown willingness to challenge anything. Austin missing a second consecutive bingo on stream. The scoring seems to have stopped.
You're kidding me. Oh, geez, that hurts. Fairies is 89 points. This is actually as big of a mistake as not bingoing last turn, because he's only managed to rack up 65 for this. And he's given back a scoring spot with the A. This is, I mean, the stream this weekend has been where super experts come to make baffling errors. Like I have no other way of describing what I've seen. I've never seen this many missed bingos. Top plays missed is fascinating.
I wonder what's in the air here in Albany. Ryan W. just made me laugh out loud. He's learning from O'Connor. I guess the more bingos you miss on stream, the more games you win in Albany. Austin in a commanding position despite 2 unforced, uncharacteristic blunders. But I think in many of the games we've watched on stream, the player who plays worse has just ended up winning anyway. And unless Ben has a colossal meltdown, I think Austin has secured that he's going to play this game worse. And probably also going to win this game, as Ben has missed bingos again, has a really rough turn again. He can play off you in for like 8 or 9 points in some different places, but man, this is rough. Ben hasn't really done much wrong except draw a bunch of T's and miss a bunch of bingos.
But yeah, Austin's a suboptimal bingo just blocked Ben's only bingo of E-nonter through the E.
There is no
He gets
justice.
rewarded. Unbelievable. And yes, Ben has to play an earn to try to fork the board open again, because the top right is available for bingos, and he rightfully recognizes that things are very clogged up, and he needs to open it again. And so he has to draw probably more tiles than he wanted, and he gets a very vowely reward for opening that lane. I think I love Enern as a as a strategic play. I think that was a really good call by Ben. But yeah, he is just being thrashed around by the tile gods at the moment.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked by what I've seen. Austin is so good all the time. I wonder if there's a little jet lag. He's got his family with him, so maybe there's a little bit of a distraction out there as well. But I don't think we're going to see Austin play a game this sloppy for years after this. I don't want to dwell on it anymore. I don't want to kick the horse while it's down, but all right, that's enough of that. Austin, AABDEGO, has a number of plays that string this board open. Dagobah is 30 points for our Star Wars fans out there, but it strings a D in a triple with a big lead. Jesse, you taking the 30 points? Scoring never stops? Or do you think we're going to see defense from Austin here?
Even for Austin, a notorious proponent of the scoring never stops strategy, there is absolutely no chance that he's going to open a triple here, because that is the surest way for Ben to get back into this game. So he's gonna find something that is not opening a triple. It could be anything else. I don't actually see anything that excites me all that much. I mean, he could do something hyper defensive here, like cage down from the C, and just trying to block all the new lanes that were created by Enern. There's probably a better way of doing that. He might also want to flip over some tiles because there's no blanks that have been observed so far. So, like, especially when you have a big lead, you kind of want to take the air out of the game by just ending the game fast, turning over tiles, yeah. So it would make a lot of sense to me here if he plays more letters. Maybe doesn't score that much, but and I'm not saying specific plays because I don't see them so far. Actually, I don't really see anything I particularly like. I mean, just Baird, Bared.
There is one good play here. It's tricky. It's a quadruple overlap to the left side of Arifies, and that's bad, Baaed. That's tough to spot. You don't think, I want to hold a GO here because they're your two worst tiles on your rack. But bad does everything you want to do. It turns over 5 tiles. It blocks everything. Doesn't give anything major back. It's a tough play to spot, but I think it's probably optimal here. You like that, Jesse?
It does score 27, but it also leaves those lanes at the bottom open, and which are by far the most dangerous right now. Like the top right, you can definitely bingo, but that R is actually kind of a big damper on your bingo likelihood. It makes it significantly finickier to actually get a bingo slotted in. So I am pretty eager to block the enter in letters. Wow, what? That is okay. That one was not on my bingo card. Keeping 2 A's. Oof. 3 vowels, 1 consonant, a lot of disaster potential. I mean, is he trying to bingo again? Is he in spread accumulation mode? Is this like a ploy for at the tournament level? He's just going to try to bingo as many times as possible so he can build up some spread. I mean, he drew 2 vowels with that, which is really not that surprising. And he's kind of keeping the door open for Ben. Maybe this turn he can play Cape, where Cage would have gone last time and block up those lanes. But I mean, he's really pretty lucky that Ben is drawn so poorly and can't punish him for this.
Yeah, I am confused by the sequence of events we've seen from Austin over the past few turns, but hey, he's looking to score 500 this game, and that kind of tends to be Austin's MO. Like, I feel like he always just tries to score 500. Gob is a good way to get there. Like, when you draw your bingos, you're up to 300 after a few turns. I think a lot of players would be playing defense here, but this also highlights the differences in styles between different players. You know, I love seeing Austin play at a very high level and make some plays that other people wouldn't make. There is a lot more variation from player to player in Scrabble than I think people think sometimes.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of the game, that we're not all trying to optimize for the same things, and that you can observe these differences, these stylistic differences. What about something like Allo and Vitoer? Um,
Might go longer
not
Oleate than
great.
Vitoer if you're going to do that. Get some more tiles up in space.
Yeah, the thing I don't like about Oleate is you're left with an O. Yeah, O is just not a good starting point to bingo from. I don't think I can. I could not stomach playing off both of my E's here. Allo, I mean, Oleo is another. That's a very common. If you're newer to Scrabble, we learn these high vowel count words very early in your journey because they're kind of like a get out of jail free card. Anytime you can play one, Oleo is just it gets you immediately back to having AET, having a really strong leave. Um, yeah, this I think Ben is right to sink the time in. I think of Ben as playing pretty fast. I think this is the critical juncture of the game where he's correctly investing the time, and if he can maneuver his way out of this one, bingo next turn, then he has a very realistic chance to get back into the game. I still like Allo even after all this discussion because it gives you a good chance of blocking. Sorry, of bingoing at the bottom, and then if Austin decides he wants to get blocky and block those letters, then you have the chance of a devastating high point score at the top of the board. I know you're kind of giving that to Austin, but it's sort of the price you have to pay to keep any kind of optionality on the board and keep Austin from just shutting everything down, I think. So that's why I'm thinking something like Allo. You can see Oleo or something of that ilk. And yeah, you're kind of in desperate circumstances because you need to score as well. So you can't just play off your worst letters and keep bingo tiles. You have to get crafty and figure out how you're going to score enough points so you're not just uh, hopelessly far behind when you do bingo.
What do you think about Oleate making AT and EE on the right side of Arifai's, opening up that triple line with the bottom of this board open? Is that too aggressive, or is there no such thing as too aggressive when you trail by 150?
I just still don't like keeping an O on its own.
We're
See,
gonna
making
play
that play. Oh, he is doing it. Oh, but he's doing it. This is the space lower than what you had in mind, right?
correct.
I'm not wild about this one because Austin can just overlap and score, yeah, O is such a miserable starting place. I mean, the only redeeming thing about flipping 6 tiles over here is that the blanks are unseen, so you do have a better than average chance of drawing a blank. But in Ben's shoes, I could not blow up my rack like that. I wouldn't do this. Um, I just Yeah, because now Austin can just score even with a very poor rack. Austin can just play paid or something, and the board is very tight and sorry, pied, or it just gives Austin scoring options without really threatening too much. So I'm not saying there was anything great. Austin could also play maybe Pilea here, or yeah, he's gonna play Cape and block the bottom. So I don't know. It's kind of what I wanted him to do last turn, but yeah, I think after Austin plays Cape here, keeping ADEI, not a terrible leave. Ben has just isn't threatening much. I mean, there's I guess a bingo lane through the L or the O, but they're not super powerful. So yeah, if you're gonna do this, why not only at one spot higher? It actually, given Austin's rack, it actually would have given him quite a bit of trouble trying to figure out what to do with that.
Yeah, there's some merit to playing it here too. If Ben gets to play through the O, he's got potential to fork this board open. He can open the top row for bingos down to that O, and then he can also open up some other space on the right side of this board. So I don't mind the idea of playing it one down. I think I would have thrown it one higher up, and then in most instances just gotten obliterated by my opponent. But to each their own. Ben into that O has drawn AJNOTV. And he's got to do this. 52 points. It closes the board, which you don't want to do, but 52 points is 52 points. And you just got to hope or pray now you go in and draw the Z and play Rez and Zo next turn.
Yeah, maybe this was part of Ben's calculus that he could draw, flipping over 6 tiles, he could draw into the Z or the J and potentially draw a high point, like an 80-pointer or something like that. But yeah, the trouble is that the game is kind of over here. Austin's up by over 100, and it's his turn, and the board is already closed off. So how is Ben going to get back into this one? I just don't see the path.
Yeah, Ben's just dead. He drew terrible at the beginning, as Austin drew very well. And even through Austin's series of blunders over several moves, he's just up by so much. Ben is going to have a very, very hard time. But the Z gives him some life. There's certainly chances to get this board back open and in bingo range. We'll see what Ben's able to think of. But YEAD for Austin, he's got it queued up. It plays alongside Oleate, making JOE. ALA and ED. That's 43, closes off a bunch of the stuff, scores very well. It's a pretty awesome play. He's got one other awesome play, maybe not statistically awesome, but aesthetically awesome. He can score 38 points by playing 5 tiles near the bottom of the board. And I'll leave that there.
That's a hard one. That's
Chat's already found it. Wow. Okay, I should have looked over there before I dropped the puzzle. Yes, Giddy Up, GIDDYUP is 38. That's sick, but probably incorrect. Though with a lead like this, go ahead, flex on us, show us you found it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the reason not to play Giddy Up is nice also because it turns over so many tiles, gives Austin a decent chance of drawing one of the blanks, which, as mentioned, kind of takes the air out of the game. Yeah, just embarrassment of riches again. I would, Austin, find Giddy Up and we'll take it easy on you for missing the bingo earlier. No, I'm just kidding. That's not we don't judge like that. It's tough being in the hot seat. Remember, these are experienced veterans who've been on stream many times, so they're unlikely to get too nervous. But still, pressure does strange things to all of us. And yeah, even when you've been there 20 times, sometimes it just gets you're just in a different state of mind and it just kind of gets you differently. So yeah, Dyad, very high scoring. I mean, it's just, I guess if in the worst case scenario, Ben would have SH and he could have 100-point SH starting bingo, making alas and eth, which is a Hebrew letter, EDH. So there is some obscure danger associated with playing Dyad here, but pretty minimal. And Austin is up so much that it doesn't really matter usually.
Hang on. I found what we're going to talk about and root for the rest of this game. How many 9s do you think play down to OM? Oh, wait, that's 8 squares. I'm going to shut up and drink more coffee.
Enter room.
Enter room
Or
is, yeah.
Oh, I'm probably not supposed to say that on stream. Damn. Sorry.
I thought there were 7 squares there. There's 66 possible extensions to it, but alas, you'll have to play through it. Though there are many OMA words: carcinoma, granuloma, condyloma, xerostoma. Like there's a lot of that. There's a lot of OME words. There's 66 OME words that can come through the OM. Something like worrisome, or monostome, or trichome. I wonder if Ben's going to start fishing for those with 2 unseen blanks. That's creative, but Ben is a creative player.
Wholesome, just like us.
Wholesome. Yes, absolutely. We weren't talking about VORE. Nope.
I'll be honest, I don't actually know what that is. This usually happens to me once per commentary stream where I allude to things that are actually just terrible, terrible things, and I just vaguely know it's a thing and don't realize what I've actually done. So if I've offended anyone's delicate sensibilities, then complain to the editor. Ben actually isn't looking at his rack. I would be thinking about trying to get a big queue play together, like request or frequent. It's when things get desperate, it sort of entitles you to go off the rails and get more creative. I actually really enjoy having a substantial deficit, which sounds weird, but I love the pressure you can put on players when you start pulling off a few obscure things and coming back. You can just see people physically tighten up, or you can see them get nervous as they start telling themselves, surely I can't lose this game, can I? So I love being in Ben's position. You get to be you're most experimental, but alas, that Q spot, it was also the biggest Z spot, and Austin recognized that was the simplest path for Ben to go back into the game by drawing a res za zo ze play. And so unfortunately with that, the Q plays are not going to happen. So back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board indeed for Ben. He's got 28 or 30 points available in TALAQ, which I think in most instances is almost an insta play, unless you have completely tunneled in on trying to hit like an OME or OMA extension. That's honestly not the worst thing to do, is just try to surprise your opponent with 100 in a line that is unlikely to get obstructed. But I don't see anything else really good for Ben to do aside from Talak. Maybe OVEL down from the V and Duke, open up that triple word square, make Austin worried. It's going to be tough for him to fully obstruct the board. And hey, maybe you draw into Antique for 100 in that line. But Jesse, what do you think? Are you just playing Talak for 30 and seeing where the tile bag takes you, or are you trying to open some new space here?
Yeah, that's the kind of magical thinking you need to apply. You can get pretty wild with your scenarios. Yeah, like in this scenario, kind of holding on to the queue for a bit to see if you can draw into some kind of a bingo of unusual size. So Talak looks pretty unpromising, leaving that UV combo. See, the V has infiltrated my speech. It irritates me. Yeah, so this is exactly the kind of thing I like from Ben. You keep the QU, you set up a lane. It's not super likely you're going to access it, but there's very little downside, and you could draw into a 100-point Q bingo. You keep the K open. I mean, if you can bingo from that K, it's pretty unlikely, but that's 100 points right there. So I actually am really enjoying how Ben has handled this. Though his odds remain slim, I think he's got the right idea.
Sometimes players will look to bingo when they're down and they'll get rid of the queue, but I actually like having it when I'm down. It scores 100, just like you said. And so if I do actually hit the bingo, yeah, my odds of hitting it go down, but it hits so much harder when I do have it. So holding QU together, yeah, reasonable, very reasonable from Ben here. Just see, maybe you draw Kamotiques, Kamotiqs. You won't draw it next turn, but maybe you draw it eventually. Maybe you draw COTQUEAN at the bottom of this board. Like the Q can do some major damage,
right,
and you must do major damage. If you draw retinas, you're not going to come back and win this game. You got to score 100.
Right, yeah. Even the chat has the fun suggestion of kumquats from the K. You're only unfortunately there's only one A and one T left, but there are two blanks. So fish off the LN, try to draw kumquats for 110, and all of a sudden you could very much win. So, Ben doing a really good job of showing no signs of discouragement and just trying to. All you can do is just kind of align the constellations so that if I'm mixing my metaphors here, but if the stars align, Austin has no vowels or has no E, you hit an EVET bingo, you bingo from the K, and all of a sudden you find yourself with a win in hand. So
We'll see. Austin has some high scoring plays at the bottom of this board. WARE and WE, making EAN, scores 31, but it sets up that unseen Z for Ware's plays next turn. I think Austin wisely going to forego those, knock out the EVET hook that Ben just put in space. Wager some defense finally from Austin in this game. He's up 338 to 191, and Ben no closer to a bingo now than he's been in many turns.
look at him. He picked up the LN, so I think he saw kumquats. That's awesome. Is he getting exchange? That would be so cool. I
I would
mean,
love it.
unfortunately, Austin, if you're Austin, you have to start thinking, well, okay, the K is about the only place left to bingo from, so I better block it at some point. That's kind of the life in Scrabble of having a big lead. You're the spoiler. You basically analyze the risks and just take them out one at a time in decreasing order of severity. So that vet spot, making EVET, that was by far the most dangerous lane. Austin covers it. He turns over a bunch of tiles, hunting for a blank. Mission accomplished. Very sensible, very, very principled. I think Ben is actually going to exchange here because I don't see anywhere to play both the L and the N. And I don't have a better plan if I'm here than trying to draw kumquats. So here we go.
Yeah, let's do it. Fish for kumquats. All right, we are cheering for blank blank AT coming out of the bag. This would be absolutely legendary. Exchange LN. Oh man, RS is usually such a good draw, but
Squirms. I mean, he can fish a U now and draw one of the four emitting eyes and actually draw squirms.
ooh.
And that's very reasonable. He can make UG at the top left, open a brand new lane, and try to fish for squirms. I mean, this is more dangerous than meets the eye for Austin. I think he's going to block the K. That was awesome. It's it's hard to say that a play for 0 points was a highlight of my casting, but that was a highlight. That was really cool. Good job, chat, for spotting that. Yeah, and Austin's blocking the next spot. He's saying, okay, well, the AN, it's like, is he really going to bingo from the K? He didn't really have a good blocking play for the top right, and the K stayed open. So I mean I think Ben is kind of vindicated that he actually got a free shot at kumquats for 110. And Austin, well, he did draw high end. He already has it lined up even. Austin, this is actually a good chance to talk about principles as the leading player. A lot of times your scoring can really grind down because you're blocking up the board, you're covering all the scoring spots. And what Austin has done with tinware that I kind of like is he has created a scoring spot for himself. And actually, high end is still going to go down. Oh, this might be the knockout punch. High end's going to go down for 49. But I don't like this move from Ben. I really would have liked to see him drop the UG and go for squirms. Maybe I'm fixating on that too much, but I just don't know what is Ben's path to victory from here. Well, draw the blank and bingo from the K is the answer. There we go. I mean, every time I do this as a commentator, the tiles immediately prove to me that I'm wrong. So maybe he might even have an overlap because EVET takes an R. Can he play over the top of wager?
No, you cannot.
It's close, though. Yeah, he's definitely going to burn a couple cycles trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, luckily we got the engine. We don't have to look for it. High-end is not an insta play for Austin at the bottom of this board. There's also YRNEH, the word Henry backwards, which is a reciprocal Henry, which I think is hilarious. That plays at the top of the board for 47, but high-end for 49 at the bottom is Austin's choice.
Yeah, Earnech, or however you pronounce it, does open another bingo lane starting from the Y. Equally unlikely, but if you add up enough unlikely spots, then eventually you just give your opponent enough chances they could do something. I guess Ben also has the bottom of the board. He could do an ANS 9-letter bingo because he almost has aneurysms, although CAPEE, not a word. I mean, this is one of those times where you have such a flexible leave that you really want to try to bingo in the most obscure spot possible and preserve your other lanes, like the S that Ben managed to leave in space, the K. I don't know if he can do it. It's a really good lead though, and you really want to try to see if you can park something obscure on the board.
Yeah, you're in a situation now where you've just got to bingo now and try to bingo again. Like we talked about earlier, if you don't bingo now, the only way to win this game is to bingo this turn and next turn. And if you don't bingo now, even if you draw 90 next turn, like you're not there. So I just do something. I don't know. I would have thrown in the towel already, honestly. You're down 170. Just try to get some points, try to salvage some spread. You're not actually going to catch back up.
I can't resist the thing about unlikely comebacks is that the unlikeliness is what makes them glorious. I can't help but what? Oh, he's keeping the blank. What he's doing? Fascinating.
Is there
39.
any possible play he can have down from the K?
Well, he was one tile off of Kumis's. If he had an O instead of an R, he would have had Kumis's for 95, which is a variety of camel's milk, I do believe. I have not tasted the camel's milk, so I can't report back to why people would drink this. He really actually wants to avoid the second blank. He just drew. Yeah, that's it. See, you want to space out the blanks. That's the case for bingoing last turn, is that you enable yourself to draw the second blank. And now, I mean, it is he is dead as a doornail. He was already quite dead, but now he is very dead as a doornail. No other way to put it. It's all spread from here.
Indeed. Ben will threaten bingos, and I got to do it since we're here now. Ben is largely immune to this, but we still have a sideways blank alert. In fact, we have a double sideways blank alert. Both blanks sideways on Ben's rack, but so are two other tiles, which makes you immune and invincible to the possible tell. Anyway, sideways blank sighting in 3 of our 4 morning games, Jesse.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't have believed it. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. It is a contagion. There's just no other way to put it. I mean, it makes me want to put my tiles. I mean, Ben's tiles are often sideways, so it's actually not a very good tell. But for some of these players, it's probably a really good indicator. If you have a sideways tile, it's the last tile on your rack. What do you think it's going to be? Is it going to be a Q? There's no way it's going to be a Q. It's the blank. So yeah, I mean, it's actually it's an epidemic at this point. I'm also really surprised Austin did not block that K with 2 blanks in scene. I know that the S is the most likely to bingo from, and look at that moment of sportsmanship. They're giggling, and the spirit is good between the two of them. They know that is a little lopsided. It was they're not letting it perturb them. You love to see it.
Those blanks could be EY or AO. We see they are AO cow lines. I love the sportsmanship we see here. One other thing I would love to see here, since we're running out of time, running out of tiles in this game, we had 150 people vote in our poll about Nigel Richards. Thanks for playing along. I hope we get some more polls going. Unfortunately, though, you have proved to me that your clickers work, which means there's no theoretical reason why you can't take your clicker and also click the thumbs up button on this video. We're at 98 likes, about 150 votes. Come on, guys, give us a thumbs up. We're going to keep the stream rolling through the lunch break. And even if you're going to bed because you're like, in Africa or Southeast Asia and it's getting really late and you have a job and stuff to do, give us a thumbs up, help us build some steam, push us up the algorithm. We got 4 more games of Scrabble coming. And if you are going to stick with us through the lunch break and keep watching in the afternoon, you're awesome, but you knew that already. Thumbs up, please, and thank you. I'm going to get on my knees if we don't get up to 100 likes very soon. I appreciate you all listening. Oh my God, we're at 107. Okay, never mind. All right, good. I can stay in my chair.
Phew. Although we probably need to stretch and exercise at this point, given our static activities of the morning. But
I ran 2 miles this morning down Wolf Road, shirtless, screaming along to hardcore. So I got my exercise in, and a bunch of people think there's a lunatic on the run in Albany. Guess what? There's actually 180 lunatics, and they're all in the playing room right now.
I think there are significantly more than 180 lunatics in Albany. And also on 4th of July, no less, you're probably not alone. Just from my past observations of many an Albany tournament. I was thinking about, so we think that the chat thinks that Ben and Austin were giggling about kumquats, which I would certainly have a good giggle about that. But the thing that's interesting to me is with the 2 blanks and AT remaining, Ben's chances of drawing that when he exchanged were something like 1%, 1 to 2%. And that's actually massive. I mean, that doesn't sound like a lot, but it stayed open for a turn. That's actually massive. He might even get to fish for it multiple times. And yeah, that difference between winning 0% of a game versus 2% of a game, well, there's 32 Scrabble games in the course of a week, and if you round up, that's a game. That's a game. That could be the difference between winning the tournament and not winning it. So yeah, while that difference seems minute, that I really love that Ben came up with a plan there. It didn't pan out. It's 99% of the time it doesn't pan out, but that's the making of a champion, is getting into these bad situations and coming up with a way out. Just being an escape artist is part of the magical thinking of Scrabble.
Yeah, every single percentage point, every single game, you never know where the difference is. You never know which game you might be able to steal. But Ben showing what Ben does best: be creative, give yourself the 1%. And man, when you do hit that 1%, it feels so good. There is no better high in life that I have experienced than stealing a game you had absolutely no business winning. And Ben came up with the shot. Hats off to him, even though it didn't work here. Man, look at those likes. We're up to 136. You guys are truly awesome. I do want to do a little check-in. I know we've got players from all over the world, and some of our international viewers are going to have to, unfortunately, drop off because it's going to get dark and sleepy time and all that. But let me hear where we're coming from today. We've done this every day so far. We've seen people from all over the place. Let's get a little check-in. Where are you watching from? Are you an American tuning in, celebrating the 4th, enjoying your holiday with us? Are you coming in from overseas? I love seeing how far Scrabble has spread everywhere. So check in with us before we hop off for break. Keep me entertained. Appreciate you. Ireland, excellent. Toronto.
No bingos in Ireland. If you have Ireland as a rack, there's only 8-letter words. Just remember that. No 7s.
We got UK, we got Finland, we got Canada, we got Pakistan. Aarhus, Denmark, excellent. Italy. Yes, Jesse, Scrabble is an international phenomenon. I'll read more of these off in a second. I want to see if these guys have any more giggles for us on the overhead mic.
366, I think. Yeah, 230,
Yeah, 230.
269,
Yeah, 269.
352,
Yep.
358.
6.
Yeah, 358 plus 8. It's 366.
Oh, 366.
Yeah.
Yes.
461.
Yep.
Thanks.
Don't read the comments, Austin.
How long do you have the blanks for?
Oh, I drew the first one after I played Sook, and I drew the second one after I had bingos when I played this, but
Oh, right.
yeah,
Yeah.
it sucked. So I drew the second one after that.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
So they're pretty late.
Yeah, if I draw kumquats and I draw both blanks, then I'm on my way.
That's true. That's true.
All right, well, this is very boring. No giggles for us, just a little bit of chat about when we drew the blanks. So no more overhead mic for us there. Oh, Austin pointing at two T's now. Oh man, oh man. Okay, well, somebody can tell him. I'm not going to be the one to break the news to him that he missed an 89 pointer. We're going to cut away from the board. We're going to cut back to us in the booth. We said goodbye to Jesse yesterday, but then Jesse had a surprise appearance today. We lost our commentator for the morning last minute, and Jesse, I am very appreciative that you were able to jump back in. We always appreciate your insights and your wisdom, and I was stoked that you were able to join us, so thank you.
Muted. Yes, it is so great to be back here, watch more of this high caliber Scrabble action. The games this morning were a mixed bag compared to yesterday. Definitely a little more lopsided. That's just how it goes sometimes. We're at the fringes of some low probability potential comebacks, but that's okay. That's just how it goes because we've got 20 more games that could go any direction from here. Just a cornucopia of Scrabble talent from all over the world, and it is just a privilege to cast with you 32 games. That is a mind-melting number of games. Give a hand to, yes, exactly. That's why we hit the gym, the Scrabble gym, also known as Aerolith. But yes, it has been great. I love you all, and I'm sure I'll see you at another tournament soon.
All right, we love you too, Jesse Day. We will be back with more Scrabble. I'm joined again by Robin Pollock Danial this afternoon, which is going to be awesome. Play resumes in 75 minutes. That's 2:45 Eastern time, 75 minutes from now. Matt is going to go get some sun, going to go get some food. We got 2 swimming pools here in Albany. I'm going to go soak it up. We will see y'all soon. Adios. Hey, everybody, welcome back to our continued coverage of the July 4th Albany Scrabble Tournament. Matt Canik in the booth, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Robin Pollock Danial. Robin, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing great. I just been waiting all morning to get online this afternoon, but what a morning of games.
Yeah, we have had a couple blowouts and a couple awesome games, some uncharacteristic mistakes, and some incredibly high-level play from across the morning games. Who knows what this afternoon holds? There are so many good players to show you, so much action yet to come, and we're stoked to dive right in. Our first game is going to feature Winter and Mike Johnson, two U.S. players here on the 4th of July, each having a good start to the tournament, each in the top 10 right now
Yes.
of the standings.
Yes.
And players are getting tiles bagged up right now. But Robin, do you know anything about either of these players, Winter or
Sure.
Mike Johnson?
Sure, I know both of them. Winter a little bit more because he's been more involved with the NASPA side of things. I think Mike Johnson is he's been NASPA as well, but he's also very WIGPO involved. He's involved with a lot of their tournaments, and he actually has been doing some of their computer work at some of the bigger tournaments and probably some of the smaller, but I'm aware of the bigger ones, although he's not doing it this year. And I know he's also been involved in these crazy weekend green what they call green eye tournaments where there's just like a ton of games. So he has the stamina to make it through this tournament and probably coming. I don't know if he's coming to nationals, but certainly he'll have the WOW tournament, the WIGPO coming up. Winter is someone I've known for a very long time. He just amazes me with his ability to switch between the lexicons, and also just the fact that he's really started to bring fitness into Scrabble. He and a bunch of other people, you can see him, he's very fit, and I think that's really helped his game, his stamina, his focus, and I think he's turned into just a marvelous player. So I look forward to watching them both.
Yeah, two players who straddle the lexica between NWL/WOW and CSW. We'll see if any of that comes to play here, but two players with great starts, each 8 and 4 in this event. 2 games off of second, but 4 games off the undefeated Matthew O'Connor for first. Let's dive in. Let's play Scrabble. Oh, we got a new tile bag too. The dice bag from earlier on in the tournament has been replaced, perhaps because I've been screaming about sideways blanks all morning. Or is that just the dice bag inside out? I don't know what's going on. We'll figure it out to do more investigation in a minute. Winter gets to play first, Mike to respond. I am stoked to see this matchup. Winter has been an expert level player for a long time, but seems to have really turned a corner in the last year or two, having some very strong results and a consistent run of those strong results as well. We'll see how he's leveled up his game right now. EEHRRWY, the opening rack for Winter. He's got a 6-letter word. Robin, you think he's going to play it?
I think does he really?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a W. I thought that was a Y.
That's another W, and that is the correct play to.
Yes.
Phew,
Yes.
He made the right play.
All right, I need to put my sunglasses back on, apparently, see these tiles better. Yeah, okay, no 6-letter word, definitely the right play for Winter, and we will look over to Mike now. ACEEKLQ is his opening rack. Yikes, that is awkward. You hate drawing the Q with no U to go with it. ALECK stacks beneath U for 27. Robin, you can't afford to throw back the Q here, right? You need to make some kind of play.
No, there's absolutely no need for it. I mean, the CK, AE, and the L, they're all beautifully synergistic. There's absolutely no reason to throw anything back. Did you say Alec underneath you
Yes.
or did you play C? Did you say C?
ALECK.
Yeah, I think that's the thing to do. I mean, ideally, you might want to keep the A along with the Q, just in case QE doesn't go as well together. But Alex scores a ton, doesn't give too much back, and also gets rid of 5 tiles, so it maximizes his chance of picking up something that will go with that Q.
Yeah, fantastic way to say it. But yeah, when you've got the Q and you don't have a U or an I, you want to play as many tiles as you can. You want every opportunity to try to pull a U or an I to make sure you shed it as soon as possible. The Q's such a Trojan horse in Scrabble. We've spent time on the stream talking about how much we hate the G and the V and the Y, but everybody hates the Q more than any other tile in Scrabble, right, Robin?
We used to hate it a lot more. I will say that. I remember playing in a Chris Cree tournament all those years ago when QI became usable. It was the first weekend of it. And it was just like a veil had lifted of, heaviness, that all of a sudden, if there were two eyes open on the board at the end of the game, you didn't have to worry about it. You didn't have to dump it as quickly as possible. So yes, it is still extremely reviled, but I think it's better than it used to be. And certainly with QIN here, QAT altogether, all of those have made it a bit less of a clunky tile. But early in the game, it drags you down, like you can't develop anything until you get it off your rack, unless you pick up a U or a blank, or, it's a drag. I'm liking a like a ton.
Yeah, you want to go as long as possible, assuming you know the 5-letter word. He set it up on his rack, but has left the K dangling off. I wonder if Mike will pull the trigger on it. It's crushing in a simulation, 5 points ahead of any other option for him. I wonder if that's
He might
what
be
he's
thinking to
deliberating.
stick the K on it afterwards. Like, there's 2 advantages to not playing the K. One of them is that he can stick the K on it himself, and number 2, he doesn't create an opening to the triple to the right with an O over it.
All right, he's eschewed those plays in favor of Keel, Keel. This is a fine option, but I do think Alec was stronger for Mike on that turn. Perhaps a little bit of word knowledge confusion, or maybe a strategic decision. Alec with the K on the end, CSW only, and it's got a funny definition: an irritatingly oversmart person, according to the lexicon. Back to Winter, he's found the first blank AENRRR to go with it. No bingos because of all the R's on his rack.
No, he had off the W. He had 2 W's, and only one of the few bingos, well, there's about 8 of them, is narrower and warrener. And this blocked everything.
Oh man, yeah, bingos with either W, and all of it was obstructed. That's a little bit tilt-inducing, honestly. Narrower, warrener, they would have felt awesome to play out of 3 R's. No bingos, though. And we'll see if Winter opts to play shorter here, playing off his 3 tiles, RAN or KNAR. He's got the longer play of re-ran for 23 as well. What do you like here, Robin?
I'm fine with KNAR. I think that's absolutely fine.
Well, this is not a word. This is not absolutely fine.
It's not.
See. KNURR is valid, KNAR is valid, but KNARR not, and Winter has gotten away with a phony on board 1. Wow.
You know what? And that's something that I've actually thought of to play myself, and had to, I play the computer and it tells me it's not good, take it off. And I think I've done it more than once, so I can kind of empathize with Winter on that one.
Yeah, those words with 1,000 spellings are so hard to keep straight, and even harder as you straddle 2 lexica. KNURR, KNAR, KNAUR, KNUR, just so many spellings, but this is not one of them. You don't often see phonies stay on the board in 5-point challenge, but Winter getting away with one there. And he's found the second blank as a reward, though Flasher and Mars is going to be another brain-exploding decision for him to make. Is there any doubt at all? We'll look back at Winter's turn on Winter's turn. We'll look at Mike now, ACINNOQ. Robin, the French girl in you would love to see Sonk come down, but no spots for it. Do you think we see QIN ejected for 12, or is Mike going to hold on to the Q here for another turn?
Yeah, the trouble with, I think the trouble with Chin or Kin, or however you pronounce it, which one is it, Chin or Kin?
I don't know. People attack my pronunciation no matter what I do. You can't win when you're on the headset.
It is absolutely the only way to get rid of it. QIN, saving the 2 N's. That's the unfortunate thing. And I think you kind of have to do it. I think you can't hold on to it. Canon is not such a terrible lead. Remember, we talked yesterday about CO being so synergistic. So he's got con to start a word, for example. Yeah, I think it's the right play.
You do love that C-O-C-O-N combination you talked about yesterday. We're seeing it today. One really cool option for Mike on the last turn was C-O-I-N above Wu, setting up QI bombs for next turn. But he's shed the Q here, and Winter is indeed pulling the trigger on Flasher, making a phony hook.
Let's see. Well, I don't see any reason why he's not going to get away with it.
Yeah, if the 5 wasn't held, the 6 won't be held either. Mike looking at the blanks, talking a little bit, but we'll see. Is Winter drawing tiles? Yes, he is. All right.
Is, and
Away with
not
the
being
second
held.
consecutive phony. Wow, wow, wow. 141 to 34, Winter's advantage after he draws both blanks early on. AACJNNO now the rack for Mike. He finally got rid of that clunky Q and has found a J to replace it. Now he'll have to make another decision. Do I play the J and try to get into bingo prone range? JA, as he's grabbing right now, plays with FA for 32. He's also got Acorn through the R and Flasher for 30, holding the J for later on. Robin, play the J, keep the J. What do you think?
Oh, always get rid of the J. It's almost, the thing is this, do you want to hold on to the J to maybe get something from Flasher? But there's no reason why it's still going to be there. Acorn is a really lovely thought, however. You definitely, unfortunately, you can't just play corn holding onto your A because you've got 2 of them. Ya or Ja underneath Flasher is another thought as well.
All right, Acorn is the choice we see for Mike. Acorn simming ahead of JA by about 5 points, and I think in large part because Acorn destroys this board and holds JA in the corner. So it's going to be tough for Winter to score on this board, and you know you've got points lined up in the future. Acorn the choice from Mike, but this is going to set up the Z that Winter's
Absolutely, yeah.
nicely.
That's the play, but unfortunately you're going to have to get rid of, hold on to 2 U's. Obviously, Yuts, like you just pray that you could put that down somewhere. It so cleans up your rack and it scores usually, but no place to put it. So it's unfortunate for Winter. I'm just looking, can he use any of these U's down to the L? But I don't think he can. From off the Q. Yeah, he could play Zulu for 24. And there's something to be said for that. Are you doing a sim on that one? That would be very interesting.
And fascinatingly, this is lovely. There's one play simming way ahead of everything else. It is not ZEE for 45. It is not ZE for 42. The top simming play scores just 15 points here for Winter, and that is Took through the Q. Chat, you're going to figure out why in just a second. If you're watching along, you tell me why Took for 15 sims best for Winter here.
Well, somebody's saying Took this turn and hope for Dit's next turn.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, that's a really nice thought. Yeah.
Yeah. I think every single I except for one still in the bag. You're pulling 4 tiles. DITZ is going to score almost 70 for you, 72 for you. We saw Winter nearly make a mistake. He tried to play YEZ on top of Flasher, but that would have made ZL, not ZE, like he wanted. So he picks that up, drops the Z here. This is a reasonable, pretty human play. Took is nuts, but Took did win the sim.
Well, it's gonna bite him, and yeah, here he goes. He picks up more vowels. So,
all right, ADG. NRV and that J on Mike's rack now, and we'll do a little bit of a word knowledge check here. I think the top option for Mike is going to be a 6-letter play through the A and Acorn. The Collins only Garjan, Garjan. Ganja also plays through that, as does Jagra. But I think you want to play as long as possible out of this rack, Robin, just to get rid of as many consonants as you can. What do you think?
Normally I would agree with you, but because the R and the V are so much better together, I see he's played anyway, so he's not listening to us, but I would play Ganja and keep DRV, which I think is better than DV. But I understand that you're going to have to pick up at least 2 vowels to work your way out of that.
All right, big draw for Mike. He does find an A and an S, not 2 vowels, but if you're not going to draw 2 vowels, this is about the best you can do. And here comes Winter quickly responding, DEETUUY. He's going to play Dooley. He might have played this anyway last turn, but now 27 points hooking JAY makes that a no-brainer for him. Back on turn is Mike, ADGNRSV. He trails by 114 points early in this one. He does have the pivotal S, though. WHEW takes a back S, and he's going to have to choose if he wants to cash it in or try to be a little bit more patient. Robin, what are you thinking? Cake the hook now and score some points, or leave it for later?
Oh, you got to score some points, and you've got to open the board. You're down by over 100 points now. Hugh, as far as I know, doesn't take an S. I can't imagine it does. Oh, it does take an S. Okay, so it's not as desperate. I mean, you could be really naughty and play Vang off the A and Acorn and hope he doesn't have an S.
Ooh. That's a fun thought. We're going to put that in and see how it does. I like it. Just crazy enough.
Just crazy enough. I mean, you're down 120, 14 points. That's a lot. Would I do it? I'd consider it. Saving DARS, that's pretty nice.
Now, for our viewers at home, this suggestion from Robin is fun, and I love it. It is the kind of play that doesn't work well in a simulator.
Yeah.
If a human plays VANG through this A on you, they almost definitely have an S, and you're going to try to block that S. But the computer on its Monte Carlo simulations doesn't make any assumptions at all. It just makes the top equity play. So humans are going to block this S setup far, far, far more often. Vang is winning a sim on my computer by about half a point over some of the other options.
Which one, Vang or Vangs?
Vang, just 8 points. Vang set up the S.
Oh, so there you go. I'm not so crazy.
But just because it wins a sim doesn't mean it wins in real life. Humans.
Okay, this is a huge mistake. Okay, first of all, Varna, you have to play Vanda because DG together is much worse than GR. I don't even know. Yeah, Varna didn't even make it onto my sim. That's how not good it is.
Yeah, that play seemed off. Perhaps he was scared off by Vandal. He didn't want to give another if he could avoid it. But that DG combination is horrifying. I do agree that play felt a little off to me. Back to Winter, whose draw feels a little off to me. AEEIOTU.
Yeah,
He's got one play that scores more than 20 points if he can find it, but it is kind of a nutso one. It opens a lot of spots for his opponent.
Oh my goodness. I don't know that word at all. Wow. But it saves a beautiful prefix. So that's a hint to everybody. It uses up AEEI. And it scores a lot. So there's not a lot of places on this board to score a lot. So you have to look at the big tiles. But it sets up a massive hook. Okay, the famous Yoi, if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
One of the best words in all of Collins right here. Anytime you play NWL and you have this on your rack and you can't play it, it's a big sad. Yoi is a cry of Bacchic frenzy. It does not take an S, no interjections. We're going to park that right there and not expound on it anymore. But Yoi, the play from Winter, AENEI through the Acorn was the high scoring option for him, but that just gives up so many points to your opponent. I don't know that that's actually the right line of approach.
And not surprisingly, he has another D, 2 Ds. You see, that wouldn't be there. There would be a gorgeous R to go with that.
Oh, yeah, that would feel a lot better right now. But the tile bag is punishing for the slight misplay. As Robin and I talked about yesterday, every percentage point matters all the time. And that D is going to yield some consequences here. DDGLSUV. Guild, I think, feels like the natural play, GUILD. If you're confident that WHEW takes the back S, and it is a verb in Collins, so it does, you want that spot to stay available. You want to open up some other stuff to make your opponent block, and then you just want to draw your S bingo whenever you can, as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think Guild is looking quite good here. The problem with it is it blocks 2 lovely bingo lanes, but to be honest, you're going to have to block something at some point. There's nowhere else to play for points. So Guild gets rid of the U, it gets rid of one of the Ds. It doesn't save the lovely DVS, but it's a lot better than what he's already got. There's also a possibility of govs off of, like take the S hook already off and play govs, but you're saving DDL, but that scores the highest, 24 points.
Yeah. I think you have to leave that S hook alone for right now. You have to hope that you're
Yeah.
able to capitalize better on it. 24 points is the best you can do this turn. But if you've got that pivotal S, you want to make sure you hit that spot and you hit it hard. So I'd be looking to go elsewhere and not cash it yet. Not cash it yet. Excuse me. Especially with the word like govs, which doesn't actually open this board up as much as you'd like. It's a tough turn, but I don't think you can burn the S here.
Well, the only word, vlog is the only. Oh, what's he playing? Oh, he's playing.
Setting up the S.
Oh, okay. That's probably going to hurt him more than he knows, but
He's got those double Ds on his rack once again. These Ds are recursive. This error continuing to compound on him. He needs a good draw here. This one feels like it's starting to slip away. Let's see what he gets, because Winter's rack looks hard, and I don't want to think about it.
I want to see a 2 vowels minimum. Oh dear. Okay.
Whoa. Ooh, that's going to be awkward.
What are those?
All right. Well,
the E's. So many E's went early on. That's the problem.
Yes. Yeah, man, neither player has a fun rack, but I have to look at somebody's turn. So I guess we'll look at Winter, who's on turn Aeenty. If I'm Winter here with the big lead I have, I want to knock out WHEWS if I can. I'd be looking for options that do that, and I would come up mostly empty in my search. Maybe some sort of play making TEL and AW or EW.
Yeah, but you want to get rid of that Y because you do have such beautiful rack. Yeet, which I think is what he's putting down. There you go. It scores a lot. It doesn't block that S hook, but it does create a nice hook for him if he wants to put over EEL, since he doesn't have an S right now.
Man, yeah, now with 2 S's, I think Mike has to cash one in here. Udo's UDOS sets up the front L hook that Mike would hold back. So if he is able to finally draw a bingo, it will almost definitely go down next turn. That's what pops out to me early on this move. But Robin, yeah, with 2 S's in hand, you got to play one now, right?
Oh, there's absolutely no question that you have to play one. I'm liking SUD underneath UOI. SUDD.
Ooh, yeah.
It saves a lovely. I mean, people don't like LO, but it's there's worst combinations in Scrabble. There's still another D unseen. Knowing his luck, he might pick up another one. It scores 21 points. It undoubles the Ds. It undoubles the S's. It gets rid of the U. I mean, this is my thinking. This is how I got to it. I want to get rid of an S. I want to get rid of a U, and I want to get rid of at least one D. So I came to SUD. And then I'm still keeping my govs open. I'm keeping my hues open. I'm keeping an S to hook on top of eel.
Yeah. I like this more and more. The more you explain it, the more I'm like, yep. And right on cue, as you finished your explanation, Mike set it up on his rack. Robin, once again, doing what she does best, nailing this one.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Indeed.
Nittler.
Now, you are not entitled to any paycheck at all, Robin, until you give us the cat that was promised yesterday. But, we've got intervention for cats. I guess if there's Scrabble, we should probably talk about that first. But I do demand kitten at some point.
It is a nap time, but what I've done to entice them is to close my door because that drives them crazy. So we'll see if that works.
Oh, they will be a clamoring very soon once they wake up from nap time. Stay tuned, y'all watching. If the Scrabble's not entertaining, the cats certainly
I think
will
we're
be.
going to see interesting. Wow, what is he doing? What is his thinking on this? And first of all, that's not a word.
I have no idea what's going on right now.
It's only Lytton in that rack. I don't know if he's mixing it up with something or is having a stroke, or I don't know what's going on. And also, why would you want to do that? Both blanks are gone. Yeah, he wants to end the game faster. What's going on?
He wants to obstruct WHEWS,
Got
I think
it,
is
got
part
it.
of
But
it
like
here.
with a phony, like what? Like, is there a word even close? There's Ettin, Ettin, but Mike Johnson is being super nice to him.
Winter has drawn provisional tiles. These are not going on the rack, which means the play
Okay,
is still
perfect.
on hold.
Okay. Look, at this point, Mike has to challenge. He's just got rid of 6 tiles. That is going to end the game faster. It's not a word he's ever seen before. He couldn't have seen it before because it's a phony. There is absolutely no harm in challenging this. And in fact, you have to. He's given him a gift. And I don't think he's maybe looking to see if he can bingo through that N. And that's why it's taking so long.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you want to think about here before you pull the trigger on it. But yeah, this has no business being a word. This would be a high prob 7
he's
if it is a
challenging it.
word.
I
And
can
here
see it.
comes the challenge from Mike. He is getting a huge opportunity. Yeah, gift in a game that he really has no business being in at all after the way it started.
Alrighty. So now we have to see what's on his rack. Because
See
he's starting now to develop something viable.
Okay. So that is not what either one of us expected to see. We have seen some very weird things on the board almost all day. And we are continuing to see weird things on the board. A 0-point phony from Winter that gets knocked off. And Mike has a lot to think about now. 6 of your opponent's tiles, I'd be tripping out thinking, oh my God, did you do that on purpose because you're hoping I open a bingo for you? Are you sitting on 7s, like lenient or something in title, and it just doesn't quite fit on the board and you're baiting me into giving you a spot? My brain would be exploding right now if I'm Mike. And he's only got 9 minutes left to play the rest of this game.
And the only bingo that Mike had with that rack is an 8 through an M. People want to figure that out for a second.
Oh, wow, that's sick. I did not know that one, but I certainly do now. Won't forget it. All right, back on Mike, ACILOOS. I think one standout play for him to keep him in bingo range and score some points. It's tough to spot, but you can play just the A and one of your O's at the bottom of this board and make Razoo, RAZOO.
Right.
20 points, hold coils. You like that, Rob?
That's got to be it. It's stunning. We had Razoo as a possibility yesterday.
Oh, we did. Yeah. Now we see it again. Just play
We
the
had
same.
Wazoo and Razoo. And now I
Uh,
got to look it up because, like, God is telling me. It is
Razoo.
Australian slang, an imaginary coin, as in not worth a brass razoo, mate. I'm so
Very good.
sorry to our New Zealand friends. I'm so sorry.
Do we have any New Zealand friends? If you're here from New Zealand, let us know in the chat. Let us know how offended you were by that.
Okay, so why is Razoo so great? You do want to undouble the O. I'd prefer to get rid of an I than I'd rather get rid of the I than the A, but it slows the game down. He's 100 points down. There's no need. No, he only played 2 tiles, so that's fine too. But he saved himself a look, there's 6 O's on scene. Well, he's got one of them. So let's imagine he had played the AO, and he would have BILOOSC, which doesn't play, but it would have been the right thing to do.
Yeah. This rack, ABILOOS, not very exciting to look at unless he gets a D out in space, which is not happening. We'll see what Winter does now, though.
He's playing very small, right? So Winter knows he's got an S. He knows it. So really, I think what he was thinking, the ideal thing to do is to make a 6-letter word from the EEL, if he could do it. And then he blocks all of the S hooks. But he couldn't do it, so instead he's opening the board. But he didn't give him a D for Diabolos, so he has nothing to play.
So Winter opting to just open this whole board up. I guess if you have your opponent pegged on an S and you know he's a ticking time bomb until he hits Whews or Govs or both, you might as well just open something up. If your opponent's going to crush the S, then you need a spot to crush yourself. But I don't know. I would have been far more hesitant to open the board in this game state. In any case, that's what Winter does. And Mike, not able to hit anything back. ABILOOS gives us a word that we've seen at least 3 times on stream already. BOOAI.
Yeah, you love
Plays
that
to
one.
the I in Linty and opens even more stuff up. You like that, Robin?
I love it. He has to. So you were talking this morning, Jesse, and you were talking about what is the psychology of the person who's behind. And now we're about at the end of the mid game. And I remember saying to my opponents when I'm ahead of them and they start opening the board like crazy, I said, even though I'm ahead of you, I would tell them after the game, I'm not doing it during, you are in the driver's seat because you have nothing to lose. It's time for you to, as Jesse said, get creative, get crazy, open the board and make the person who's ahead sweat. So that's exactly what Mike needs to do now. He's got to start opening triples and leaving those S hooks for himself. And that Bouye does that beautifully.
Yeah, Baloo is a similar play. It opens up lines on the left and right side of the board, but that B on the left side is not very scary where it's placed now. Buai is just a much stronger play. Mike has actually picked it up good, but I think he's feeling a little bit of the time pressure. Robin, you're the psychology person. Do you see it on Mike's face?
Totally. Well, I'm looking at the way he's sitting. The way he's putting his fists into his cheeks. It's actually quite relaxed. I'm not seeing him burrowing them into his cheeks, which would indicate some level of stress. Right now, he seems to be doing okay. He has, do you know the reason for the headphones? Is he listening to music? Does he have tinnitus? Anything? Do you know?
From what we heard our director told us they're just noise canceling headphones, so maybe it's a little bit noisy in the playing room. I don't know about a tinnitus or anything like that, but no music as far as I know. That's illegal without a medical exemption, just noise canceling. He does find his better option. Buai better than Baloo. Thumbs ups from both of us, keeping his chances alive.
Yeah, I think that was the correct thing to do. Baloo did not open the left side of the board except forcing you to bingo through a B, which is like, that ain't happening that often. This is so much better. It makes Winter nervous. He's not going to care. He wants to just score at this point. But he's certainly setting up a huge bingo steal and, to the right of it. And he's keeping the triple open. And he is blocking the correct S hook, because if Mike has to hook next to Gov, he's going to open up all the right, the row O on the right, so for Winter to have a comeback. But this is, this is a potential for a huge comeback score, even with 1 pointers from Mike by playing ticks.
Yeah, Mike hasn't found the tiles he wants, either EEIILSS on his rack now. He would have loved to draw a bingo using the B or O in Buai. He hasn't found that. He would have loved to have pulled a 7 ending in an S for Govs. Hasn't found that, but he has a very creative option, and I think he's finding it right now. Ilexes through the X in ticks, making Whews, sets up Silexes for the future, and he is going to play this.
I don't know, people have to understand that double S's are as bad as double anything practically, right? Like, play them. Ilex is so gorgeous. The only trouble with it is it plays 2 E's, but it's so it's so superior. How does the sim go? My quackle quit, so I'm dependent on you.
I didn't even run a sim on LEI because I thought there was almost no chance that got played, but that's what we've seen. And Winter starts to set down his valid bingo of Garotter, Garotter, and has now pulled back on it. Garotter would be all but game over. It does expose a triple, but with the G in a second spot, you're not that worried about it. I think he might be worried about the validity of this word.
Oh, I think he's also wondering which O to play through.
It's got to be the first one.
It's got to be
scores
the first
more
one.
and it's more defensive. Triple,
And
triple.
it's also harder to triple off a G in the second position than in the third.
Yeah, completely agree. And he's backed out of it.
Trouble with garrote, have you had this? Garrote is like, it's one of these words that could be spelled a million ways, but it could also not be spelled a million ways. I think he's feeling he's way ahead. I don't want to play a phony. This is what happens when you play a phony in a game. Then you start to get a little afraid that not only am I going to do another one, but Mike has already shown willingness to challenge him. So I think he says, let me just score my 24 points and let's not worry about it. I don't know if that was the best way to do it.
No, that held GT. If you're going to keep anything on that rack, GT is about the worst you could do.
Why not play just barge? Like, I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, barge. I mean, it holds double T's, but the G is just so horrible that I'd rather get rid of the G than anyway. All right, don't play the bingo. Don't play the G. Play Barrett. I mean, it's fine. You can do basically anything you want when your lead is this big. And we'll
it is
see.
just so easy to buy you a present, Matt. I just have to find anything or make one up about something about G's. Hating the G's. Almost a psychosis around the G's.
I hate them so much.
What happened? Did you have like a traumatic experience? Like, what happened? Where did that come
I did, and honestly, that one's going to stay between me and my therapist, Robin, if you don't mind. But the G is just, we have some bad memories together, some bad juju.
Alrighty, I got you. I know how to traumatize you now.
Oh man! All right, take the headset away from me before I go completely unhinged.
He finally picked a blank, and did he block everything? Oh no! If it's going to fit beautifully, a slide and engines will fit beautifully. But I don't know if it's. I mean, if I'm winter, I'm just playing maybe 2 tiles on top of slid to try. I don't want to open up an S hook because clearly he has another S. Oh, he's got Flinty also. That's interesting.
He does. He has Flinty and Glinty. So I would be looking to play Fog and Glinty here, eject the G from my rack, set up a spot for some points. Mike's last 2 plays have been LEI and SLID. He probably doesn't have letters that score well. So he's looking more to bingo with 1-pointers. I love setting up the spot with Fog and Glinty. You hold step automatically next turn, and you might draw something even better than that, like Beep. Fog and Glinty seems awesome to me.
And the reality is, now Mike has 2 places to bingo, right? He can play the G, he can play Jenny's engines off of Linty, and he can play off slid to govs. Honestly, I would play something that blocks that slid gov because that's going to score a lot more. Mind you, if he plays Glinty, he's going to open up a nice juicy triple row on top. So what is your sim telling you? Where should Winter play?
I'm not even simming this one because this is a turn where I don't particularly believe the simulation. You can make so many inferences after Mike's last 2 plays of LEI and slid. You have to make some educated guesses about what to even put in the simulator. And at this point in the game, with a margin as big as it is, you're not just trying to ride equity and do what the sim says. You're trying to just not lose. Winter's going to play Goose. Don't expose anything new, but don't knock out anything in particular either. And Mike is going to play this is just so satisfying. The way this slots in, hitting the first E and then that last S. That's beauty over a Scrabble board. Engines for 80 brings Mike within 29. A great post bingo draw, and we might have a game yet.
See, I'm thinking nothing good about Goof, but I also have that reaction to Nigel when he plays, and then I'll talk to him afterwards, and he's lost the game after playing the turn that I thought was terrible, and he says, "Yeah, I would do it again every single time. It was the correct play." So, was it the right play? I don't even know what to do with Goof. Like, I don't know what he was trying to do.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say any of that out loud, but I thought many of the same things. It was a play.
It's not a criticism necessarily. I'm expressing not understanding. I'm not saying that he did the wrong thing.
Generally, though, when a player rated as high as you, Robin, doesn't understand the play, there's a reason for it. In any case, I will behave myself. I wonder what this is about. This is the kind of thing we want to cut to Mike for. We'll let Josh make this call.
Something happened, yeah. Alrighty.
Oh, Josh is standing overhead. You can see his hand on the back of Winter's chair. So Josh unable to turn on the mic because he is directing his tournament right now instead.
Alrighty. You want to do fake conversation, what they're saying?
I try to do the lip reading thing. We see Mad Palazzo also walking up to the board when a director call requires two directors.
Overdraw.
Oh, late game overdraw. Uh-oh.
But what is there? What is there to discuss? Oh, there's less than 7.
And Winter is on turn. I think this might be the death penalty because Mike already made his play. If Winter's the player who overdrew and Winter is on turn, I think this is a death penalty in Scrabble. This is like one of the wildest rules.
And what does that mean for people who don't know what you're talking about?
I can't remember precisely what it means, but I think Mike gets to like look at all of the tiles basically and then just put whatever he wants on Winter's rack and whatever else back in the tile bag.
Right. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, if there's 4, for example, well, I don't know. Does he get to see 3 of the 4? How many are left? There's 4 tiles left? Is that it?
No, I don't have everything.
Oh, no, this is afterwards. Okay, very good. Okay. Ooh. There's no bingos in Mike's rack.
Wait, why is it Mike's turn? Why is Mike's clock running? Didn't Mike just bingo within?
Yeah, he just hit it. Yeah. He lost a few seconds. That really hurts. That really hurts because this is a close game now, and he's just lost a few seconds.
This is a close game, but I don't think it's actually a close game. If you look at what's unseen to Winter, AEIMOOPT, you just can't be hurt. There's nothing Mike can have that's really bad for you. And you've got a way to score points. Mike can't threaten any out bingos. He doesn't have a hook to Linty. It is a close on the scoreboard, but it won't be close when it's all said and done.
Okay, so here's a quiz for you, and it's not fair because this is not your dictionary, and I don't think this is in ours. I've never seen it. With the remaining tiles, everybody can see them. AEIMOOPT. There's a bingo with another P.
Oh man, a 9 with another P. I just had to check it. Yeah, if you know this one, go ahead and flex on all of us. If you don't know this
without looking it up, be honest. This is, anyhow, what a word.
What a word. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
I once played Patootie against Ian, and he was like, wow, that Ian Weinstein, and he was just like, Ian Weinstein, and he was just like, oh my goodness, that was such a great play. And I was just thinking, I don't know, what else are you going to do with 2 O's, 2 T's, like, but they're just fun words to play. And I once missed a 9 at Ira's tournament in New York, like a thingamajig or something like that. And somebody pointed it out to me. And I said, it must have been very painful for you to sit next to me and see it, and I didn't see it.
I always feel like my rating when I'm sitting next to a game is 2100. Like I see all the stuff that they miss, and then in my own game, I'm missing all of the things, and the people sitting next to me are watching me miss it. And I think everybody just thinks everybody else is a moron in Scrabble all the time.
You know what? And this is like a life lesson, which I taught my now 20-plus-year-old children, which is that for the most part, people really aren't thinking about you. We're always so worried what people are thinking. Like, they're not thinking about you. They're busy about themselves. And if they're thinking negatively about you, then they're not your people. You don't need to spend time with them.
Yes. That is a lesson I am internalizing more and more the older I get. And I think I've taken it to the other extreme. I don't care what people think about me at all. Look how cool I am, Robin. Just kidding.
Fantastic. That's fantastic. I hope it stays with you the rest of your life.
Yeah, you're right. If they don't like you, if they don't vibe with you, if they're talking bad about you or thinking bad about you, they're not your people. And go find your people instead.
Exactly.
You can probably find them at a Scrabble tournament. These are people, for better or for worse.
Winter has a Yiddish pronunciation of bitmaps. Bitmaps.
Very good.
Blinty is not good. nobody. There's absolutely nothing that Mike can do to bingo, and it seems to me to make sense to take something through that in engines to score and take out score. Because 33 points now in this game is a lot.
Yes, yeah, I would be looking to play bent through that
Yeah.
end right now. I hold MIPS, MIPS, and slides, or imps and slides as well.
Keep the S for next turn. Try to keep something that will allow you to play a 4. Right now he's not. If he plays, what I don't know. See what he's playing with. What's in his left hand behind the T? There's
BEI. So it's an I and an M.
I and an M.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, mint is not. No. Let's see.
You don't want to keep
MIBs. Keep something that you can play pent and keep MIBs.
Yeah.
You have to keep a 4-letter word to the D to slide. You have to. It's what's done.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, he's going to end up drawing an A and having BAPS, but
it'll work out for him. But it's not proper
something.
thinking. Yeah, you have to. Anyway, we don't know what he's thinking.
It looks like he's thinking of playing item, ITEM, stacking alongside engines.
That's going to work out beautifully for him because there's a lot of balls to come.
Or he's going to do this. Okay.
Oh. Oh yeah. He gave up a lot of points.
And a challenge. He'll pick up 5 back. $33 points he could have gotten for item, just putting it to the right. That's something that I've actually picked up by playing so many games on Moogles, so many computer games. I find that it finds beautiful overlaps in between words, like when we saw Voxel this morning when he played off 2 tiles and all that. So if you have to start forcing yourself to do that, like what goes next to the G, what goes next, how can I make it to the right of it and maximize my score? So just a bit of a miss here from Winter, but I don't think it's going to hurt him. No, he's going to reach in, draw the A, and threaten BAPS and slides as an out. And I think
he can't block it. It's done unless he just plays an O, like NO.
Yeah, and that's not worth doing. Mike actually has 38 points on this turn. You're talking about beautiful overlaps that the computer finds. Oh man, there's one awesome one here for him.
I'm looking. Is it Collinsworth?
Nope.
Oh, wow. Well, up team, but I don't think that plays.
Nope.
Where can we look? Don't we love a good puzzle?
Yeah,
That's
38
why we play Scrabble.
Puzzle for all of y'all.
Okay, I'm not going to find it in time. What is it? Oh, it's a sexted something?
Sexton something, yeah.
Yeah, Tempe.
Tempe, that is it. Yeah, see, Robin, yeah, you had enough time. You got it. TEM.
I did it, and I swear I didn't cheat. I don't have my quackle quit, so that's wow. What a play! So pretty.
Yeah, we love to see it. Let Winter have BAPS, but score 38. Make one little flex on the stream if you can. I'm getting word from production team that our next matchup is going to feature a face that many of you will be excited to see. It will be Nsikaka team versus Will Anderson. So that's going to be round 14. That's going to be
okay.
sick.
Before he plays, I'm going to tell you this is what I think he should do. Oh no, blocking BAPS. There's no second place for BAPS anywhere.
Correct.
And then he keeps Tempe to go out. That's the play. That's the sequence.
Tempe doesn't go out.
No, he plays Oh no first to block BAPS.
Right.
And then he plays Tempe to go out.
But Tempe plays to the I.
Yeah. Oh,
So
he has one.
an eye on his rack. Anyway, all right. Poet is what he chooses to do. He's low on time.
Right,
He's just going to do something to avoid going over. And Winter going to play out with BAPS and end this one. We'll see what kind of post-mortem we get if Winter was suspicious of NARS or anything else. But this one was unexciting. I don't know what we'll hear. We will give over a chance anyway.
396.
Yes.
And then the 10 more for you. 406.
406,319. Good game.
Well done. I don't even, this was the only bingo that I think I even was close to, but What was your other letter when you played Etling?
When I played Etling, an R,
Oh,
and I couldn't see a play.
Like
I mean,
the-
I'm trying to. I mean, I can make it really hard for you with Tinter or Tiddler.
yeah.
But then that sets up Steel. So I want the R here because it only takes the C.
Doesn't it take an S?
I don't. Maybe it does.
I mean, so that was like,
Flinty. I didn't see that.
like
Maybe it is. I just missed it.
it,
But yeah, I'm obviously trying to make this as hard for you as possible and turn over as many tiles as I can. Do we still need to? Do I need to grab my phone?
Yes,
Okay.
and eventually square tiles as well.
Yeah, let me grab my phone.
All right, well, that's it for the postmortem. Winter grabbing his phone to submit results. Gone are the days of writing your results on a piece of paper, getting initials, walking it up, doing the walk of victory. You just punch it in on your phone and then go out to the hallway now. I miss the victory walk, don't you, Robin?
Oh, yeah. You get to walk up and they look at you, and if they know you, they'll give you a quick wink or something, or you go girl, or something like that. We don't get to do that anymore. It's all done in kind of relative anonymity and quietness, and then you just have to wait for people looking at you need a little bit of encouragement. You need a little bit of adulation when you're playing a very long tournament, because it's exhausting. And for people who are playing on the first board, it's even more exhausting because unless you're completely immune to worrying about what people think about you, you're worried that every play you make is being parsed in a negative way. So, yeah, I miss those days, but it's also good. It also, don't you? I think it's also a good advancement. It makes the tournament run faster.
Makes the tournament runs faster, saves some trees, which is good in the end of things. But I really do like the strut. Stretch your stuff, carry that slip up to the director, spike it down in the thing, and then anyway. All right, I'll stop yelling at clouds. We're going to cut to a little break. Next game in CCAC at Team Will Anderson. Before we go, I see 239 of us watching the stream. I don't see that many likes. Yesterday, we got to 205 likes. I think, given the U.S. holiday, we can beat it, but not without your help. If you haven't yet, please click that thumbs up button, and I'll ask again when we come back from this break. Matt and Robin signing off for about 2 minutes. More Scrabble coming soon. breaking news to those of you at home. Matthew O'Connor has lost a game of Scrabble in Albany, New York. Nothing gold can stay, and his 12-0 run was thwarted by who else? Harshan Lamabadu Surya. Matthew O'Connor finally dropping a game, 12-1. That is going to make this tournament very, very interesting. Also very, very interesting is the matchup we've got coming your way. Matt and Robin will be bringing you Will Anderson and Nsikek Ateem. We have seen so much of Ateem already this week from Albany. He has been a rock solid player from top to bottom, but Will Anderson will be a tough matchup as well. Robin, give us just a 30-second primer on Will as we cut over to the board.
Oh, well, Will is everything. Will is everything to Scrabble. He's a brilliant player. He's really changed a lot in terms of he's made the decision that it's not always about the bingo. Now it's about grooming the board, doing the right thing. So he's developed into a mature Scrabble player, and he's only going to get stronger and stronger because he's very young. So that's scary, but it's to our benefit because I'm seeing people here want to see the top players, and you're going to get that today. You're going to get it right now.
Gonna get it right now, indeed. We will let the gents get underway. Let's Play Scrabble here on the Let'sPlayScrabble.com YouTube channel. Ateem has dropped 4 of his last 5, but hey, that's got to happen to somebody in a field with this many strong players. He's played an average opponent rating of about 2050 in that 5-game span. And hey, if you don't draw the stuff against good players, you're not really going to have a chance. Here's the stuff coming out early. ENST. The commentator Hex, though, coming down out of my mouth as JZ compliment those bingo-prone tiles. Robin, this is going to be G's, right?
Yeah, but the trouble with G's is that it takes an E. So it's not necessarily, it gets rid of everything you want it to do, but it makes a huge hook. But I don't think that he really has a choice. There's really nothing better. Unless he plays ZE, which I don't think he
Don't play upside down. Don't play upside down. I hate when people play upside down. My OCD has been obliterated. I'm very angry right now. This is even worse. And this is going to ruin our stream, too. We got to get Josh up there because the camera is mounted at one orientation. We're going to see this entire...
Yeah, no, we're going to have to fix that. He's going to see.
All right, yeah. Josh is confirming he's going to get up and fix this. Oh my goodness, I was about to punch a wall.
The question is, why isn't Will? Come on. Just turn it around. Now the question became, where do you play?
No, is this where he played it?
Yeah, because he had the first E exposed.
Okay. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's where he played it. Okay. Thank goodness. Josh, we appreciate you. I was going to freak out the entire game if you hadn't made that intervention.
I couldn't do it either. Well, and we're not going to have the discussion about playing vertical versus horizontal, but that's just as maddening upside down. I think it's worse.
Vertical versus horizontal, that is a whole can of worms. The chat is going to get violent, and we are trying to keep it civil here. It is a holiday, after all. Let's behave ourselves. So, all right, nice. G's the opening play from Ateem. Will does not have the E that he would like to have. He knows Ateem didn't keep one. Jeeze would be the play with that J on the double letter if you had it, but Ateem did draw it, though he missed bingos after that play. Will threatening 30 points with a foot underneath G's, making EA, EF, and ZA. That keeps double I's, Robin. Are you doing it anyway, or are you going to try to undouble these I's?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, oof scores the most, right? You get 28 points. A foot scores a bit more, but at least with oof, you're saving an A and a T with the 2 I's. So that makes it a bit more palatable. The trouble is that he can't block the E hook, but he does have an A. It's not going to matter unless he does something like FA something under the G's. Yeah, there we go. Okay, a foot. There we go. Because a team would have had Estrange down to the E. He had Garnets and all that through the G's. Now you're not going to do an EO bingo. He's still going to be able to bingo, but it's not going to be as painful as it could have been. I like a foot, but I also like the concept of saving AT with II. And also not opening that huge O to it. There's so many things not good about a foot, but also you can't blame him for playing it.
Yeah, I like how Will has knocked out the back hook on G's with this play. OOF doesn't achieve that, and a foot does. I think this was Will's top option. It was a tricky turn and one that other people would play differently, but I give it a thumbs up. I
Yeah,
don't mind. Over to in CCAC.
it was very
EG
easy bingo to play for a lot of
RST.
points.
EG
Look at the jewel. Think of jewels. Oh man, think of silver
Think of silver.
in French. I was
Oh, in
starting to
French.
speak to Matt in French this morning, so
Yes, yeah. Robin asked if she could commentate in French, and I said only if I can commentate back in Spanish, and then we'd have some linguistic difficulties. So we opted to go American and speak English here.
so the
Unfortunately,
bingo is 10C argents. Oh, he has two N's. I thought he had an A. You know what? I'm looking at the wrong screen. Never mind.
Okay,
No
I thought
wonder
I
you
was
didn't know what
having
I was talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
EGNNRST, the rack forehead team. No bingos in French or in English or in any other language, except maybe Hungarian. He'll have to choose if he wants to score points and shed that E, or not score much at all, but keep the E intact. Robin, we've talked about the importance of E's for bingoing all day today, but if you play it with Eon or Neon and G's, you can get 26 or 27 points.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're looking at GEAN through the EA. What would you do here?
Well, there's also gents at 10H making Ian, Eft, and Zos. You're not keeping an A. That's the problem with it. But you're scoring the most. That's 29 points. Eon is, I like Neon over Eon. And he's doing, wow. Okay. He really doesn't like the G.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a word too. We'll see what happens. He didn't give him an N, and there's the irony that Will needs an N to bingo through, which if he, that could have happened easily to get rid of one of those N's, but it didn't.
Will has the option to make this board so fun. I think his best play here does this. TRAGI through the G in Geo. Just look at that. We've got a 5 stacked on top of a 5 stacked on top of a 5.
Oh
That is a wonderful board shape. It's tough for Will to spot, but he can definitely do it. I would love to see this come down. Here it is. Boom. Boom. You will never see a board with this shape again ever in your life. This is majestic. And Tragi does not take an S. It is the plural of tragus.
Tragus, yeah.
Tragus. So just the back C hook on Tragi. No hooks on a foot. This is a hilarious board.
It's a great play. And so now a team is in the position where he's got 1 pointers. He's got nothing to do. He's got to just kind of get rid of maybe LN if he can, but I don't know that he can.
Oh, this has to be Azon. Just plunk the N. You can't do anything else.
I guess.
Yeah, set up your S.
Well, it looks like he's taking a few tiles. It also leaves the TEA open, which will allow him to bingo as well. But it is dependent on you picking another vowel. It's going to be very hard to bingo without it. I don't even know if you can.
Chat saying this is giving
Just a
me a
Y,
panic attack.
certainly.
No, these are the most beautiful boards in all of Scrabble. These lead to some of the most insane games. I think the opening play being put down upside down was just a sign of the mess about to unfold.
I can almost guarantee you that this game is going to end like 480 to 460.
Of course. This is the only thing that makes sense.
I score my highest games when I start the game with like OI. Yeah, Azon seems to be right. It's too bad there's not Lazon. Wouldn't that be so great?
Oh, that would be exactly what you want to do. Yeah, if you could plunk Ellen. Oh.
Sigloy is not going to play for Will. It will. If he plays Azon, he's going to play Sigloy. I mean, he has to, right? He has to block the S hook, which is clearly being created, and he has to get rid of at least 2 of those I's. So Azon will give him Sigloy. It puts the I underneath the triple letter. That's the bad thing about it.
Yeah, however, after a play like Azon, I don't think you're as worried about that. I guess on this board, Azon can actually leave most things. Generally, when somebody plunks an in for 13, they're on one pointers and in bingo range, but the board is so bad. All your traditional rules and heuristics are out the window. There are so few valid plays. What is a team doing? He loves this double N combination.
And if it were me, I would have already had 4 on my rack because I'm just an end magnet sometimes. But he's just making it extremely, he's making it very, very difficult. I think Will is probably going to have to pass. He doesn't have anything like a teal and refs just to score some points.
Oh, he has a refi though. LIS plays underneath, making teal, refi, and Lazos for 28.
How do you like that, eh?
GIIO, but that might be worth playing here.
Let's have a look. Well, he does have Sigway off underneath Geo. He could do that. Yeah, he can play LIS. Yeah, Lazos. That would be just so annoying.
Oh my goodness, the 3x4 rectangles that we'd make on this board in 2 separate spots. This is a hot mess, and I absolutely love it. Give us LIS, Will.
You can't play Sigloy because clearly a team is grooming his rack.
Right. There's no way Will's going to make that play. There's no way anybody should make that play. There are some people out there who would, because they're the people who like playing cool words more than actually trying to win games. But if you want to try to win games, you can't play Sigloy.
Lees is kind of growing on me. Yeah. Oh, he's passing. And shockingly, he gave up the G. And look at this. He got rid of both ends. They're both passing.
Yeah, I mean, what else did you do on this board? All right,
Let's see what Andrew's Will picks. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. AAIILSW on Will's rack now. He can make the same LIS play beneath that we talked about last turn. In fact, he held those 3 tiles, maybe with that in mind. Yeah, he can go a little longer, wheelies or wallies, W-A-L-L-I-S.
Yeah, I think we're going to see wallies. I always think of the cartoon, Wally.
Oh, yes. Wally hits a little too close to home as we move closer and closer to our dystopia every day. But yeah, that is a cute word.
Well, I'm not going to get political. Please don't get me started.
Yes, the 4th of July. We got to behave ourselves. Tomorrow, whatever.
Well, Wali is a Turkish governor, especially of a vilayet, which is another good Scrabble word, Vilayet. So I guess it comes from the Wali could sound like a V.
That's got to be it. Okay, so not Wali, but something Turkish instead.
Oh, and look what he picked. Oh, VYG.
VYG into ERST. ERST is the strongest 4-letter combination that does not include a blank you can have in Scrabble, but you're not supposed to add VYG into it.
You've got to play Jive.
Yeah, you're forced. 32 though, can't complain about
that. Not bad. He did pretty well considering the disastrous pick.
All right, a team back ahead with that play, 110 for him, 96 to Will. Another awkward rack for Will. This turn's going to be hard. This turn's going to be very hard for Will. I think it's going to end up being Nab atop Jive. That's just so underwhelming, but Will's draw is bad. The board is bad. There's really not much else to be done here.
All I can think of is Anna Baina, which is such a great Scrabble word.
And look at a team's draw into RST, now AEIN. He has the famous Retinas rack, which has 74 bingos in it, I think, in Collins.
There's only one thing worse than Retinas is Retina with a blank. I once did an all-night tournament, the one that's like goes all weekend. And it was about 11:30 or 1 in the morning or something like that. And I picked up both blanks and I just started laughing hysterically because it was like game 18 in a row or something. And I said, you got to be kidding me that I have to find a bingo with 2 blanks, like the best bingo. So Retinas, yeah. At least he doesn't have any flexibility. He's got to play with the tiles. He's got, obviously, the G. It's going to be very easy, and because the V is where it is, it forks the board for him. So he can either play through the G or he can play off the WE. So he's going to bingo no matter what.
Yep. He's got it lined up, locked and loaded. And man, Will's got just a hard turn. There is a 6-letter word, Banyan, Banyan, 24 points, but 2 vowels is the leave, just EI. I don't know, Robin. Would you play a little bit longer with something like Banyan, or would you be looking to do some defense here?
There's something to be said for Banyan, just 12E off the Wii. Just score a lot of, get rid of a lot. There's 2 blinds to come, 3 S's to come. Save the E, which is always nice to do, and tie the score and take away an easy bingo lane.
I like that. Yeah, turn over some tiles, BANIAN and web, just 17. But yeah, go digging into this bag. All the good stuff is still in there, basically. So that makes some sense. BANIAN. I think BANYAN makes some sense here, or just the play he's got lined up of either ban or nab on top of jive makes some sense. But Will looks to be leaning towards Banyan here. Yeah, here it comes. This is fine.
I think it's lovely. It's going to give a team more points than he would have gotten, but that's fine.
Yeah, sometimes your opponent has retinas.
Yeah, you can't play that way. Now the question is, does this dictionary have more retina's words? Yeah, than we do. So he has Rescient, I'm not going to pronounce it correctly, off of Banyan to score the most, and not as dangerous. Because you're sticking NT over the triple, and it's a little harder to play off of it. It's not like you're doing a nice vowel consonant mixture. I believe that might, and he's got nastier, which I think is worse, although it requires to have an E to go underneath it. He's questioning Banyan. It isn't, I assume it's an alternate spell, like a banyan tree.
Let me check. Banyan.
Indian fig tree. It's also spelled just with the I.
Yes.
So he's going to play nastier. I think there's something to be said to take a few seconds and to play Rescient. Although if it takes an S, that's a reason not to do it, and it does.
Rescient is a resident, so it does take a back S. So he's avoiding the hook here.
So he didn't have a choice. He had to stick the S. He had to make open up 2 triple lanes, but there's something to be said for it because the thinking is, okay, you take one, I'll take the other one.
Precisely. And what has Will drawn? Some good stuff. Oh, wow. 5 consonants into EIDD, EIPRT is the pull from Will. He was close to bingos, but no cigar.
Oh, so close. Well, but he can score. He can use this. He can play penned. You don't want to use the E. You'd rather use the I up. But it will undouble the D. It'll maximize the P. And it will save a pretty nice rack. Trid is pretty nice. That's one thing. That's without thinking. I've got to think about it now.
PEND through the N and nastier. A nice play. Trepid, as Will's set up here. 33 points, blows up the rack, but it scores so good. One other fun option for Will is just fishing a D. Jived and AD is 16 compared to 33 here. But I would be taking.
Yeah, no. It's the Bob, the late great Bob Felt, and I think he might have been mentioned the other day. I heard somebody mentioning a lamented lost player. Bob Felt taught me years and years ago that the DT combination is deadly, is terrible, and so he would have had to keep DT, which could get nasty pretty quick. So.
Wildly. The D fish is winning a sim. Now, real humans block the board more often and don't open up after a 1-tile fish. So it probably doesn't win in real life, but is interesting to see. He's not just playing CH here, surely. Surely there's something more to this.
Don't call me Shirley.
Yeah, it's going to be botch. He's going to play BOTCH. No, he's going to pick it up.
We play Cobb, through the B, saving a very nice WET. That actually goes very nicely together, and putting the C out for a potential bingo with the H. I'm pushing it, but
I don't mind playing WONT in the bottom corner of this board as well. Hold the C for next turn. It's the only
Yeah.
hook to Tragi, and you've got one of just two. It's unlikely Will's got the other after his 6-tile play. But now that you've telegraphed that you have CH, you've already shown it to Will, you're going to lose your surprise factors.
Yeah.
Now that you've shown him those tiles, botch has to be the move.
Well, there's also something to be said for won't, WNT, in nastier saving the CH combination.
Yep.
And holding on to that C hook for Tragi.
Yeah. I think if you hadn't already flashed the C, you do that. But because the C,
So what? So was he gonna block it for 10 points?
you just
I
might.
don't know. Yeah. I'm just thinking, yeah, it's unfortunate, but I don't think it really matters.
All right, botch indeed the play we're going to end up seeing here. After some hesitation, it does come down. The clock has been hit. A team up 231 to 153 over Will Anderson, but Will's got points lined up. The N in nastier gives him find. AERR, not the best leave, but if I'm going to keep double consonants,
gotta do
R
it.
is one of the nicest ones you can keep, right,
Yeah.
Robin?
Well, I love the R. So, you don't want to keep two R's, but there are worse double tiles to keep. Unfortunately, if you pick up the third one, then you're really in trouble. But that's why the word mirror exists. There we go. He's got to take the points. He's got to keep up with him because he's 80 points behind, 78 points behind.
Yeah, precisely.
And I will say that won't actually, on a very small sim, did sim higher than botch.
Yeah, I had it about 2 points up as well. I think we're about to get an Uwu sighting. The new 3 in CSW, UWU, plays for 12.
You're
But
so
man,
lucky.
every single time I combination in NWL, I'm like, dang it, legalize Uwu, please.
Yeah, no, Uwu is like a gift to Scrabble, like ZA was and QI was. And I'll look up to see what it means, to see if we can petition them to give it to us. It means an expression of admiration on social media for something considered cute. Ooh.
It's literally just like, kind of the winky face that you can put at the end of an email or whatever. Uwu is basically just a kissy, winky face invented, I think, by furries. But now it's a word. So, and it's
It
a
also
handy
loves
one.
that bingo lane. But as we say, I mean, I know it's killing Will not to bingo. I know he loves to get his word knowledge out there and to score the points. Who doesn't? So he's going to be bingoing the next turn no matter what a team does. Uwu will save the absolutely stunning LIKE. I mean, who doesn't study the like words, regularly? And he should know most of them. And if he gets lucky, he'll pick 3 tiles that go with it. And if he might be able to play it over nastier or to the right of Banyan.
Ooh, what's this? Is that another super chat? All right, we appreciate you, Scott. We appreciate your your contributions. Maybe NWL will legalize Maybe a team will legalize It is just 12 points, but it's an awesome play. Yeah, that LIKE combination, very strong. But he's opting to score. This scores.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Well, he's taking away the very easy bingo lane. It's got to be his thinking. To save UU is bad enough, but with now it's not so bad ooh anymore, right? It's not your mother's ooh.
Yeah, Uwu's, you can just play it if you have to eject it. But that K doesn't seem like a very dangerous tile. Gives Will 2 bingos down to it with the letters he has.
Oh my goodness.
And yeah, he set it up now. Rank and over rank. And a team finds a third U. Wow, this is an immediate exchange rack, except for Uwu. What a game-changing word.
I think we'll agree that over rank is better than 4 rank, but he's going to do 4. I think over rank is better, but it doesn't slot the O next to a vowel. It's harder to bingo off the O than the F, I think. I don't know, maybe not. But certainly the V blocks everything. So I'm wondering if that's a miss, or I'd love to hear his thinking on that.
Yeah, that one's interesting. I think most people would have played over rank there, but Will is only up by 9 after this bingo, so maybe he actually wants the extra volatility on the board.
Well, but you're giving an easy X spot. Like, why? Late in the game, it's more likely to be on a team's rack.
I don't know. After Kaib, I don't think Kaib holds an X very often at all. I think if he had
But
an
it's
X,
just good.
KEX was an option next to botch. So you've got 7 chances to go in and draw it if you're Will. He's got 3 chances to go in and draw it. I actually kind of like this from Will.
All righty. Not surprisingly, is high up there, but Muil, M-U-I-L, through the I in Kaib is also scoring very well. Oh, they're checking okay.
Huh.
You know, that's something I'll share that with you because I played in a bunch of worlds and I've commented a bunch of worlds, and I've noticed that there's far more challenges on words that for anyone not playing Collins would for sure they would know it. For sure, 4 rank would be one of those. That's a word you would have studied, you would have seen. And I think, my interpretation is just that there's so many more words that mastery is a lot harder over everything. Do you have any thoughts on that? Why I think I find there are more challenges in Collins tournaments on words that to me are words that should be known at this level.
Should be known is such a dicey proposition, though.
I
I mean,
know.
if I'm in a position where like I must be 100% sure that a word is good, like I'll lose the game if I lose a turn. All of the sudden, my word knowledge gets a little bit shaky. I think part of the reason 4 rank stands out is because it is a hook. 4 ran takes the back K. But I don't know. I'm never going to fault somebody for throwing a nickel at a word in CSW, especially.
No, absolutely not. But it's just, there's when you're playing at a certain level, there are words that that the person knows. Like, I mean, sometimes they're quite surprising. Like even yet, I remember seeing yomp, like a 4-letter word being challenged. Like lots of 4-letter words are challenged as well. And I think it's just that there are so many more words that it's impossible to. It's much harder to master. That's all I'm saying. And he picks up
Yeah,
the
no, that is a great point. Lexicon is much, much larger, and just to be absolutely certain on the 30% additional set of words. Yeah, I do see a lot of stuff challenged. We've even saw both Wellington and Harshawn challenge each other's words in their matchup earlier. It's just there's so many words to be sure of all of them. And will set up the X in multiple spots with 4 rank, and perhaps Galaxy braining this one. He's drawn it on his post bingo draw. EX is 52. YEX up top next to 4 rank is 47. This is a toughie. I don't know. I hate that Y synergizing with the C, or anti-synergizing with the C and the I. I'd like to play it, but 52 is 5 more than 47. Robin, you like X or you like Yex here?
I like Yex. Get rid of the D.
All right. You hear it from Robin. She likes Yex, 47 points, ACIS. I don't hate it either. I got to give a team some points, though. 276 to 280 is the score right now.
Especially saving an IY. I think that's a really horrible combination.
I hate it. Yeah, I hate it.
Okay.
All right. Yex indeed the play. 47 points for Will. A team might be able to make some kind of inferences, though. Like X clearly played 2 spaces down for more points. Will choosing to play that Y, there's a good chance he's got some extra vowels to go with it if he wanted to shed that and make a sacrifice. We'll see if it adjusts his play at all. ELMNQSU, the rack for a team. He threatens with the Q. He threatens points without the Q. Helm from the H is a nice play. Queem in this spot, another nice play. And rather than dissect it for you, we're just going to watch him play Queem quickly and move on to Will's turn. He has found the second blank. That is huge. He's threatening bingos on this turn. He's got 4 of them.
That was a very lovely play. Unfortunately, he kept LN, which is not the best together, but it's, if you can play the cue, do it. The question is, does he need to open the board? That blocks the board. But the N will go on top of the uwu quite nicely. And then and now we see that without even thinking, I see asocial for Will, playing off the H and botch.
This is actually huge. Will has asocial and HA, but it plays 2 spots further up, making TA tragics and HO.
That's so much better.
It scores 80. It's tough to spot, but Will can do it. So asocial triple overlap for 80. Asocial in the more human spot to find it is 73. He's also got Atosha's, ATOCIAS, making HA for 71, or Kopaiba's through the B in botch for just 62. Asocial for 80 needs to be Will's play, though, especially given that a team has drawn a nice rack himself, Illusion, lined up for him.
They're finally getting some nice racks, and it's towards the end of the game, but playing asocial is also the right thing to do because it does not open up a juicy spot for a bingo to come down off the HA. The X is gone, so we don't have to worry anymore about tax. The only big scoring tile there is the V, and that's not going anywhere fast because it would have to end in a V. So asocial and tragics is the way to go. I know it's always tempting to try to hit that double word, but take a few more seconds and see. And now the C is going to hit the double letter. The S is going to hit the double letter. It's probably worth more, is it not? So yeah, it's worth 80 versus 73.
Yes, yeah. The higher placement, despite not hitting the double word, is worth 80 and doesn't seed the counter bingos. If Will misses the spot and plays this with HA, he'll hand back Illusion to a team, which would be a big swing in this game.
Exactly.
Looking at the unseen pool for Will, especially knowing what's on a team's rack, there's a very good chance that Will's next draw is going to be terrible. A lot of consonants for him in that bag. So if he gives up a Illusion as a counter bingo, sets up a big hot spot, and then misses on any of the vowels, Will's actually in major trouble in this game. Whereas after asocial and tragics, he's nearly 100% to win. He's found the word. Has he found the spot?
I'm going to bet my mortgage on this, that he gets the right spot.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You can keep your house.
Okay. Luckily, I don't have a mortgage.
All right, well, then you can't. All right. EILNOSU, and a team has to be slowly deflating here, getting double blanked by Will, getting his bingo blocked by Will's bingo. Will has not hit the clock yet, but this has to be the play. And there he goes. That's going to be the dagger in this one. 407 to 308. And a team seems to be sunk.
Well, here's the thing. He's going to need to open up the board in a very dangerous way and in a way that he can guarantee he's the only one who could do it. Obviously, with a rack like this, you have the insole stem word, EILNOS, insole, goes with a bunch of stuff, and it even goes with the U, as we saw with Illusion, but it doesn't play. So ideally, what he has to do is play off the U and open up a spot for himself to bingo, because there's right now only through the B. Now, the B, L, E go very well together, so you don't want to get rid of the U, I would think. I might play Tau. I think that might be not bad at all. TAU off the asocial. What do you think?
Just TAU. It does take
We
the
take
back.
the T, though.
There's one unseen, but you got to take some kind of shot with this deficit. Now, I think you need to score more than 5 here. You're going to have to get lucky. You're going to have to open something up, but you also have to get in range. So I might play much longer here. I might play something like loin and QI and UN or something kind of like that. Just open a bunch of space on the board and pray that I get a great draw.
Well, if you want to go for points, Olean and open the board, Olean down to the queen, Olein, Olein is volatile and opens the board quite a bit, but it's not opening a second spot. You don't have the luxury of a second spot on this board except through that B, which I barely consider it useful.
Yeah, that's not a spot. That's bait. That's all that is.
Yeah. Now, if he does that, he's going to get something like moving and, like he's going to give a ton of points back. It's not going to work. So the sim is really liking Un at 10B, Ugg and Un, just to hold on to that insole. And I guess it sees a lot of bingos through the B and possibly through the L and A social, but I can't believe it.
This is another situation where the sim should just be thrown straight in the garbage. Your opponent's never going to open this board and probably going to block whatever you try to actually hit. Yeah, the sim shows him bingoing 53% of the time after Un. That's not correct. That's just absolutely not correct. That assumes Will's just going to recklessly open the board for no reason, and Will's never actually going to do that.
Now, is there anything in that rack insole with a B that he can pick a tile up that will bingo? That is the question. And it's in globes, so he could pick up the G, and that's it. He has to pick up your hated G in order to bingo, if he gets rid of the U only.
The G goes from your hated tile to your saving grace. All of a sudden, you're hoping for it. Irony, my name is Scrabble.
And suddenly you start wearing necklaces with the G in a tile.
That
you
I
don't
would
want to
give
be
money
anywhere
to
without it.
get your bling chain, just a big G, on a big silver chain, wear it around your neck all the time, get some sunglasses like mine on too, and just rock it.
So it's saying right now that Olean's Un is getting rid of, making Ugg and Un is his best chance, like under 3%. But I'm thinking I probably would play Tau and hope he doesn't have the T.
I'd just play for spread at this point. I'm almost
are
certain.
you? You've given up?
Yeah, there's no chance. Even if Will's got 7 consonants, I'm not really seeing a chance. Oh man, our next matchup, I just saw it in the chat. This one's going to be awesome. This might be the first time where I am commentating on 2 former world champions playing against one another in a matchup. Oh, juicy, juicy, juicy. Next matchup, Wellington Jageri, Adam Logan. Oh my goodness.
Lee is pointing out that there is another, we're missing the uni in row 14. So I think that's where this is coming from. Get rid of the U and hope you can bingo with an N bingo, starting with N. Good point. I did miss it. Thank you, Lee. Yeah, so play TAU, and now you've got 2 places to bingo. And if you don't think the G.
Yeah, draw the L, hitting the yellows, that kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah. Not as many as I would like.
HOI?
There's not as many bingos as we would like with that.
Yeah, I mean, you're grasping at straws here if you're a team. Chat's suggesting HOI, just plunking the I, and you figure your opponent's going to block as best they can by playing down to the TA.
Oh, that's cool. That's nice. That's pretty good.
The only reason I would do that is if I know that I can draw a bingo that starts with an S, because I'm unlikely to be able to play a bingo that ends with the S, and there's only one bingo starting with an S you could draw after HOI, and you would need an F. Both Fs have been played, so you're actually dead in the water after that. Cute thought. Doesn't work on this board. I don't mind this at all. Create a line on the top, score enough that a bingo will keep you roughly competitive, and hope that Will has absolute garbage.
Okay, I'm just putting in the tiles.
Yeah, I think Will has moving and tag now for 40 points, but this play makes way more sense. Obstruct the new line that the team has just created. Yeah.
He didn't even think. He's got 5.5, almost 6 minutes. saving the ing because he's correctly assuming that a team is going to have to open the board up, and now he wants to save the most bingo. Get rid of the V, get rid of the M, block the new easy bingo lane, block the bingo lane through the B. So everything about VOM is great, and keep ing on your rack. It's all good. Even if he doesn't score, he can go down to tag, make tag and score quite a bit.
Yeah, checks all the boxes, and Will's not going to think any harder about it. He's just going to do it, as one does. Team's last stand, EEHLOSU. You'd love to see something like Wheelhouse come down, but alas, that's not there for him. I think at this point, you basically throw in the towel, HUI to the I in Kaib. Probably the best you can do here.
Well, he's getting up to a 6% chance of winning if he plays Heil B6. I don't know how.
No, you're on
the bag.
Yeah, Quackle's smoking crack on that one. That's not real.
I'm only doing 2 ply, so maybe that's my tragic flaw here. Yeah, the thing is, he's got too many vowels, and the T hasn't. If Will had played the T, he could have played Tau now with a lot of confidence, but he can't. And I don't know what he's got that's left. Well, I still think Tau is a good play. It's still giving me Heil. It's really loving it. It's above anything else. Or Hoy is coming next.
Heil doesn't ever actually win the game. Like, you could go in and pick any tiles you want out of the bag. Will would have to make a colossal blunder and open a bingo for you when he has perfect knowledge of your rack. That doesn't happen. Will doesn't do that. Quackle is just not correct in these pre-in game situations pretty often, and this is one of those situations. Right. You're dead.
I know that there's a new computer on Woogles that's supposed to play very, very well, but I haven't tested it out. Have you?
I have not, but from what I understand, Macondo, that engine has solved all 2 in the bag endgame situations to perfection, and even some 3 in the bag endgame situations. So perhaps Macondo could pound this through, figure out every single 3-letter combination, and power through how each of those end games would work out. Quackle has some flaws. It's an excellent engine, and you should be using it to improve your play. But you also need to take everything it says with a grain of salt, especially in these situations right here.
What's interesting is that Hod. Oh, he doesn't have an E. I'm looking at. Yeah, it's pretty grim. It's pretty grim. I think right now, I agree with you about the end game with Quackle. It's such a fantastic thing, but perhaps it's not. Obviously AI will never replace humans, right? It doesn't know what's going on in the standings. It doesn't know the situation. Is it more important for a team at this point who's lost to limit spread, or is it more important to go for the win? So unless we can program that into our computers, we're never going to get perfect analysis. But he can't play Ho. He can't play Who. He can't do really anything to set up a very unblockable, a very difficult to block anyway, triple. Anyhow, but the thing is, that Will only has an I, and if he was able to put a letter there that can't go underneath it with C, the best that Will could do was play down to TA and force him to make a bingo that starts with an S or with some blank, a vowel S.
Yeah. Will, if you're a team, you look at this pool and you hope that Will has 7 consonants and can't do very much. The problem is, if Will has 7 consonants, you're going to draw more vowels and you've already got too many of them. So there's really just no happy sequence here for you. Either Will has the consonants and you get stuck with the vowels, or Will has vowels and he's got a flexible enough rack that he can obstruct anything. You're dead no matter what.
So your team is now currently under 3 points. 3 minutes. He's more than 100 behind, and he's got to figure out a way to score a ton. So he's opting to pick 2 of the bag out of the bag with an N unseen to him. this is what you have to unfortunately do when you're behind like this, is you have to create volatile spots. So he's correct in doing what he's doing, but he's not going to. It's not going to work out. He does have an S, but we'll just complete grin or something and block it. And there's really nowhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, and Will can play a bunch of different stuff here. Grind and Tad for 30 points is very nice for him. Hoang, just Hong from the H, will knock everything out. And he can actually look at this unseen pool. I don't think there's anything he needs to block. Those letters are terrible.
Yeah, he knows, he can see what's there. There's no 7s or 8s, I don't think so, certainly in the dictionary that I know. Paulese, he has the possibility of Paulese. So he does have to block it.
Oh, okay. Pollees. Is that
Yeah.
Pollees, like one
Yes,
who gets pulled?
exactly.
Okay. You do have to
Doing
block them.
Yeah. And he's very lucky. Yeah, so he's doing it in a different way. He's just doing it that way. That's fine. Which is the correct thing to do.
Yeah, this is awesome.
And is what's simming the best.
All right, so Will, with that play, moves up to 465. He is going to hang on and win this one. This is a back and forwards game, but after the play of KIBE, Will had exactly what he needed to bingo down to the K, and then found the second blank in the bag a few turns later. Will, after a crazy start, Robin, you said the final on this one was going to be like 460 to 440. Not bad, yeah. Will almost made it to 500 points, despite the.
Well, I wasn't counting on some of the plays that a team made. Not getting rid of those U's when he had the chance. So I think we lost about 50 points from that.
Yeah, still though, the fact that we had a crazy grind at the start and then we ended up seeing, a well over 800 combined points. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
opened up.
unexpected, totally. Yeah. Oh, someone's finally seeing ooh. I would think it plays quite a bit. I don't know.
I was playing a practice game, a warm-up game in Collins in New Orleans in January, and I opened with OWO, O-W-O, which is another word recently added that means something very similar. And then I played uwu a few turns later.
Oh, God.
And I bingoed out to win. OWO to uwu to bingo out. Unstoppable combo.
Unbelievable, right? Those are the days they say go out and buy a lottery ticket.
I went to the casino and made $350 at the craps table, and then it snowed 9.5 inches, and like 20 Scrabble players got trapped in New Orleans for 3.5 extra
I remember.
It was a vibe. It was an absolute vibe. By the way, I'm going to do a quick little plug. Maybe I'm not supposed to do this, but I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. The Crescent City Cup is also one of the best Scrabble tournaments of the year, hosted every January in New Orleans. Just think about it. This tournament's awesome. I mean, Albany is always a great time, and there's 2 Albanys every year. There's Albany July 4th and Albany New Year's, so you can enjoy the nice cold. Or like I did this morning, I laid out by the pool shirtless for like an hour before play started today and soaked up some sun. See Albany in all seasons. But New Orleans, if you need an escape from your crazy northern winters, as I likely will, head on down south, play the Crescent City Cup, grab yourself some beignets and some muffalettas. It's an awesome time.
Are you at the Marriott again this year?
Say again?
Are you guys at the Marriott?
I don't know where. I mean, I presume it's there pretty much every time. Or no, it's at the Drury usually. I don't know where it'll be this year.
No, where you are now for Albany.
Oh, yes, the classic Marriott Hotel in Albany on Wolf Road. Same thing, yeah.
I just remember we had a new car and we parked it there and some bird dung got on it and it was very difficult to get rid of.
Excellent.
But I remember, well, we have to mention Annette, right? Before we just close the game. This used to be Annette's tournament, Annette Tedesco, late lamented Annette, that Josh and Kieran very kindly started helping her in her later years, and now they've taken it over. So we miss Annette a great deal, and she's the one who found this hotel for us, and it's become the center of the Albany tournament every year now.
Oh man, I want to say so many more things about Annette. Let's try to capture overhead Mike, but a team's generally pretty quiet, and if he doesn't talk, I will say more nice things about Annette.
Okay, the G's, right?
What's that?
You said that was a crazy start.
Yeah, then I drew everything.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that weird. These 3 words.
I just wanted to make the board that way because
Yeah, it's
I've
good.
been having bad experience with you lately. So
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was very tight. But at some point, it's gotta open up.
maybe I lost it here.
Botch? That looks great.
I was thinking of how B was going to manage the board better.
Oh, how B into the. Oh, the B with. Oh, Kai was not there yet.
No,
Okay.
no. When I played Boach, I had WE left. So how B
Yeah, okay.
and CC, how B was going to control the board better. And the spot. So it's just here that's left.
Botch looks great.
Yeah, but I mean,
It
it's a very
scores
good
a lot
score.
more,
Yeah, 41.
yeah.
This is 30, I think about.
Yeah, it's
9
got to be
marks
like
per
low
person.
30s. Yeah, you get a lot more.
And but-
WE is decent.
I mean, that was very. I mean, like the K
Yeah,
and Social Tragics
yeah. I just drew the blanks one after the other.
after the X.
Yeah, that's crazy. That whole sequence. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think I did pretty well.
Yeah, I was very lucky. All right, I have a lot of words to look up. I was okay. I'm glad I didn't play this. This is not a word.
Which one is that?
It's probably the J. I almost played BAYAN for some reason. I think
Bayan.
I'm confusing it with the J, right? Yeah, it's the J.
BYAN.
And Banya. This is the word in that. That's valid.
Yeah, Banya.
All right.
Then Banya.
So I didn't play a phony. Almost played a phony. And I wanted to. How are you doing, Molly?
Doing well.
Doing all right. Oh, you're on stream next, probably.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you've been summoned. All right, I got you. We'll get out of here. Fair enough. All right, hold on.
All right, well, our postmortem being interrupted as Wellington is eager to get back to the killing floor. Wellington and Adam Logan coming up in our next game. I'm going to struggle hard not to cough, but I think I can do it. That one was awesome. The next one going to be awesome as well. I want to talk about real quickly, though, how Will is just the greatest person on the planet. There are some players who after the game will be the first to tell you, wow, you drew everything. And those people are really annoying. But there are also people who will be the first to tell you, wow, I drew everything. And those people are gems. And Will, ever the humble guy, will be the first one to admit that he drew well. Did he play well last game? Yeah. Did he draw well? Also, yeah. And I respect him so much for being willing to say that out loud.
Well, I always say when people said, well, you drew the bag or whatever, when I'm doing commentary, yeah, they drew the bag or they drew better, but they knew what to do with it and they made the correct decisions. I still would like to ask about 4 rank over overrank because I need to learn. I want Will to teach me why he thinks that's better. So I will at some point ask him that question. But always a gentleman, always when he was early in his career and he was he was very bingo forward, and he won a game against me by making a whole bunch of pitsy little plays, and he just looked at me afterwards and basically he said, I shouldn't have won that game, but I just, because of how I played, I kept going for bingos. And I kept picking them, making like 5-point plays in between. And a gentleman back when he was starting and a gentleman now years later where he's dominating.
It's so hard to root against him. He's just such a nice guy and such a valuable asset to the Scrabble community and such an awesome YouTuber as well. We did get an answer to your question. Our producer, Josh Greenway, asked Will about overrank versus 4 rank, and Will said, I didn't even think about it. I didn't think there'd be another play to the K. And then said, they're actually pretty similar to one another, but he ended up opening up big X spots and then drawing the X and then crushing the X and then drawing the blank and winning the game. So, hey, maybe he didn't even see the other option, but he picked the one that worked out in this iteration. Wellington is ready to play. Adam is close. We are going to take a very short break while I scarf down some water. Don't go anywhere, though. More Scrabble coming very soon between two former world champions. Are you not entertained? We'll see it soon. I am grinning ear to ear. World champion versus world champion. Team Canada versus Team Nigeria. Adam Logan versus Wellington Jagere. Robin, I'm not even going to let you talk. Let's just cut over the board. I want to see this game. Let's go to preview. Let's get it ready. These players need no introduction. Both former world Scrabble champions, both incredible players, both having good tournaments. Wellington at 12-2. Adam still in pouncing distance, though, at 8-6. I am stoked. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble.
This is going to be unbelievable. I predict. Two brilliant genius players of our game.
Yeah, over-under is 0.5 mistakes between the players. Some turns you can't really call them mistakes, but you give them question marks. But I doubt we're going to see a true blunder from either player. Now I'm putting the commentator hex on, though. Look at me. A, C, F, D, L, N, and a blank for Adam.
No bingos. No bingos.
No bingos. This might be CAF, C-A-L-F. This might be
I think that's the obvious one.
in D. Robin, you want to hold that C, or you want to get rid of it?
No. ND save. I would say I would play CAF. It doesn't take an S, as far as I know. Maybe it does. I should. Yeah, okay. It does. Here it does. Which you don't have, but there's no 5-letter word. So there's also a possibility that you might want to pass and not give him 4 tiles to play through. I personally would play CAF.
I don't think you can justify an exchange on this. With 18 on the board, I think you've got to play through. You would exchange probably down to DN blank. So take 18. And Adam does.
Yeah. Now, both of them picks a blank to start. So this is very, very explosive. It'll make the rest of the game a little different, but we'll see what happens.
All right, we might see a drug get played this far.
Yes, you know that drug.
Yeah, 2 playable bingos here for Wellington. One is Napiform, Napiform. The other is a drug. I won't say it out loud just yet.
Yeah, I think Napiform is. I think it's if you have FRM on your rack, you should do form as if you have a blank or an O, you have to do that. The question then becomes what goes in front of it. It looks like he's wondering if it's like piniform, paniform. Is there anything off the A? Apniform? No, that's not going to happen. Yes, rifampin is the word. Yeah. Tell us what it is, Matt.
Rifampin is an antibiotic.
There you go. It's an unusual name for an antibiotic, isn't it?
Yeah, it comes from the rifamycin family, which are kind of obscure antibiotics you don't use very often. But this one, if you have seen it, you've likely had tuberculosis. We don't use it often, but when we do, it's a big gun for big disease states.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, we don't see tuberculosis that much anymore.
Thank goodness.
Napiform is, do you know what it's shaped like? Did you look it up yet?
Neck, nape, but I had to look it up, and it's nothing like that at all. It's crazy. Not what I would have guessed.
It's shaped like a radish. And I'm sure somebody who knows etymology can find nap and radish somewhere.
Yeah, chat, please enlighten us. Where does this NAP turn into turnips and radishes? I'd like to know.
All right, so between rifampin and napiform, rifampin scores 1 more point, which might be the reason alone to choose it.
Yeah, one point when you can't find any other discernible reason, go ahead and just take it. You want to make sure, though.
He doesn't see it.
Commentator Hex.
Yeah.
That's my fault, everybody. That's my fault.
That's okay. It happens.
All right. Well, the overhits 1 turn in, and this is huge as Adam now has a double available through the P.
Yeah, and an easy one too. Yeah.
I said
whenever you have the IN and a blank or a G, you know what to do.
I said this yesterday on stream and chatted about it after hours, but it seems like if Wellington ever makes a little blunder, he always gets punished in like the most painful way possible. And it seems like
Is
that's
that
going to
right?
come again.
Well, he's going to bingo back, or is he? Let's see. He's got greened and all the stuff that, oh, genders. Okay, so he's going to bingo back. We're going to have a nice open board, which we like when we're playing, when we have people of this quality. Drooping is also nice because he's not going to put an O next to below the triple letter. So he's not opening up anything really, really dangerous for like Haj or something like that, or with a Zo afterwards. I'm going to miss Zo after I stop the commentary. Yeah, it's an obvious choice. You have to go for the double-double.
Yeah, this is the only one he's got as well. Drooping 90 points for Adam. We're off to the races here.
And it does not take an S.
Does not take an S. Yeah, you wouldn't expect it to, but hey, you never know. Those ing words are maddening to try to keep right. Now we know, so we don't have to dwell upon it any further. Wellington has multiple bingos available to him. Genders and calves is the highest scoring at 75. He's got 74 through that blank G in gingered, but that opens up a big spot on the bottom of the board. This has to be genders, and here it comes.
It has to be. It has to be. You're opening the board anyway. Other bingos, like the next highest one is gingered through the G and drooping, but then you're opening up a triple unnecessarily for one less point.
Oh my God, I was going to joke about Woodward, but Woodward is actually good. And now Adam threatens a very low probability bingo back. WOOD, WARD, valid. This is probability 38,860. That is about as deep as it gets. That's still playable in a game. Adam's word knowledge put to the test. Woodward for 82 available. Robin, what do you think? Does he spot
I'm
it?
thinking Paul Newman when I hear Woodward, right? Joanne Woodward, he was married to her. But, he's checking calves.
Okay, so it's not just you and me who was not sure calf took an S. Also Adam Logan. That is quite validating.
I feel better. But I wonder if it's a verb. No, it just means the skin of a calf skin. So it takes the S as its own. Wow, interesting. Yeah, because it's not the calf of the cow, which is calves only. LVES. So there you go. See, it's just, I think somebody thought I was dissing on these players. I would never in a million years do that. I'm simply saying that, and it's one reason why I don't play, Collins. There's just, because right now I have a new profession. I just don't have the time to study. There's so many words. It's just impossible to know. And for somebody like Adam to not be sure that calf takes an S, it's not dissing that he doesn't know it. It's like jaw dropping how difficult it is to master Collins. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I don't think
Woodward got it. Yeah,
meant, but people who don't know our personality quite as well, Robin, when they listen to the stream, some people think I'm like very mean. I've had people come up and say I'm the mean commentator.
Really?
No, I don't mean to be mean. I just mean to be honest. But no dissing ever meant these are world-class players. And honestly, if I thought I could compete with them or outplay them, I'd be in the room playing. But I'm not, because I can't hang. These guys are so good all the time. Adam has set up Woodward. Look at him now, though. He has not.
Which one?
Is he thinking about placement, or is he thinking about validity?
I think he's thinking of placement. I mean, his word knowledge is especially, it's one thing to not remember the 4 to make 5s. It's another thing not to know the 8s at this level. He knows his 8s. We were doing a close-up. I've introduced psychology and studying of a person's demeanor over the board as a means of analysis now.
Well, tell us what this body language means, Robin.
Oh, Adam is so difficult to know what's going on. He's a very private person. Doesn't like having his picture taken. Always hides behind people when there's a group photo, and he's forced to be in the picture because it's like a team photo or something like that. Maybe he's changed since the last time I've been in a team photo with him, but he's a mystery wrapped in an enigma, as in Churchill, and he gave another one. Churchill said. No, he's still the same. Josh is telling us. Yeah, he's a very private person, so I wouldn't even dare to. Anything I would say would be simply projection and conjecture. But I think he's questioning which one is the correct placement. And to me, I think the one going across row 5 is a little less dangerous, but I'd have. I think they both put an O next to a triple letter.
Yeah, they're very equivalent in terms of play. I really do think this is less about placement and more about validity.
Okay.
I don't think you spend almost 3 minutes just figuring out which D you want to bingo to for 82.
Well, then where can you play WoW and get rid of both? You know,
right there. Oh my goodness.
You're right.
Robin, if you had told me both players are going to miss a bingo within the first 3 moves, I would have eaten my hat.
Well, it's a tough game, you know? It's a tough game. And, you were giving before how deep into the dictionary a word was before. Woodward, did you give it for Woodward or was it for something else? I mean, it's got to be.
Woodward, 38,800.
Yeah.
That is so deep. 38,000 out of 42,000.
And he gets punished. He gets really, really punished for it. Instead of being way up. Anyway, the game is going slower, so more commentary for us to make.
Yeah, commentator Hex, this is literally all my fault. All my fault. I take responsibility for it. I apologize, or perhaps you're welcome. I don't know. There is something so validating about watching even some of the tip-top players make a mistake here and there. Makes you feel less bad about your own mistakes.
Well, somebody who's still active and still occasionally has a good tournament and gets annotated myself on table 1, it's actually very helpful. And for other people in Scrabble who are watching and they're afraid to be annotated on table 1, anyone can miss a word, anyone, and there's no shame. It's a tough game. So don't be afraid to be annotated. Don't say no if you didn't sign a waiver saying you have to say yes, which we do have that in Scrabble. It's part of growing the game, and I totally understand why they do that. I think right now, for a team playing off OU like Moo from Flimp, saves the gorgeous Angarac range, Regna. I think that might be good, except there are G and N's to play through. That's the only thing I would say against it. If you could play off G or OU, might be even better. But I'm not seeing anything better in the sim. Moo is scoring the best. It's 13 points, and it holds on to the best tiles.
Yeah, a lot of players play MOU here. Wellington has been far more reluctant to make small fishing plays. I thought Wellington might play Guano through this in. He's going to go even longer, go digging into that bag, despite both blanks being on the board. He's going to do something that is not on many players' radars, but I love getting out of these trap racks. Don't get caught up in one-pointers and bingo or die. Gunnera for 20, though. This is very non-standard.
Well, I thought, I started looking down when he played Gunner thinking, oh, he's saving the A. How clever. But he actually decided to play it. That's very interesting. He's going for the third blank, as we say.
Disappointed by the results of this poll. Do you blame me for bad things that happen to players? 55% no. Come on, guys. I have the power. I choose to cast my hex, my black voodoo magic when I choose. Have more faith in me, please. And thank you. All right, disrespect.
I'm sorry, I missed the poll. I would have given you a no.
Oh, I voted yes for myself. I'm disappointed that I lost on this one. But hey, this is America where you can get fewer votes than your opponent and win the outcome anyway. So happy 4th, everyone. Adam on turn, 144 to 117, ADOQRTW. He can play the Q with the uninspiring Qua through the U in Gunnera. DORTW is abysmal. He can keep the Q and play toward through the A in Gunnera. If he draws one of those 4 S's, he threatens COTS next turn after that play. I like toward. What say you, Robin?
Oh, I like toward a lot too, and threatening cots. Absolutely love it. Does everything he wants to do. Scores points, gets rid of 5 tiles, doubles the D. At least he gets to do that. The opening isn't that terrible along the triple row, along row O, and threatens the possibility of cots next turn. Everything about that I like. There's also the possibility of tarot, saving QD through the R. It's a bit dangerous. Slots the O next to a triple letter. Saving DQ, or DQ we'll say because it's summertime for Dairy Queen.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, I would be inclined to knock out the S hook on Gunnera with toward. Tarot and toward, kind of equivalent plays, but just 2 different things in its favor. Knock out the S hook, set up QATS if you draw it.
Yeah. I was going to say you're not blocked. Yeah, it definitely makes it dangerous to. It makes it much harder to play like 4 letters parallel to toward, to the TOW part with an S. Like he might be inferring that Wellington has an S at this point, because why didn't he play Gunner? He probably saved a vowel. He's inferring, right? What does he infer? What do you infer from the fact that he played Gunnera instead of Gunner? He might have had 2 A's. He's saving an S. He had another vowel on his rack and he wanted to clean everything up. There's lots of things. So this is unfortunately what you have to do, is you have to imagine, what was my opponents thinking while they made that play? Why did they stick that A on there? And then, it could be for absolutely none of the reasons that you think. And that's when we start making mistakes in Scrabble, when we make an assumption that that A was played for a reason that doesn't turn out to be what it was.
Yeah, I mean, after a 6-tile play, there aren't a ton of assumptions you can make, just because the leave was only 1 tile. Most of their rack is random. But yeah, we've also seen a number of instances where a player just makes a dumb mistake, and then the other player starts making inferences like, well, you wouldn't do that. And you wouldn't do that if you had this, but the player just straight blundered. I'm not saying Gunnera was a blunder, but it definitely was a strange play, and I wonder how much Adam is thinking about it.
If he plays toward, he, at least from my knowledge of words before looking up, it will save Wellington's rack. He can play something like otaku, and then save a nice AN, and that's quite nice.
Yeah. Adam has
Yeah, that would be the best play, otaku, at least in terms of cleaning up the rack. Yeah, unfortunately, it would stick the U, I think, next to the triple letter, and we haven't seen the X yet. Can you imagine coming back with like Xenia after that? Oh, God.
Oh, that would be, Xenia for 100. Oof.
Oh, there's 4 S's to come. I mean, this has to be the play. Get rid of 5 tiles and pick save QA. Like it's like paint by number this one. This is absolutely the right play. But it's going to be blocked.
Yeah, this is a very, very insta play for Wellington. Kuta, 39 points. Get rid of some of your duplicates. Get rid of the U. He checks all the boxes. But Adam has found the U he was looking for. We were talking earlier today about, if you do have to keep the Q, play as many tiles as you can to maximize your chances at a U. Adam's done just that and threatens 51 points on this turn, which he should cash very quickly.
Yeah, and Kuta was absolutely the right play. It did absolutely everything Wellington would want. It gets rid of the U, it gets rid of the double A, it puts the K on a double letter to the triple. It was a gift. And now he's picked up Nation off the D in toward and under the GU in Gunner. So he's been going no matter what.
Yes, but Adam taking a big lead here with Quail for 51. Wellington will strike right back. E-Nation plays beneath Gunnera for 69, but on the triple word over here, it is 71. That's got to be the move for him.
Absolutely. Nothing to think about. Scores the most. It does open a bit of a volatile spot with that I, but the K is gone. The Q is gone. It's just the X that you really, really, really have to worry about. The H, because in this dictionary, there's a lot more letters that go in front of O. There's other vowels that go in front of O. So you still have the H also to worry about. But it's a lot of points, and you want to take that triple spot if you can take it.
Adam with a big pull, finding another U. Generally, you would not be stoked to draw it, but with the Q out in space, you're
Yeah.
actually stoked. Now, this is actually very interesting. Most players, oh my God,
Look what he picked. Oh,
Spylight. Yeah.
Spylight Pilist.
Oh, Pileist is calling. Okay, yeah, so Wellington's going to bingo again, man.
Well,
Adam's got a very interesting turn here. QUEY is extremely natural, 48 points.
It's hard not to take it.
But BOYED, beneath quail, holds UI, which is a terrible leave in most instances, but not if you have the case U and a Q hanging out in space. I think Boyd for 43 might be a better option for Adam here. It seems ludicrous, but what do you think about that, Robin?
Well, there's 4 T's to come and an N. So if he saves the UI, he has a not bad chance of scoring quit or quin. But there's also so many vowels that he could pick up. There's 2 V's. He could pick the Z up as well. Oh, yeah. Well, wouldn't that be amazing if he could play Boyd and then he wouldn't have had the Z at that point because he wouldn't have 8 tiles. But if you could save quiz anyway, yeah, I like Boyd a lot. But I also am a big believer in getting rid of that U and Y as quickly as possible. And I think they're going to sim really, really closely.
They're simming right next to each other despite being completely different lines. 1, just score 48 points, get rid of some of my worst tiles. 2, score 43, keep my worst tiles, but they're sneakily my best tiles because of where that Q is. I don't know. I think this is fun. I would play Boyd just because you never get the chance to try something like this. And hey, if you draw a triple through the Q, you're going to feel like a super genius.
He's going to play Equid. All right. So what's interesting is that Wellington now he had pilots and he had it off the DEP, but he has it to the right of a nation, making a 5-letter over. Is it 5-letter? Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. Quintuple.
Yes, Pileist that will fit to the right of a nation, which is so deflating when you see that. Not only to pick up a bingo right, a bonus right after you've bonused, but then to make a 5-letter overlap for like 83 points, whatever that's going to end up being. That's crazy.
Oh, Adam drew the Z. If Adam had played Boyd and then drawn quiz, he'd be able to neutralize.
He'd be right in there, yeah. Well, he may not have. He would have had. Oh, he would have played. Yeah, he would have played 4 tiles. You're right. 5 tiles.
Oh man. All right. Well, he's still going to score a ton of points, but
but it's that's Scrabble, right? Like every decision. I guess he was thinking. I'm not sure exactly why he did that because there were more consonants and vowels in the bag, and he played off 3 vowels. So that was an interesting choice.
Oh man, a lot of fascinating turns in this one, but another one here for Adam. We'll focus on what he's got. Great play from Wellington. He pulls ahead 319, 268. Adam, ABMOXYZ has so many interesting.
He's got so many points. Boxy, like without even thinking, Boxy under Quail. It's just like, give me points. Saving MAZ, which is so beautiful together. He's got Zax at 3G. Also, if he wants to get rid of both at the same time and then try to go for a bingo.
Yeah, I have no idea what the right line is. You can cash the X with Boxy beneath Quail for 53. You can cash the Z with MOZ next to Pileist for 54. Or you can cash them both with the Zax for 57. I look at this pool and it doesn't look incredibly bingo prone, so I kind of think I want to do the 1-2 punch, hit one and then hit the other. Then I have to start looking for a compelling reason to play one and keep the other. I think Boxy is the strongest. The Z looks a little bit better than the X on the board. I'd be looking to cash Boxy first and then see where the Z takes me. But this is a fascinating turn. Adam's a little low on time already, but this is a turn that
so unusual for him to be under 10 minutes. And we're about 2/3 of the way through the game. Still deciding. You know, when you sometimes you have a plethora of riches, and you just like, what do you do? What do you do? And oh, okay.
Oh, didn't even call this one out. This is an X setup. This is awesome. Except it's
Yeah,
not a
this is an X setup. Yeah, and
but it's
it didn't
oh
come up in the.
yeah, it's not a word.
It's not good. It's not a word. It's not even. It's jambos. Now I'm a little worried about him. This is not. This is. I don't. I'm worried that there's something wrong. Honestly, like I'm not being facetious here. It's not like him to make mistakes like this. Not that he's made so many.
Was this expurgated? Did this used to be a thing?
Oh, it used to be good.
Oh, it was removed.
Oh, how
Oh,
sad.
oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, so on a turn with numerous 50-point plays available, Adam tries to find one better than them all, but instead makes a huge blunder. Zambo expurgated, not a play he can make, giving Wellington a free turn, and Wellington has a lot to think about now. You've seen MOZ on his rack. You know MOZ plays alongside Pyliest.
Right.
What do you
What are you going to do about it? Not much. Well, oh, Adam with a, you know, when you get those huge chocolate boxes as a gift and you just don't know which one to take first? That's what Adam had in the last rack and in the current rack because he still has it. And very unfortunate. So he's going for points.
You can play Maz, that's fine, but I am going to score so much that Maz doesn't hurt me. That's a decision from Wellington.
Yeah, that's a boss play, eh?
Do it. Do your worst, Adam. Punch me. Punch me right in the face. I got this.
He had, however, Vaute, V-A-U-T-E, through the U in Quail for 38 points. Both saved the same amount of the same tiles, GIT. So it's an interesting which was the better one to do. That's going to require a nice sim.
V-A-U-T-E would make I-E. Did I hear that correctly, Robin?
You know what? I have something wrong here. Never mind.
Gotcha. Okay. Ooh, Wellington's found satire, and that seems like it's going to be it in this one. All right, Adam. If you're Adam here, now that you've flashed the Z on your rack, backing out and playing boxy, holding the Z doesn't seem to be a good choice. You don't want to hold the Z if your opponent knows you have it because they can take away the biggest threats and they're unlikely to give you anything new. So I think now you're playing, you know, with some strange rules. You're playing in a weird dimension. There is no element of surprise. I'd be looking to cash the Z now and keep that X lying in wait if I'm Adam. Actually,
well, he's got two places now. He's got two good places, right? He's got the Zit and he's got the A and Z in Ovate. So I don't know. I might consider doing boxy first. Let's see.
Problem is the Zit spot only works if you have an O, and there's only two to draw. Yeah. So if you play boxy, you would have to draw another O. I might actually cash both in right now. Play Zax at the top. That AG spot's going to be annoying and set up bingos. And now I'm a huge underdog, so I want that spot available.
I'm wondering if he can play Maz first and save the X and the Quail spot. Can he do something next? It's going to be harder. But obviously the X is much more flexible than is the Z. I am doing a sim, a very quick sim, and it's definitely boxy is like shooting way up by 4 points, 4 points. It's also considering box without the Y, but it's liking boxy.
Boxy is Adam's play. Wellington has to know all three tiles on his rack, A, M, Z. Well, I'm sure Wellington jotting that down on his paper right now. And despite the satire draw, Wellington can't bingo on this turn.
Guess what? He cannot bingo with a satire rack, with open ease and unbelievable. Could he have done
And
it?
Adam has found the O that he needed to threaten Moz once again. Wow. Okay, hang on. This game is not done yet. Whoa. I love seeing Wellington with these racks. He's so good at showing us what to do. So many players drop a G, but that doesn't help you. You've already got 7 playable bingos in this rack, or maybe even more in Collins, and they don't fit. So what's the point of fishing if your bingos don't fit? How is Wellington going to respond to the unusual board shape? He's got 2 choices. He can open something new up, or he can just not fish and try to score more points and maybe block the zit spot. I'm curious. Wellington, better than anybody, can handle this. What will he do?
One possibility which I'm kind of grooving on is Ag over Gunera, GU and GU, making AG, GU. It sets up bingo lanes in both directions. That's what he needs to do.
Playing full-on offense. Hey, you can play your Z wherever you want, but I'm going to bingo next turn and win the game. You just have to hit your fish. You're going to bingo very often after that play.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking that a lot because I guess it could be theoretically blockable, but you'd have to play through, like, you'd have to make a 5-letter word or 6-letter word through the AG so that there isn't an S hook anymore.
Yeah, after Ag up top, it looks like Wellington's set to bingo about 71% of the time. So by no means a lock, but a very high chance that he bingos after the dual setup on top and underneath.
Oh, we're being called the Dream Team commentary, Matt. Ooh.
I'm flattered.
Thank you, Brentus Firmus. That sounds like a nice Monty Python name from Greek times.
My dream team is probably you and Will Anderson, if I'm being totally honest. I think Will's the greatest commentator out there, but Will is, of course, going to play most of these big events. So y'all are stuck with me.
We are blessed to have you.
I'm glad somebody views it that way. All right. Oh, man, I am blessed to be watching Wellington navigate this incredibly hard turn.
Yeah, you really want to hold on to the A and not the I. You can deal with 2 A's. It's harder to deal with 2 I's, and I think that's what Wellington is thinking right now by putting the GI to the side. But, like, Ag solves the problem of really creating 2 lanes with a really stunning, EIRST is good stuff. But yeah, I love your comment, which you made about, like, most people would get rid of the G and keep on the satire rack, but you're right. Like, you already have 7 bingos. What more do you want?
Yeah, just getting greedy at that point. If they don't fit, they don't fit. What's the point of fishing? What's the point of taking 12 points and then just not doing anything next turn? He's got Gate now lined up on his rack, GAIT. He'd play this alongside Pileist. Wellington does this so often, and I think more people need to be doing this. Just score.
This is what we live for, and this is why we keep time. Look at this. He's been thinking and thinking and thinking, and he still has 12 minutes left. Very unusually, Adam has 6 minutes left, just under 7 minutes left. And again, as I'm saying, I don't know if he's under the weather a little bit, that he's taking so much time that he forgot that Zambos isn't good anymore. Just a little bit of an unusual series of, I wouldn't be surprised to hear later that he's got 102 fever, it's just very unusual because he's such a brilliant player.
It's also important to remind ourselves that several of the very top Scrabble players also have full-time careers and professions. Yeah. Adam is a highly celebrated professor of mathematics, and Scrabble is not the only thing he does. So everybody is a human. Everybody has lives outside of this game, and that makes what they do over the board far, far more impressive. But Adam's likely been quite busy with work.
By the way, would you be playing Moz or Cause next turn? I'm liking Cause a bit more. M is much more flexible. And you've got the U in Gunnera. Oh, he's
I
really
like
breaking up the
I like
rack.
I like keeping the C. I think that E down at the bottom of the board is asking for bingos. GEIT is what we're seeing here from Wellington.
That
I
is a
guess
very interesting choice.
3 E's unseen. You know Adam kept an A on his rack, so there's really only one unseen to you. You want to keep
And he hit his
yours.
clock. He's hit his clock. It did not even make the sim even closely. That's very interesting.
You have to put in specify partial opponent rack AMZ because you know Adam's got that. So there's only
Right.
one other A you can draw, meaning you probably want to hold on to the one you've got. 3 E's in that bag. At tops 1 A. Actually, that makes quite a bit of sense.
You're absolutely right.
And he found the A anyway, because of course he did. That's Scrabble.
That is Scrabble. So, Cause versus Moz or something else. They both score 54. Nothing is coming close, as you might expect. You said you like the C better because of the floating E. Could you explain that?
The C's a better bingo tile, and the E down in space in ovate. If I can draw a cheap bingo through that E, I'm probably going to end up winning the game. And so just for that reason, the C feels a little bit better to me than keeping the M. I also think the C is going to synergize a bit better with those 3 unseen S's and the 2 unseen H's. There's not many universes where Wellington kept an H, and he probably didn't keep 2 S's last turn. So just thinking about what I'm about to draw, H's, S's, I like the C to go with it.
Well, that geek play. Did you do a sim with the word knowledge?
With the word knowledge.
With the letter knowledge.
Adam can't really make a strong inference about what Wellington kept. So the sim is just looking at what's in that unseen pool.
All right.
I mean, we know it was ARS. There's not a great way to tell a sim. I think he kept a 1S, but probably not 2. Like, Quaggle's not that refined, at least not yet. So I don't know how I could modify the search to do it better, but yeah, Adam has focused in on Moz. What Adam needs to be doing though is probably making some play pretty quick.
Yes, right away. It's clear it's either Moz or Cause. The question is which one, and they're actually going to bring him up exactly to a tie with Wellington, which is unbelievable that we have these two brilliant players who are tied in the end game. Unbelievable, close to the end game.
All of a sudden, several people in chat are realizing, oh my God, I know Adam Logan from higher math circles. Like, oh, wow. We've had that happen a couple times on stream where people recognize Annette Obrestad from poker fame. And then they're like, wait, there's no way this is the same person. Like, yeah, it is.
It is.
Adam Logan, the same guy. Yes, he is that mathematician who you've heard of before. And he's one of the top Scrabble players in the world.
And Adam got his PhD at a ridiculously young age. Not surprising. Yeah. So I'm from Montreal, and Adam came to the Montreal Scrabble Club when he was like a 13-year-old and was just starting. So I've known him from the beginning of his career, and this is a very formidable human being.
That's so cool just to watch. I love Scrabble because I've now been in the game almost actually over 20 years, goodness. Over 20 years, and watching people grow up and evolve and transform and get married and have kids, like it's just so cool to watch lives unfold. And there are so many brilliant people you meet all across this game, but watching their lives unfold, watching the cool stuff they go out and achieve, it's awesome. All right, now I understand GEIT was in part a response to the 1A, 3 E's in the bag, but also a setup for himself. Holding the A, he's able to make plays like this next turn, and that is huge for Wellington. The score was tied, but he's able to score major points there.
He also had buys, BHAIS, under WAFs and CH and all that, but it's possible that he's now holding on to that H for the C hook, scoring very similarly, but holding on to the H.
Yeah, I think you want to wait and play the H later on, as Wellington has done. CH takes front A, front E, front I, front O, and so if Adam does draw a cheap bingo at the end of this game, he's going to be able to play it with that line I've created. Take the points at the bottom first, cash the H later. I love this line from Wellington. It seems like the best track to victory. Adam with the other H can make plays there, or he can get rid of the J, but he can't do both. And man, you really wish you had a little bit more time to iterate through all of this. Adam can play CHAIS and WAFs exactly where BHAIS
Right.
was, but the JNR combination
Yeah.
is scary on this board.
Especially with the V unseen.
Oh man, what a tough turn for Adam. JANN to the N in Gunnera is probably the best way for him to play the J. He can also just eject JUN through the U in Gunnera for 18, but you need to score some points here if you're Adam, or this one's going to slip away from
Yeah,
you.
if you do Jan, you're giving up an easy Haj, which doesn't seem like much, but 39 points is a lot.
Yeah, Haj and Taj both unseen, but it would require Wellington to have both an A and either the H or the T.
Sure, but the chances are much greater now with only 6 tiles unseen.
Yeah. Oh, this is such a hard turn and one you really just wish you could buckle down for 4 minutes and think through the options. But Adam, in place, we haven't seen him often.
He burned through his time, so I think we're going to see Chais. Now, is it the T or is it life?
Very good, yeah. What does the lexicon say? I'll defer to that one. CHAI is defined as tea, especially as made in India with added spices. So chais is the tea.
Alrighty, so he's picking up, oh my goodness, he's picking up beautiful tiles, beautiful vowels, which is what he needed. And we'll see now, he might, Wellington might be in a bit of trouble now because he's got that V to get rid of. Adam is now up by 2 points, having given up, Wellington got 5 points on a challenge. See, yeah.
Yeah, 5 points on the calves challenge. I wonder if that's going to end up being the difference.
Yeah.
Wellington kind of has two ways to play this turn. One is go as fast as humanly possible and just make Adam figure out what's going on, and the other is to go as slow as possible. That really the outcome of the game. After this, really just solve the end game, and you're done. It looks like Wellington is choosing the slow approach here, which makes sense. If you're going to go the fast approach,
You know what's in the bag? He's not worrying about bingoing. He's worrying about words like jingo. No, he's got the, does he have the last I? No?
No.
Yeah, so jingo is a real worry.
There's Collins has Jong as well, I think. Jong. Yeah, Jong, jingo, both there. So even if the I is in the bag, Adam could threaten plays with the J to the G. Man, this is such a hard
Ivy, like, yeah, I think with 2 in the bag, how many do you play? Ivy gets rid of, Ivy to the right of Equid, scores well, and gets rid of your 2, yucky tiles right now, and it scores well. But it doesn't solve the jingo issue.
I wonder, though, if you can go out fast enough, does jingo actually hurt you? Wellington has the option to play 6 tiles here. He'd leave 1, he'd draw 2 more, and if he can go out with the 3 tiles he ends up with on his rack, he'll probably just win the game. Sylvia and ACH keeps just an H. If he draws 2 vowels, he's likely going to go out next turn. If he draws 1 vowel and 1 consonant, he may or may not go out. Adam's going to have to figure out a way to block some stuff with just a minute and a half to go. Sylvia feels a little nutso, but also may be correct. Quackle suggesting 2 different plays actually give Adam 100% chance to win. I don't know that I believe these numbers, but Quackle likes HI next to ovate, making AH and TI emptying the bag, playing just 2. That feels very weird to me.
I think that's crazy, but it's smarter than I am. It's also liking ya, also to the right of ovate, saving LIVS, because there's so many E's to come.
Yeah, and LIVS will synergize well with that. Yeah.
Are all the, but it doesn't know that Adam has all the E's. So in the bag, we know that there's an O and an I. Is that correct? I believe so. So if he picks an O, he's got viols. I don't know if he has anywhere to play it. And if he picks an I, he's got, yeah, that's bad. IILVS, that could be a problem. Adam doesn't look, I'm watching Adam, I think he kind of knows, he needs to know what he wants to do. I think he knows he might have to go for Jingo. He might have to, do you see another place for his J that's good?
No, I don't see anything good for Adam to do. He's missed all the letters he needed to threaten big plays. There's JEU to the U in Quail, 28 points. Keeps 5 tiles, though.
There's nothing with that G that he can really do that has any, there's nothing.
He's just so cut for options here. JEU is the one big threat he has. Otherwise, JEE and ECH, the only other good way to eject the J from his rack. Adam needed to find that O in the bag, and he didn't.
I mean, this is a terrible play, but like Viga to the K blocks the Jingo, gets rid of the V, but it saves 4 consonants. But there's a lot of vowels in the bag.
Wellington has to be worried about drawing the J here. If he draws the J after plays like Viga or even after YAH, he probably loses the game.
If he plays what? Say that again?
If Wellington draws the J after the majority of plays he can make, he's going to lose.
Okay, great.
This is so hard. This is so hard. You could give me 20 minutes and I wouldn't figure this one out. This is likely where Wellington's training comes in handy. Wellington plays open consultation with his friends. You can look at any resource you want. You can use anagrammars. You can use anything. Just try to figure out what is actually strategically, mathematically the best play. And that training comes into situations like this.
I'll tell you what other training is helping both of these gentlemen, and that is having been in the top spot, having been in a position to win the biggest tournament in the world, and that's giving him some equanimity across the board. That not panicking, gave himself lots of time for the end game. He's picking the one that is 2 points ahead in sim, or 1.5 to 2 points ahead without putting in other knowledge. I've just done a straight sim. So this is very heavy thinking that is concurring with a multiply computer. So it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, wow. And it looks like Wellington has not committed to this play yet, so I was a little premature on updating those scores there. He's hit the clock.
It does give him Taj now, which is interesting. And then entire, I don't know if you can go out with that.
Taj holds entree and ECH. I wonder, Wellington's going to have to figure out a way to obstruct that. JEU for 28 seems to be.
Yeah. The C not so bad, but Ich is good as well. But can he play anything? That's interesting. Taj is interesting, eh? Let's go to the board, as they say.
Yeah, so Taj comes down. Wellington actually doesn't have to block entree and ECH. If Wellington plays, if Adam plays Taj, Wellington can just play vlog or vlogs, and we'll just outrun. If Wellington plays vlog and Adam plays out, Wellington hangs on and wins by 2 points. So that calf's challenge actually coming out huge in this situation. Adam seems to be looking at JEU to the U in Quail right now. That's a similar line. It's going to hold EENRT, which allows him to play either rent or turn, RENTE, ECH.
Yeah, he needed that O for Jong or for Jingo. That's. I mean, to lose a game maybe because picked the wrong vowel. I think that's the right play, and he doesn't have time to think about it.
All right, Adam committing to JEU. He has 15 seconds, but Wellington can sit back, do a little bit of math. If he plays vlog for 24 points, he'll go up by 23. Adam can only play out for 16. I think Wellington's going to win by like 1 or 2.
You know what's interesting? Quackle was saying Jun through the U in Gunnerup has the highest, a 26% chance of winning versus 10.8 for Je. Interesting, eh? Saving EEERT.
There's no way you can have a 20-something% chance of winning in an end game. It's a solved situation, so I don't trust that number at all. Wellington choosing one of his winning moves here after JEU vlogs is going to come down. And now with that II on Wellington's rack, can Adam slow play this? Yes, he can, and he should.
Absolutely.
All right, Adam, without enough time to properly solve all of this, is just going to plunk something down. So Vlogs, the play from Wellington, New, the play from Adam, and as long as Wellington plays this play, he'll still hang on and win the game. Kine puts him up by 17, and Adam's only able to play ERT for 8 points. So Wellington will hang on and win this game by a handful of points. What a doozy. This was awesome. Adam panics. Adam goes overtime. Adam hits the surrender. I don't know what's going on anymore.
I assure you he feels worse than you do. Oh, he went over. What universe are we in?
Yeah, is this real life, or am I still asleep at the Marriott here in Albany right now? This is both players.
Somebody get that man a thermometer.
Overtime. This is wild.
Someone commented that they're hearing every time that Adam's online is playing that he never goes overtime, and every time he's going overtime. But there's something up. There's something very different going on. I don't know what it is. It's also possible that the level of competition is just so off the chart that it's just exhausting to have to think like this game after game after game.
I think that's what it is. Just such a high level of play. All right, let's go to overhead mic. See if we get anything here.
So final score for you is 460.
460, 477.
Yeah. I missed something in my first move, but
What, fire dump? Fire dump?
no, nappy form.
Oh, nappy form.
But I wasn't sure whether it takes an S.
No, I don't think so.
So I wasn't sure. So
Yeah.
I said, let me, because I had the blank too. So, but I should have played it. But I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure whether it takes an S.
No, I should have won this game several times over, I'm sure. But
Robin, you're the psychologist. What do you see on Adam Logan right now?
What I always see, whether he wins or loses, just deep, pensive thought and reticence, as we call it, not really willing to talk too much. It would be unusual. What you're seeing is exactly, you're seeing him talk through his actions. Would that have been better? Should I have done this? I mean, I think this is, this is more end game stuff that they're looking at. It wasn't going to change anything. Adam is a man of few words, and what's going on in his brain is probably not what goes through a normal IQ brain.
Definitely not. Adam, a super genius. He's going through and looking at these endgame sequences now. If he had the time, can he win? Adam's going to do the math and realize RE here, and the net on top still loses by 1. He's shaking his head no right now. He had no shot.
Well, Zambo's lost him the game because he had as I said, a chocolate, box full of points in 2 directions, and unfortunately, he just made an unfortunate error. It's an understandable error. The dictionaries are liquid. They're movement. They're changing. They what the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away, and it's sometimes impossible to keep up with absolutely everything. And it was an unfortunate time to do it, and he won't forget ever. And those are the times when you remember things the most, when, they really sting. Because there's no question to me, I think that lost him the game. It's very unfortunate.
Major swing in that game. Adam playing an expurgated word, losing a turn, and narrowly losing in this one. That was nuts. I did not have missed bingos from both players on the bingo card. I did not have a lost turn for Adam Logan on the bingo card. But hey, everybody is human, and we see the top moments and some of the low moments as well. That one was nuts. What else is nuts is our viewership numbers. We were up to 370 viewers at one point.
Wow.
We have one more game today, but I'm going to give one more plug real quick before we cut to a tiny break. Make sure you hit that like button. We're at 204 right now. We got 205 yesterday. I know that we can beat yesterday's numbers. Today's the holiday. Today's day 2 of the tournament. Come on. Are you going to be number 205?
This is the fireworks before the fireworks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's get some fireworks. We're at 204. Somebody be 205. Somebody be 206. Please, and thank you. Make sure if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. All they do on the Let's Play Scrabble channel is bring you high-quality Scrabble content on the internet all the time. How could you
This
not?
is the highest. I mean, this, except for a world championship, I'm telling you, this is it. This is except for Nigel not being here and a few other superstars. And there's always a reason why a superstar can't make it to a world championship. I mean, this is an absolute treat.
This really is it. All brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble. Hit that thumbs up, hit that like button,
And
hit that
Bob Linn.
subscribe button. And if you want to, the join button is new on YouTube. You click that. It's a $5 a month commitment. That commitment goes directly to the Let's Play Scrabble team and is all reinvested in the stream. Higher quality equipment. Streaming a second board is coming tomorrow. Whatever else Josh and his team can brainstorm is awesome. Josh Greenway also letting me know that Will Anderson, if you know that guy, he's giving a keynote speech tomorrow. It will be recorded and be made available to all Let's Play Scrabble super friends.
Who just became a super friend.
Alert! We just got another one, Stefan Fatsis, the reason I play Scrabble today. Welcome to the Let's Play Scrabble Super Friend Club. Appreciate that. Appreciate all that you do for Scrabble. We appreciate your new book as well. Stefan became a lexicographer, wrote a whole book on what it takes to figure out what words belong in a dictionary and what don't. I think he kind of wrote his own dictionary in the process. I'm so looking forward to reading that book. We'll have more information about that soon, but hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Think about being a super friend. Read Stefan's book. I've given a lot of homework to all of you guys. I should probably stop talking before I brainstorm more things for you to do. Our last matchup of the day is first place Matt O'Connor versus one of my very favorite players, Matt Tunnicliffe, commentated by Matt Canik. So, Robin, is that enough Matts for you?
This way I don't make any mistakes, so I'm thrilled. At the end of the day, that's exactly what I need.
Excellent. Just say Matt, and you'll be talking about the right person correctly. All right, the players are already at the board, so I am just going to go fill up my water. Robin's going to maybe wrangle a cat, I hope. We'll see. We're going to have a very, very short break and one final game of Scrabble coming your way. Don't go anywhere. Don't miss it. See you soon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, I muted myself. It was bound to happen at some point. And here we go. All right. Well, let me re-say everything I just said. Breaking news from Albany, New York. We have a new leader atop the leaderboard after Matthew O'Connor was defeated by Winter last round. Your leader in the Bob Linn Superstars Division is Wellington Jagere. But we already chose the matchup, teased the matchup. We're going to show second place Matthew O'Connor against, I think, sixth place Matthew Tunnicliffe in a battle of the mats. Let's cut over to the board. Players are seated. We're ready to go. And I don't want to show my face anymore as I get more and more flushed with embarrassment after muting myself.
It happens. It happens to all of us. You did the right thing by muting yourself when you went away from your table, so don't worry about it.
Look at the scores for Matthew Tunnicliffe these last 4 rounds: 458, 460, 489, 542. And Matthew O'Connor, after his 12-0 start, has dropped games to Harshan and Winter in 2 of the last 3 rounds. All right, last game of the day. Let's get it underway. Let's play Scrabble. Round 16, hitting the halfway point from Albany, New York.
This is going to be very, very exciting.
Oh, we got to get those.
Interesting for Matthew. Oh, I can't say for Matthew. So how are we going to do this? We're going to just say O'Connor and Tunnicliffe. Is that going to make it a little easier?
I'm going to do my best to do that. I'm probably going to forget and say Matt a whole bunch of times, but we're going to try our very best. Yeah.
Well, we can't
O'Connor.
do Matt and Matthew because then we can't remember which is which.
Is that another first turn blank? This is ridiculous.
Another first turn blank, but with a W. Oh, that should be not a problem. Is it?
No, I don't think AA.
No, there's no sevens. There's no sevens.
Yeah.
So,
Wade.
well, do you play Wade? Do you play Awi? Do you Wade? Which one do you do? Awa, right? Wage.
I think you play wage. I think you just make a bunch of different opportunity on the board, set up swage, set up wager. You're probably going to hit it next turn. I could see a case to be made for AWE as well, just to avoid an extra floater out there to keep a consonant and stabilize the leave. But
this is a great opening rack for us to learn from. What do you do with this? But if you do AWE, and you're not putting a vowel next to a double letter, but then you risk the awi hook, If you do awa, you hold on to two E's with a G. If you do WAE, you put a vowel next to a double letter. You allow for the T front hook. Who knows what else? So it's a very instructive opening rack. It's not as easy as you'd think.
Yeah, and you get to think about where to put wage. Generally, you're going to put the A on the star, but with an abundance of back hooks on it, you might place it elsewhere. You might put the E on the star. I'm not sure. Ooh, we got two more super friends. Welcome, Lewis. Welcome, Natalie. Thank you both very much for becoming Let's Play Scrabble super friends. All that money is super duper helpful, and we appreciate you immensely. Thanks to everybody all weekend who has signed up with us, and everybody who's still thinking about it. I'm going to ask a couple more times tomorrow and the next day, so thanks in advance.
So right now, wage is looking like the way to go, even though it does take something, the S in front, it takes the DRS afterwards.
I wonder if you make a smaller play, though, like Awa, does that force an overcorrection for Matthew? Does he get paranoid and try to block stuff unnecessarily?
It just becomes so easy to block, do a 3 or 4 letter word underneath it, and then what are you going to do, right? Like it can get very sticky very quickly.
Yeah, I think I'd play wage. Matthew is going to do it. Kudos to him for taking his time, making sure he optimizes that turn. It is a tricky one, but wage feels right on your gut, and the longer you look at it, it just feels more and more correct. ABGFRUY, the rack for Matthew Tunnicliffe. The R hook Matthew exposed lets him play a 6-letter word for a bunch of points.
Oh, yeah, very nice. Yeah.
Here.
There you go. Argufy, beautiful. You could do foobar, which is a fun one.
That is a nice word. Rugby as well. If you want to keep a vowel, rugby is not a bad play, but argue 5 for 35.
There's nothing to think about. I don't think, anyway.
Argue 5 for 35 has to be it.
Also, again, you want to pass as many tiles as possible. B is not a terrible letter. Rugby saves FA. Not everybody loves the F. I think you can make, an argument for both of them. Argufy does set up an easy way to bingo without having an S or an R or D right now.
And yet I invite that. All right, you want a bingo down to the A, back hooking that? Okay. I'm gonna take
I don't know. I don't know if you want to start a fight with these guys.
You give me the triple, please. We'll see what happens. All right, well, opening up triples may be what we see here. AEEE TV blank. Matt has 2 different words that play as bingos. He's got a 7. He's got an 8. The 7 can be played for 72 points. It's elevate and AE in the spot that we just talked about. 72 points, but strings an E in a triple. If he wants to go much more defensive, vegetate plays through the G on the board, but that's just 64. Still exposes a triple word square, but not a triple. Robin, putting you on the spot looking at this.
I'm going to put you on the spot and wonder how you're getting 72, because I'm getting nothing more than 67 for elevate. So just checking to make sure you put it into your board correctly, everything, the position.
Elevate and AE?
Yeah, that's I'm getting 67 points for that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Elevate and AE down the L column.
Let's see.
Right here where Matthew's playing it. That's 72.
Okay, let's have a look. Let me see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 22, 72. You're right. I'm not sure why it's not showing up as such. Oh, because Argify was not put in. Stupid. That's why.
All right. Mystery solved.
No problem.
Played for 72 points for Matthew O'Connor. This is exactly what I said. All right, go ahead and bingo. Play behind my A. Give me the triple. But Matthew did not execute the last part of the plan, which is draw reasonable letters and triple through it. Instead, BDLPSAX. And now he's got a tough choice to make.
Well, there's a word we don't know. Through that E in wager, down to the triple U spot.
Oh, yeah, through the E in wager, but he can play SEAX 58. Yeah. Terrible leave. BDLP does nothing to obstruct the E at the top of this board in space. I hate to leave that available, but the only real ways Matthew can get rid of that is to play something like Blade, BLADE, to the E for just 24. It's a huge sacrifice. Blade does hold on to the X. It sets up the X as well. But I wonder, can he leave that spot alone and score 58? Or is he going to do some kind of block?
I don't know. I mean, the great thing about Blade is it sets up the X for the next turn. So I like it for that. But do I want to be, if I have 58 points for SEAX, do I want to give that up? That's a lot of points, 58. When you're down about, 53, puts you in the lead. BDLP, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. Couple of vowels, you can score with those and put yourself in bingo position. There's also PYX, PYX, if you just want to get rid of 2 tiles and save ABDLS.
Yeah, ABDLS is going to synergize great with the E's on the board in space. Right. You expect the top one is going to be taken away, but maybe you bingo through the lower E and elevate after a play of PYX. I don't know. This is a really tricky turn. I could see Blade. I could see PYX. I could see SEAX, however you pronounce that word. They all make sense. Matthew's going to spend some time on this one.
Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Another possibility is to play Plex through one of the E's and elevate. The one that gives you the double score, saving bads.
You could do that. I just think that's a worse version of PYX. If you're going to play PYX, you want to keep the E's alone. ABDLS or ABDS, like those are pretty reliant on hitting an E to bingo next turn. So I don't want to knock an E out with Plex, but.
Yeah, I think he wants to say play off 3 consonants and set up his X and hope he picks up an O or an A.
He's tunneling in on Blade right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's looking. Yeah, he's looking to set up his X next turn and block the E and score and get rid of 3 consonants. These are the turns that just put gray hairs on you.
He can also play Lax for 41, stacking alongside Elevate, EL, blank A, and EX. It doesn't keep great at all BDPS, but it blocks the line, it caches the X. That makes some sense too. Blade is a weird play, but it makes a lot of sense over the board. It is not simming well at all, though.
What would I do? What would I do? What would I do? What would I do? I would probably play Blade, and if I pick up an A or an O, I can do it underneath Blade, the triple letter with the X, or if I pick up an I can play X, U, and if under Argify. Obviously, you're going to increase your chances of picking up one of those vowels by playing the S as well, which is, I think he's also considering that it might be worth the sacrifice of the S in order to maximize the chance of picking up another vowel.
Yeah, this is such a fun turn. And I'm glad I'm in the eye in the sky watching and not in the chair Matthew's situation, because all of these plays look so good and so bad at the same time.
Also, he's playing against Matthew, who he's chewing up a bit of time here. I mean, it's still early, but it's only his second turn, and Matthew does have a reputation as well for playing quickly. I know we've said it for about Adam, but they all do. And that could hurt him in the end as well. So at some point you have to make a decision. I'll say a less vulgar way of what came in my head, but yeah, you have to.
Yeah, you have to make a decision.
You have to make a decision. I think he's going to play Blade, and I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Not often you're leaving 34.
I'm totally wrong.
Yeah, he baited us all. 58 SEAX, the option we see for
He did sin the highest.
Yeah. I would not have played that, but I commend that he did. Those are so hard to think through. There's just so many layers of complexity, but Matthew nailing that one. He is such a good player, and he's showing us why.
I thought Europody might be good, but it's just Europod.
Oh,
that would have been phony. That would have been.
Whoa, Matthew just drew blooped. That is, he kept BDLP. You're not allowed to bingo after keeping BDLP, but he's going to do it anyway. I think that's banned in some of the states, but New York, I guess, still allows you to do that.
And it's not going to be blocked. There's no way.
No way. No way.
Oh my God. You see?
Wow.
You see? Wow.
But yesterday I lamented on stream there is no justice in Scrabble. You can miss baby bingos and then draw the bag and win. This is justice in Scrabble. You can have one of the hardest turns I've seen all tournament. You can nail it, and then you can have an absolute miracle draw as a reward. Well done.
And you know what? If he had done it 3 seconds earlier, 15 seconds earlier, 2 minutes earlier, he might not have picked the same tiles out of the bag.
You're right. Strategically using his time while the letters randomize themselves better in the tile bag.
Oh my God, rewarded for the right play. I agree with you, Vanitha. It was the right play. You got to take these points. The points are just too huge. You can't rely on next turn, maybe I'll pick this, maybe. It would have worked out. If he had played Blade, it would have worked out. He would have gotten his Ox, at least if it wasn't blocked. But when the opportunity comes and you can score a lot of points, as I pointed out yesterday, as far as I know, the person with the highest score wins every game.
Indeed. You got to put those points on the board or you won't win. Matthew has his own interesting turn. He's in a similar version of the dilemma Tunnicliffe had. He doesn't want to leave that E alone in space, but he's going to have to make a massive sacrifice in order to block it. He's got good plays next to Argufy, FY and YOU.
That's so. U is the play. Come on, holding on the R. It's such a pretty play.
Yeah, YOU does set up.
About that E. You know what? You know how many times that happens? Oh no, I opened a triple and then it's there for 7 turns in a row. You got to play your game.
You do. You got to play your game. You got to play your rack. YOU is a great equity play. It's a great setup play. But if you do get bingoed through that E or tripled through that E, God forbid, you're going to be so upset. But this is right. It's hard, but it's right.
Thanks. It's the right play. It's the right. You can't be worried about the E. And now he's going to have a chance at a triple.
Yes, and here comes blooped, wasting no time at all. 73 for Matthew Tunnicliffe, and we'll see what Matt can find into drop as a leave. There's an I, an L, and an E. Huge draw for Matthew O'Connor. His U to your setup is going to yield massive dividends. The 1-7 on this rack plays now for 89 points.
Leopard, yeah. No triple, however, so that's going to stay open. But now he's opening up another lane, and he is going to, the P is going to hit the triple letter, so he's only putting the L there. He's not putting a vowel over the middle triple on the bottom. Leopard is something that he will find absolutely, no question. The question he's going to spend some time looking at is, do I have something better? Which is what we're always supposed to do. But in fact, he does not. It's the only bingo and it's the only playable place. And then you see, it's not going to take him long.
Yeah, here it comes. Leopard puts Matthew O'Connor back ahead 207 to 166, but it's going to be a short-lived lead as Matthew has found CHIIKLO, Matthew Tunnicliffe, I should say. He's got huge plays in different quadrants of the board. Honestly, don't know which one he's going to choose. Oh my God, so many good options.
So many words.
54 at the bottom.
54. You got to take it.
I don't
CL
know.
leaf. It's lovely. CL is lovely.
I don't know.
It's
That
so
E in
good.
space is still making me terrified, Robin. Hickey is 45 to the E, but Hikoi on the bottom, 54. I think you do take the points. CL is lovely.
Oh, you got to take the points. And he's already shown us he's going to take the points. I'm just looking to see. Matthew needs that E for verandas, but it's not going to fit where he needs it.
Ooh, not quite. Yeah.
You got to take it. So this hikoi, let's look it up because that's such a pretty word. These words are so great. I wish we could play with them around, in North America too. Like everybody plays them. To take part in a protest march.
This is a verb.
It's Maori. It's Maori.
This is a verb. Hikoying is a thing. Wow. That is
Now, is it two eyes or one eye? Let's see.
two eyes.
Yeah, it's two eyes, like hongiing, the hikoying.
Wow. Wow. You learn something new every day. We just learned hikoi, hikoid, and hikoying, picking up 3 new words. If anybody plays hikoying, I want you to personally send me a text message and a selfie of your accomplishment. That's beautiful.
Now, the thing to also think about is kilo, to that L in Liprid, saving a really, really nice rack of LICH.
Oh.
And like a super open board. Like this is a dream for a bingo slut, Sorry, I don't say. I hope that doesn't.
All right, Robin. Let's behave ourselves.
Slut in the very best sense of the word, as somebody who really relishes and enjoys and is passionate. That's all I mean.
Yes, some people love to bingo, and we don't judge. We don't shame. If you enjoy bingoing, well, welcome to the scene. To each their own. Who am I to judge?
And that is the thing about Collins versus North American Scrabble, and that the number of words, it's tens of thousands of words more, I believe. And you just have, it's like that box of chocolate. Do you have like a little Cadbury 6 one, or do you have, one that gives you 40 and you'll be eating it for the next 3 weeks? This Callan's dictionary is like the 40. And okay, again, he's showing us again, he's going for the points. He looked up a little bit, I think, when he put it down. It's interesting.
I mean, he's been tripled on the only other game he played on stream this tournament, and now he's left an E in space like 3 turns in a row. He's had to. He's been playing the correct play every turn, and he's had some hard plays, but you're just looking at the camera like, it's coming, isn't it? It's got to come. It's coming right now, isn't it? But no. You're in luck, Matt. Still no triples, and I don't think that E is even going anywhere. Matt has picked up the S he needs to hit Leporid's. VASA is 44 points, holds D and R together. Matt's not going to take that E away either.
No. The thing is, he's going to save 3 consonants, but I think we're doing okay. How are we doing on vowels and consonants? Let me take a look. 20 to 30. Oh, there's a lot of consonants left. Oh, yeah. So Vasa is a bit dangerous, but it takes away this spot. There's still 2 S's unseen, but there is that E. And now we see Matthew needs a vowel in order to bingo. I don't know if he's going to.
He's got it. He's got clitoral through the O or through the A. So,
or
Robin, you can go ahead and call him.
Yeah. So,
it's double. Oh man. All right. There's so many jokes I'm trying not to do now.
Yeah. That was Aerotone. I think that was him, right? So, do you play Drave and like enough already? That E's been out there for far too long. Or do I take the points with Vasa? Every one of these turns has been very instructive. It's been a very, very difficult game for these players who have had a lot of choices to make. It's not like a bad game where like you have 4 I's and 2 O's and like, okay, fine. Every single rack has been viable with something multiple interesting things to do.
This whole turn has been fascinating. What a wonderful way for us to end our day. And by no means is the outcome decided. It's 207 to 220. Both players have good stuff lined up. Oh my goodness, this is the game we needed to end today.
Absolutely.
I can't believe there's been an E sitting in the 5th spot of a triple line the whole game, and I'm not even upset that it hasn't been blocked. Like, I'm usually the defense guy, like, block the thing, but no, you just got so many other good options in other spots.
Exactly. When you have a situation like this, it's either because the players' tiles are so terrible that they can't even reach the E, or they're so fantastic they have better choices elsewhere. And that's exactly what's happening here. Vaza is winning the sim by about 3 points valuation, 3.5 points valuation over Veined at 3i. Interesting, which kind of blocks up the board a little bit, I guess, is part of the thinking there.
I think the other part of the thinking is being a bingo slut and trying to hit that triple AD NRS synergizes so well.
Yourself, absolutely. But he's going to take
he's
trades.
going to block.
Yeah, he's going to get rid of it. But Matthew doesn't care. Matthew's happy, actually.
All right, we will see if Matthew can find it.
Oh yeah. Oh God, please don't go there. Don't make me.
I was seeing where you'd go with that, Robin. All right, 86 points is the double for Matthew, and he certainly will find it.
He found the spot.
He found it. He found clitoral only double for him. This puts him ahead 306 to 234, and Matthew with a nightmarish draw. ANS keeping the S to crush the Leporid spot, but UAE the draw. Brutal swing of events for O'Connor.
Yes, he's got nausea on his rack, and no kidding. What do you do with that?
Another really wonderful turn. He can score 34. It's so hard to spot, but I think he's almost got it set up on his rack. USNEA plays beneath Leporid.
That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. That's it. Done. Game, set, and match. And now he's got a beautiful U for the Q that he's about to pick up, right?
Yes. All right. Robin using her commentator Muju. Matthew about to draw the Q. Matthew O'Connor, that is. Matthew Tunnicliffe, 3 eyes on his rack after the bingo. And we're going to see this word again. We just played yesterday. I learned it. Iliaci, just like the most wonderful eye dump in Collins. ILIACI. Plays through the L in clitoral. That's got to be it, right, Robin?
Well, first of all, guess who picked a Q? But okay.
You did it. That's unbelievable.
I'm playing for over 35 years now. You learn a thing or two. So there is a bingo on Matthew's. Remember I told you I study all the 3 vowel 7s and 8s before I go to a tournament? There is a bingo with an N, which is not on the board, unfortunately, but that would really have sealed the deal.
Oh, yeah, okay. Isotinic. That's beautiful.
Yeah, very good.
Wow. I would have tilted before even looking to bingo there, but I've got the patience of I'll not finish that metaphor. Isotinic would be GG, but no bingos for Matthew. This has to be Iliaci.
Or just Iliac at 12D. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to use up all your vowels. It's a very consonant-heavy bag, right? Yeah, I would do Iliac through the L in clitoral. And it also blocks a little bit that L in blooped for bingos that want to come through the L and down.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I could be sold on Iliac. I generally hate vowels, but you're right. This distribution is looking kind of spooky.
Yeah,
there's a Q out there.
Yeah.
I don't have the Robin Spidey senses of knowing the Q is about to be drawn by my opponent, so I'd like to keep an eye to prep for it. One day I will get your superpowers, Robin, but I need about 15 more years of seasoning to get there.
Well, he's going to play the word that might be appropriate. He's about to play queen, probably through the E and elevate to score 48 points.
Ooh, yeah, that's a big score for him. Man, I still don't know who's going to win this game.
Oh, that's such the play. You get rid of the Q on the double letter. You get rid of the U, obviously. You get rid of one of the N's, and you get rid of an E, which you want to, because there's 5 unseen versus 2 A's. So everything about queen to me is good, but we'll see. I don't think quail would be as good. No, of course not. It's not.
Matthew setting up Cialis through clitoral. That's wonderful. A little branding. All right. I appreciate, in an intense game, in an intense tournament, he's still giving us the content. Thank you, Matthew Tunnicliffe. I told you he's my favorite player. Now he's showing
that's a miss. But I guess, I'm not sure why he did that. Okay. Why wouldn't he go for the points? He knows Iliac, so he did that on purpose. Love to hear why later.
I think he just derped. You can't defend that.
Derped. That's a good word.
Is that valid in Collins? Please be valid in Collins. No. What? Derp is not a verb in any lexicon. I'm upset. All right. I'll stop being upset. Cilia, a derp from Matthew Tunnicliffe. Queen, a no-brainer play from Matthew O'Connor. We have a 4-point game. And we have another absolutely nutso draw from Matthew Tunnicliffe. IJRSTTZ on his rack. Sits and queens is 48 if you want to cash the S. Ritz plays from the R in clitoral for 40, or just jizz next to clitoral. I'm going to behave myself. 27. Robin, what are you looking to do?
We're not having a good afternoon with these words.
We're having a great afternoon. What are you talking about?
But you see how important it was that he didn't play Iliaci, right? Now he may not have even had a single vowel. Now at least he has options.
Yeah. Oh, he could have been in a huge bind. You're right. Yeah. 22 consonants, 13 vowels, and he found all consonants.
Yeah. So, but he's got options. When you have one vowel and you have an opportunity for 48 points or 40 points, saving the S, you're doing okay. Sits is very, very dangerous. It's not as dangerous as a word that has a vowel next to the Z or Z. Allowing for better hooks. Now you're going to have to hook. It's going to be a bit more difficult to hook. It scores better, but I think his play is Ritz for 40. It's just 8 points less. I know the S is worth 7 points. We say about 7 points. Here it's worth 8 points. I'm going to do a simulation to see.
Yeah. Ritz is crushing the simulation. Part of the reason why is you've got the second to last S with 31 unseen. There's not a great chance that Matthew has it. So you'd like to hold that S back. You can play queens and crush your J with the S next turn. Something like jest happens a large amount of the time. Ritz is easily Matthew's best play. And
I think so. And it doesn't open up a triple with an A, starting with me. And there's 3 unseen A's to Matthew.
Well, it's a lot more dangerous, actually. Sits would open up Z-A-Z-O-Z-E in this lexicon.
Oh, you're right.
They get obliterated. Yeah, you got to play Ritz here.
Sorry about that. I got it.
No, it's okay. I'm so blind to Z-E.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Every single turn is hard this game. My brain.
No. And it's hard for us. And you've done 8 games. I've done 4 games. Can you imagine? They've done 8 games playing.
Yeah, they actually have to play. I just have to try to talk and make the engine tell me what to say. This is rough. And Matthew's found more consonants.
Oh, he's in trouble. But let's see.
Nobody wants to win this game.
It's too bad there's no more eyes. There's eyes left. You could just play Haj next to the A-H-A-D-J and clean up his rack beautifully, but he can't do that. So let's have a look at Mr. O'Connor.
We'll focus on the turn at hand. Matthew can play a high-scoring option of UFO at the bottom of this board, holds AAMNN, sets up 2 S's he doesn't have.
Oh, wow.
That's why he can't do that. He's going to have to find something else to do. Those N's are just so much trouble, and there are more N's and more consonants heading his way as well. This looks...
Yes, right? UFO? So...
Yeah, it takes an F.
But I think it means, right? Yeah, it takes an O. It is. So you don't want to do UFO. Yeah, it scores a lot, but 2 S's unseen, that's suicide, no?
Yeah, I don't think you can make that play. Maybe Foam, F-O-A-M, on top of Hikoi, that's 27, keeps both of the N's, which I hate, but there just aren't good plays that play an N off. I think the best you can do is F-A-N-O and O-H above Hikoi for 19 points. That's horrific. I think Matt's forced to keep them both here.
Yeah, you can't do something cute like Fano. one away from the triple and setting up your next end, because there's just too many. There's N's and S's still out. There's Fawn at FJ, blocking that spot. He might infer that Matthew might be in trouble with vowel consonants, and he might want to block that juicy A through which Matthew can score. There aren't a lot of places for Matthew to score well without any vowels, or with very few vowels.
Yeah, it's always tough to be totally objective when I can see Matthew's got no vowels on his rack. It's like in the booth, I want to start recommending setup plays because I know they're going to work. But over the board, the pool looks a lot scarier than what Tunnicliffe actually has. I see a lot of E's, some I's, some O's, and a bunch of bingo-prone consonants. Like he could easily be sitting on Stonier and Queens right now, and I wouldn't.
Yeah, right. So that's one of the reasons I like Fawn, F-A-A-N. And not to the triple row, but just is that it's blocking that S hook on the Queens for any significant score. Certainly bingo. You would have to do an 8 through the N and hook. No, you wouldn't be able to. You couldn't hook it unless you had 2 S's. So he's going to play short and go for points. Which there's something to be said for it. He's not that far behind.
Yeah, you would love to play an N, and there's just not a good play. FAAN is about the best play there is, but it's just 14, and in a game this close, you need points. So I don't mind this play at all for Matthew O'Connor, and I think crucially you're also just making a play, which you need to do.
So right off the board, Jam and Tharm are 2 considerations.
Yeah, this is a time for Tunnicliffe to choose how he wants to win this game. Tharm is basically gambling, saying, I don't think Matthew O'Connor has an S, and I'm going to set mine up and try to hit it immediately. Jam is the more conservative option. If you do have an S, I don't want to be burned by it. I think, has to be the right line, though. You don't need to roll.
There's still a B to be played. That's the only thing.
I'm not worried about the B. If he plays JAMB, then I'm going to crush him with.
He's got Fontanelle.
Oh wow! What a lucky pull!
You didn't even give us a chance to find it. Okay. And Matthew did not get a vowel. This game is just completely. You were talking about how does he want to win it, and now it's like how does he want to not lose it? This is going to be tough.
Oh man, yeah, Matt Tunnicliffe is not done yet, but this is a brutal position to be in. We might see Hong through the O in Fontanelle, set up Thong, keep the right side of the board open, set up some scary stuff on the left side as well. But man, he just needed to draw a vowel on any of the last 3 turns, and he didn't.
And Matthew O'Connor has picked up the B and the S for the jam hook. But that W is an unfortunate for him. Brownies, Boweries. I don't think he can play any of those. There's really you have to basically play a 7 off the jam, and yeah, through the O. No, the O won't fit through the F. It's not bloody likely. So he's in a very good position right now, Matthew. Obviously, Fontanelle was just a gift for him. Beautiful find, instantaneous.
Yeah, AFNNO as a leave. He's likely bingoing sub 10%, and that is just exactly the pull he needed. That was a huge swing in this game.
Now, Matthew could play, if he wants to score points, he could play NTH under the C in Cilia, which he's looking at. You could see that. You're not leaving. The D and G together is a very unfortunate leave that he has to leave. He would love to get rid of one of those, preferably, we know, the G. So what else can he do?
Yeah, Thong, either Hong or Hong, just 8 or 9 points through the O and Fontanelle. Both of those make sense. If you open the triple, O'Connor's going to have to look right at it and figure out one of the 2 lines to block. You're going to need a great pull. But Tunnicliffe may not need a bingo to win. If Matthew draws poorly.
No, he doesn't. And that's a teaching moment for people out there. You don't necessarily have to get the 60, 70, 80 point play. You're just down by 33 points. Although it is your turn, so you're going to be down by even less. It's grim that you don't have a vowel, but there are things to be done. There are points to be made. and don't just only go for bingos. You got to score points. You do have that S for queens or jams.
Yeah,
There's a
if
Y.
I'm you, I have to make the choice now. Do I need a bingo to win this game, or can I claw back in with nth? And the more I look at it, that DGRS combination is just disgusting to me. I think even if I play nth, I am not going to win the game. I think at this point, you got to throw something out there and do your very, very best to try to bingo next turn. And Hoang or Thong are the ways to get there.
Ooh, Hoang. But there's a T not seen. Hoang, wow. Nice thought.
If you do play Hoang and Matthew has the T and he plays WOT or something, you can just bingo on the right side and win. So
yeah, good thought. Good thought. Yeah.
But nth is what Matthew goes with here. BEIORSW on O'Connor's rack, who has a 7-point lead, 3 tiles in the bag. So Matthew doesn't want to empty, or perhaps he desperately wants to empty and just hope that Matthew doesn't have anything else. Oh, man.
He just played now, just simple 2 tiles, saving the B and the S for the jam hook, getting rid of the W.
Yeah, OW and OF at the top of this board.
Yeah, that's good too. But it sets up a T hook. But I bet it's TO, oof, and TWO. So that's a bit more dangerous.
I don't think there's actually anything in the pool that has the OT combination where it needs to go to bingo. So
you're looking at Bowie to the left instead of just OW, but just playing down and just. So that's this is the big time folks. This is the big players. This is big time thinking. Play the knife. We've had a few knives in here. Something else was a knife that we looked up.
Bowie the knife who doesn't take an S? Oh, it is the knife, but it doesn't take an S, which is absolutely wild to me.
And it takes away OG'd from Matthew, which is huge.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a huge play. I think O'Connor has to decide. I think if he plays Bowie, the only way he loses is to an out bingo from Tunnicliffe, but he always loses to an out bingo from Tunnicliffe. He's looking at that pool. There's not much that actually fits. It's got to be something like Stonied or Stonier. And if it's pretty much anything else, you're good. So Bowie seems to win about 90% of the time.
Oh, is that enough? It's so hard. It's so hard when you know that there's not. Look at the tiles. I mean, there's beautiful tiles left, and it's so hard to empty the bag. But the point is, if Matthew bingos, it's over anyway. So just go for the points and then hold your breath. He can't outrun. Bowie's going to score how much? Bowie's going to score 39, so he's going to be at 456. So he can't outrun him regardless.
Yeah, if he's able to obstruct some of the bingo opportunity on the right side of the board, he's got to do some math now.
Right? That's what I'm thinking. I mean, you could just play Sob, right? Oh, no, you can't play Sob. Stupid. That would be terrible. Don't listen to me. Jam takes an E. No.
I don't think you score enough if you try to block the bingos with jams. I think you're opening yourself up in scary situations where you can just be outrun by a play like OG'd on the right. I think Matthew's initial thought was exactly right. Just play Bowie, play long. If I get bingoed out on, I get bingoed out on. But I can't get cute. I can't increase my win percentage. If he's got it, he's got it. And if not, GG. But he's going to take his time, and he should take his time, and he's so good in these positions.
Do you know what it means that he's put Swear upside down on his rack?
I don't. Maybe I think he's thinking
of playing it next to jams because he knows it can't be bingoed against with what's in the bag. That's another thought.
Yeah, Swear basically means Matthew Tunnicliffe is not going to bingo, but he's got to figure out if I make this play for 29, I'll go up 36. Are there any universes where I get outrun? I'm holding BO. What if I draw EE? What if I draw, GR? Those are not nice draws for me, and I could be in some trouble. Matthew Tunnicliffe could set up a high scoring out in 2 sequence, but I think Swear's going to do it in almost all instances. You'd have to go through and do a bunch of different permutations, give yourself random 3-tile draws a bunch of the time and see, are there any of these that really hamstring me, or am I going to be okay?
Right.
I think this works great for Matthew, though.
I'm trying to put it in as and I'm going to get rid of everything but Bowie and Swear and see what happens.
Oh, man.
All right, we're off to the races.
Swear is actually going to lose the game for O'Connor if he plays
it. Is that right? Is that right?
Yeah, because OG scores 46 for Tunnicliffe. So here he goes.
Wow. Yeah, Bowie is far and away. It's up by 5 points already. 5 percentage points. Yeah, Swear is a losing play. If OG does enough.
OG does 46, holds the powerful RS. Matthew Tunnicliffe has 1 win, and it is OG'd. Wow.
He's got time, thank God. So that's good. It's not like he's down to 1:30. Oh, he sees it. Oh, boy. Now he's like breathing a little heavier, doing the math. You can see he's doing the math, counting up. How many points am I going to get? Where am I going to put my RS for points? Where is he going to put his RS? Will it matter?
RENS.
Sir for 9 off the I and Swear.
He's got RES and he coys. That would be the highest scoring out. Matthew can
Yeah, there you
obstruct
go.
but it's not going to be enough. This is Matthew Tunnicliffe's game. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Well, if he had played Bowie, he would have won, eh? Because he didn't have a bingo. And
Right. This was
But it's one of those things. Like he easily could have a bingo with that. With what was in the tie, there was IN in the bag. There's a G. There's ERS. I mean, these are crazy good tiles. It's impossible to know what to do.
It's not impossible. It's just insanely difficult. But man, I got to play with this turn just a little bit more. Okay. DEORST.
40, 46, 47, 46, 7.
Oh my God. Okay. There were actually a number of bingos available starting with S. There was SDEIGNE, Stodger, Stinged, Steading, Sorting, Seeding. A number of bingos where the S was the second tile as well. Seared. There was a lot of stuff Tunnicliffe had. So Bowie loses to most of those out bingos, but Swear loses to this. Somebody fire up the Macondo. We need brighter minds.
Yeah, I'm putting it in as well. DEGRS, OG'd for 46. And there have been 446 to 456. Oh my goodness. So he's up by 10. Is that correct? Is he holding him? I think he's holding him, right? Oh, maybe not. Because there's no more tiles to pick out of the bag. So we don't.
Right.
Well, I can't imagine he doesn't know. But he might have to challenge it if he's not 100% sure. He's got time to think about it. He's got 4 minutes.
He can score.
There's no way. If Biont doesn't go out, it's so frustrating that you have a word and it doesn't go out. Wow. What a game. What a way to end the day.
That was insane. Incredible. I mean, I couldn't break down the Swear versus Bowie versus other option positions if I had 15 minutes. It's so hard. But Matthew certain is going to go in and do a deep dive and analyze, did he actually do it right? Did he optimize his win percentage there? I have no idea. And sometimes in Scrabble, you've just got to play your gut. But this was a fascinating game and one that we're not done dissecting yet. There will be more on the Woogles Discord or elsewhere in Matthew O'Connor's book, How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor. We haven't seen the end of this game.
Well, we definitely have to, in the absence of, I don't know if we can get an interview, but we absolutely immediately have to cut to Mike after this is over because there's going to be discussion.
Absolutely. Oh boy. Oh boy.
This is a really, really, I mean, I think this is just one of these 6 and 1, half a dozen of another's, you know? I think blocking that spot was, I probably, yeah, I mean, I hate playing Scrabble where I just have to like hit the clock and close my eyes and pray, you know? I want to control my destiny as best as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to just, if my opponent bingoes out, he bingoes out, and if he doesn't, he doesn't, and that's the whole game. But this is also like the absolute worst case scenario for Matthew O'Connor. You're going to score 46 and hold RS to go out all over this board? Like, no way. No way.
You know what's also amazing? You know what's also amazing? Making the mistake, I think, of Celia versus Ilyak helped him win this game because with no vowels on the board, he scored 26 points when he couldn't have otherwise.
Oh man, he's playing 4D chess. He was 5 moves ahead of all of us on that decision. Yeah, that is huge. Whoa.
Well, I saw the Q coming. He saw the H being necessary to win this game.
Now I understand how Nigel's so good. He just anticipates everything that is going to happen. Robin's got her Q sense. Matthew Tunnicliffe has his all consonants sense. Matthew O'Connor playing his best in game. He's got to block RES, but it's not going to be enough as Rennes is a 10-point outplay for Matthew Tunnicliffe. O'Connor with an 8-point lead, but Tunnicliffe will go out and win this game. And I'll shut up just as soon as we get this clock neutralized. Because yeah, you're right, Robin. We've got to get on overhead mic.
Absolutely. Because Matthew has a lot to talk about. There's a lot of airing he has to do because like that you tend to get very talkative when you have a choice, you have a choice to make. It could have gone either way. Did I make the right one? Did I make the wrong one? There's a lot to talk about. So hopefully he's going to be talkative about it so we can hear his thinking.
I don't know what is taking Matthew Tunnicliffe so long here. Unless they've got a score, the scoring is off a little bit or something like that.
I think he's taking his last 2 minutes to recount, make sure that, I mean, always the situation is like score your highest. You don't have to do a recount. Just find your highest score and just play it. It's not going to make a difference what the score is if your highest score is your high score. But he has 2 minutes to play with. There's absolutely no reason.
Oh, we got a challenge. Yeah, why not?
Well, why not?
Yeah.
It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, spread's not real anyway. That my life flashes before my eyes. Oh my God, did I play a phony 3 to make 4 and blow it?
Really. You start, that's the funny thing in these situations, you start questioning whether twig is a word.
Right. All right, let's cut to that mic.
You didn't have anything, and I still blocked.
I needed. Yeah, I kept all consonants here, and I was like, I can win by hitting a bingo, or I can win by threatening a bingo.
I was staring into this.
Yeah, so ING stuff, yeah, which was just like.
So obviously,
I considered fishing
like
for ING stuff
or something,
because I had 7 consonants. I could have done some kind of like opening play, but there's another S unseen, so I kind of just get destroyed, and sometimes don't even win with these.
Oh, he won 477. I guess we got to do it. Yeah.
I think they're doing a recount, so we can't do an interview right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping this exact sequence would play out that way.
You got it.
It's my best chance.
Good job.
Obviously, I got very lucky drawing 3 vowels there. Also drew 3 vowels there, which was even more bullshit.
Now we see why CEAX was the right play, eh?
Yeah.
I didn't know what to do on this turn. The play looks awful. I also could have blocked Fontenelle if I didn't play jam, I could play through the eye with something.
I mean, I think Fontanelle's just pretty unlikely. You just laugh.
Well, I wasn't going to block it on purpose. It was just going to be like, with my jam, because this was a 7 consonant rack too. I'm just going to dump a bunch of consonants there and like accidentally block it.
I don't think I would have played Mal if I knew the real score.
Played what?
Mal.
Oh. Did you have an eye there?
No, I had Fanon.
I kind of like, well, yeah, obviously, because you played Fontaine. Because I passed up Hadj, Hadj, because there were 2 eyes unseen. And this was like, I feel like a lot of the time,
do I not just play it?
You're going to play Mali. So I'm like, should I just Inferno Eye and play Hadj? Or is that crazy? You could have just fished with a really good lead.
But aren't you in the lead, though? You played jam? I feel like you're enough in the lead that you should.
Yeah, but
I guess
with
you're
a 7
staring
consonant
down
rack
windows and stuff. Yeah.
Like, you're going to close that gap. That was a very back and forth game. It went from being sure I was going to win to being sure I was going to lose to.
Oh, that's annoying. I had OB. I'm like, I have enough things to do with the B. You would need like 50 points.
Like,
you'd need like 55 points.
So you're like looking at Stinger. I assume you still lose to stuff like Stinger if you play over there.
Stinger, I don't know. I'm not enough. Strobed. No, I have to be. I didn't think N necessarily meant all consonants. Like, can't you have like ENST?
I kept DGRS.
I mean, I can't really use the triple if it's possible. I just have to hope it. Yeah, tough afternoon. But see what's in store.
All right, well, that's it for this one. Players are walking away. We'll see if Josh Greenway is able to get him corralled for. Oh my God!
Who did that? You tell me it was Josh.
It wasn't me. All right, well, you can get your Let's Play Scrabble merch, including custom T-shirts, courtey of Robin Pollock Danial. We are going to be matching, I think, the next time we come. I got to get one. You got to get one. We'll let it all hang out, you know? Oh, my goodness. That's incredible stuff. We'll see if we can get the players wrangled for an interview. I'm not sure. I might be kind of demoralized if I'm O'Connor and exhausted if I'm Tunnicliffe. But if we can get that going, we will let you all know. If you have questions, drop them in chat. I'll try to pass them along if we get this set up. Robin, it's always a pleasure to have you in the booth. This is the last time we're going to see you during this event, but certainly not the last time we're going to see you with the headset on. Thank you so much. What words do you have for your audience, the bingo sluts out there?
What do I have to say to you? How you react to what you saw this afternoon, and especially in this last game, is going to determine what kind of a player you're going to be. If you're going to look at it and say, oh my God, I'm never going to play like them, I'm going to quit, then that tells us something about, how you're going to be in this game. If you look at it and go, I have so much to learn, but it's learnable and I could do it. And it's given me so many clues on how I can improve my game. You're going to be a much, much better player. And we welcome all of you with open arms, but use this as an example, not to get scared and to be pushed away from high level Scrabble, but as impetus to inspire you to learn how to play better.
Yeah, it is a constant work in progress over a Scrabble board. The more you think you know, the more the game's going to humble you as well. But this was a fascinating one to learn from. Let's cut over. I think we've got the players on a headset and do a little interview. We've got Matthew Tunnicliffe and Matthew O'Connor. Guys, what a fascinating game. Both of you had just a string of insane positions. Matthew Tunnicliffe, I'm going to ask you a question first. Of all of the nutso positions you had, what was your favorite one? Oh no!
He's muted, Josh.
No! Oh no! I can't hear him. Uh-oh. We'll let Josh.
He's been told. Give it a second.
All right. Testing. 1, 2, 3. We'll We'll get Tunnicliffe in a second.
We'll get it. Thanks for waiting, everybody. It's going to be worth it.
I promise, yeah. God, I would ask questions about this game for 30 minutes.
You were patient with me yesterday when he had some echoing issues, so we'll just get it done.
And you were patient with me when I just started talking to nobody on mute. Difficulties happen to the best of us, and we'll get it worked out. Josh Greenway on the ground is so good at this stuff.
Just a quick shout out to Matt O'Connor, who he said it was, he said
Try now.
the other one said it's a tough game. He said it's a tough afternoon. He's had a tough afternoon, yet he's talking with us.
Testing.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Testing. We've got Matthew Tunnicliffe. All right, Matthew, going to softball the question to you again for our viewers. What was your favorite
you can't just say Matthew.
Matthew Tunnicliffe, sorry.
Well, okay. I mean, we might define favorite differently. My favorite positions are the ones like I have an 86-point bingo and I don't know what to think. You guys probably think the favorite ones are the ones where I'm in agony, not knowing what I'm supposed to be doing. So, I mean, the most fascinating one, man, I really want to know, like, this Sayax position. It just feels like I didn't see the best play, whatever it is. So,
I'll tell you from the boot that did win a sim by several points. Blade looked really good to me, but Blade was like 9 points down on the sim.
Well, Blade just gives up this silly comeback, and then your little setup just, I mean, maybe you draw XI, but I mean, it's a relief to see that I didn't just miss some 6-letter word through the E that blew everything else away, because it didn't feel like that keeping BLDP was what I was supposed to be doing there, but that's all I could come up with.
What do you mean? BLDP bingos all the time, duh.
In my world, it does, yeah. Do what I say, don't do what I do, though, because this will only work for me.
All right, Matthew O'Connor, we're going to ask the hard-hitting question right now. Obviously, at the end of the game, you had to choose between bingo defense with a play like Swear and just putting on scoring pressure and holding your breath with a play like Bowie on the left side. What percent chance do you think you had to win after each of those plays?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, I don't. It seemed hard for me to lose after Swear. If he uses the O column, he needs to get to like 60+ points with an out and 2. And after whatever, I was considering Bowie on the B column just to score bounds or something. But no, it's probably, I don't know, 90 and 92.
Yeah. It was just an absolutely killer position. You seem to be in commanding position. You have to defend against something. And I mean, OG'd holding RS was like the worst thing that could have happened.
Yeah.
And of course,
seems
it's the
like
one thing that did. I don't know the answer to that question for what it's worth. I know that we're going to get some further analysis and someone's going to hear, but I just wanted to know kind of where you felt.
I mean, even if he has OG'd, I think with a lot of draws, I can get something down like BORS. I think that would still win.
Yeah. No, I think that was about as bad as it could have gone. Swear seems to win 90+% of the time, and I just wanted to see what your
I don't know. I mean, I will obviously be running a peg on Macondo very soon.
Yeah. And you, for those just tuning in now to the stream, you have a book that is a living document. Talk to us a little bit about it, and I think we're going to see some of this game in that book at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the original idea in the book was just like, hey, sometimes the commentators, there's a limited amount of time to say everything you might want to say about a position, so maybe I'll write some explanations. And then it just kept growing. It's up to 120-something pages now.
And for someone watching at home, what is the name of the book and where can they find it?
So the book is called How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor, and at the very least, it's sitting on the Woogles blog.
All right, so Woogles.io, we've been talking about it all weekend, created by several Scrabble players, including Cesar Del Solar, Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, and Jesse Day in the booth. You can find How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor there, and I'm sure at some point after this tournament, Matthew will get in there and write a little bit more about this position. Like you said, some are just impossible to break down in the booth in a limited amount of time. Robin, I think you wanted to ask Matthew Tunnicliffe about the rack where he had 3 eyes and chose to play Cilia through the L and clitoral.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why you played Cilia versus Iliac.
Well, I don't have an answer to that because that is obviously a much better play. Yeah, that's just a miss. Overwhelmed with not seeing anything great. I just whiffed on the best play.
Okay.
Well, we were thinking that it won you the game to some extent because it gave you 26 points with no vowels on your rack.
Yeah. Well, we'll go with that. It was. I was thinking 3 or 4 turns ahead.
Yeah, 4 turns. Yeah, sorry. We just had to ask about that one. All right. I know it's been a long day, a long grind, and it's going to be a long night for us with karaoke coming. Matthew Tunnicliffe, what's your go-to karaoke song?
It's going to be sitting in my hotel room, and I'm not a karaoke person, so maybe I'll listen from the hallway. But you
I
won't
think
catch
it's
me
Don't
singing.
Stop Believing.
Please don't stop believing after this game is appropriate. Matthew O'Connor, you got a karaoke song?
Oh, I tried to memorize Rap God before the event, but it's over 1,500 words, and I came to the idea like a few days ago. So I don't have an answer, unfortunately.
That's all right. I will be the answer for all of us. The songs you don't sing, I will sing for you. We're going to let both of you get to dinner. Thank you both for donning the headset. Thank you both for a fascinating game of Scrabble. Best of luck to both of you tomorrow and the next day. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Bye.
see ya.
All right, and we are going to wind down our coverage there, but not before we give you the cat that we promised. Robin, tell us who this is.
This is my Tiki Wiki, Tegan. He's 16 years old and extremely spry, no issues, no arthritis, perfect, and the sweetest, most loving cat you'll ever meet in your life.
Oh my goodness, that cat could be 1 and 16, ageless wonder. All right, I appreciate you, Robin, for all your wisdom across the 2 days. Hope to see you a little bit more in chat, but thank you, and thank you to T for making a cameo appearance as well. Play begins tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern time. Make sure you set your alarms. You have no excuse. It's a Saturday. I know you're not working. I know you're not in school. I know you're going to be right here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. I am going to go stretch my legs, warm up my vocal cords, and crush some karaoke tonight. Robin, make sure you keep giving Tegan some cuddles, and we will be back bright and early tomorrow.
Thanks for everything. It was a wonderful time being with everybody, and I'll see you in the chat.
Yes, love having you, Robin, and we will see you bingo sluts tomorrow. Adios.